Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 6354 to Chapter 6385. The records of the Wei River were limited to some ancient books and Taoist scriptures. But because these ancient books and Taoist scriptures were written by later generations, it was hard to tell if the contents of these ancient books and Taoist scriptures were correct. For example, the classic of mountains and seas was more widely circulated now. Did the divine beasts and strange beasts recorded in it really exist? That was not necessarily true, many of them were fabricated. So it was hard to say if this place was the origin of the Wei River. The Wei River originated from the stone forest. Because of this sentence, when the Tianhe Trading Company summarized the clues of the Wei River, they also included the stone forest. Lin Feng took out a stone cauldron, which was obtained by Lin Feng a few years ago. It was engraved with Shinnong patterns. Although it was not the legendary Shinnong cauldron, but it was very likely to have been forged by Shinnong. In fact, before Shinnong forged the Shinnong cauldron, he had forged many stone cauldrons. The Shinnong cauldron was a masterpiece of many stone cauldrons. As for the stone cauldron that Lin Feng had, the craftsmanship was actually extremely perfect. But there was some problem with some link, so it was not completed. But even so, it was definitely a top stone cauldron. Lin Feng felt that it was not easy to find the missing Wei River. Some tokens were needed. Only then could they find it. And obviously, some things related to Shinnong were the best tokens. In fact, even with tokens, they might not be able to find it. But without tokens, it was very likely that they would not be able to find it. Lin Feng held the stone cauldron and walked through the stone forest with Xia Donghuang. They went to many places, but there was no movement from the stone cauldron. About 5 days later, they saw a small town appear in the distance. Above the town, people came and went. It was very lively. Many people came to the stone forest to look for opportunities and then settled down in the town. Lin Feng felt that maybe he could go to the town to inquire about the Wei River. Maybe he could find some useful information. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang came to the town together. The town was called Stone Forest Town, which complemented the stone forest. Although the town was not big, there were many kinds of shops. There were even many gambling houses, stone workshops, brothels, and other places. Such places were often the most lively places. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang found an inn to stay in. The innkeeper was a middle-aged cultivator who looked very shrewd. This kind of person was born and raised in this place and had heard many things. Lin Feng felt that he could ask him, so Lin Feng looked for an opportunity to chat with the innkeeper. Hearing that Lin Feng was looking for the Wei River, the shop owner said, "There are indeed rumors that Stone Forest is related to the Wei River, but I don't know the specifics. Perhaps you can ask old man Shui. He used to study the quintessence, and he has a large collection of books at home. He might know a little about Stone Forest. I'll have to trouble you to introduce me," Lin Feng said. "A piece of cake," the boss said with a smile. With Lin Feng in tow, Xia Donghuang went to visit the old man Shui. Old man Shui's name was Shui Shantang. He lived in a courtyard on the east side of the town. Old man Shui's cultivation was not particularly high, not even in the Saint realm. He was very old and looked like a piece of rotten wood. He did not have much lifespan left. Shui Shantang said politely. Lin Feng went straight to the point. He asked, "Has old man Shui heard that the Wei River originates from Stone Forest?" Shui Shantang said, "No, but the Wei River does seem to flow through Stone Forest. It's a tributary of the main river. It's said that a branch of the Shinnong clan lives nearby." "Oh? A branch of the Shinnong clan lives there?" Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Shui Shantang nodded and said, "The Wei River is not simple. The Shinnong clan originates from the source of the Wei River. Back in the day, the Wei River was a famous river in the celestial realm. It even passed through spacetime and flowed into other worlds. It's said that some parts of the Wei River are connected to some unknown and terrifying worlds. These unknown and terrifying worlds are suspected to be foreign worlds. Occasionally, terrifying creatures would come to this world. In order to suppress these creatures, the Shinnong clan's branches appeared in many important places to guard them." "So that's how it is," Lin Feng nodded. Many of the Shinnon clan's actions were indeed meritorious. After all, that was the era when the high heavens established their Tao. Everyone knew about the era when the high heavens established their Tao. The experts born in this epoch had yet to truly mature. If the foreign creatures really came, it would be a disaster for the countless creatures born in this epoch. Old man Shui, do you know where the source of the Wei River is? Lin Feng asked. The source of the Wei River. It was where the main branch of the Wei River was located, and it was the target of Lin Feng's search. Shui Shantang shook his head and said, I don't know. Lin Feng continued asking, do you know how to find the branches of the Wei River? Shui Shantang replied, I'm not sure either. Lin Feng sighed softly. It seemed that the clues had come to a dead end. Shui Shantang continued, however, I saw a piece of information in an ancient book. It said that before the Wei River disappeared, the branches of the Shinnon clan that were stationed everywhere left. Some people speculated that they returned to the clan, and the Wei River disappeared after that. According to some ancient records, the disappearance of the Wei River might be due to the fact that it's hidden somewhere in spacetime. It's to avoid a possible calamity. Lin Feng agreed with Shui Shantang's words. As far as he was concerned, the Wei River hadn't truly disappeared. It was just located in an unknown parallel spacetime. Thus, he couldn't find it. However, if he could find the right method, then, he should be able to find some clues that would lead him to the Wei River. Presumably, the Shinnon clan's people were still living in that other world. All these years, the Shinnon clan had been hiding from the world. He had even managed to avoid the most tragic battle between Xianxia lifeforms. He wondered how strong the Shinnon clan was. After leaving Shui Shantang's place, Lin Feng planned to rest for a day before continuing to search for clues about the Wei River. If he really couldn't find it, then Lin Feng would have to go somewhere else. However, there was something that Lin Feng hadn't expected. That night, the stone forest began to shake violently. The stone peaks became sparkling and translucent. Countless runes appeared on each of the stone peaks. Those runes were mysterious, ancient, and powerful. No one knew what those runes meant. Those runes vibrated with terrifying fluctuations. Then, beams of light shot up into the sky, illuminating the boundless starry sky. What was going on? Countless people looked at the stone forest in shock. The sudden change in the stone forest was indeed very shocking. The beams of light shot out from the stone peaks of the stone forest intertwined in the void, and then a Milky Way world slowly emerged. That Milky Way world was very mysterious and exuded an extremely ancient aura, as if it had existed since ancient times. Everyone looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, looking at that Milky Way world. The sudden change had indeed surprised many people. Now, they didn't even know what was so special about that Milky Way world. What's that? At this time, a cultivator exclaimed. Everyone looked at the Milky Way world, and then they saw an ancient starry sky ship appear in the depths of that Milky Way world. That Milky Way world was obviously not a real world, and the ancient starry sky ship that appeared in the Milky Way world shouldn't be a real ancient starry sky ship, right? Could it be a spacetime imprint? Many people couldn't help but mutter. This possibility was quite high, but soon everyone found that they had guessed wrong, because that ancient starry sky ship had flown out of the Milky Way world. F***ck, what's going on? What the hell? Countless people exclaimed. The situation in front of them was indeed shocking. After all, the Milky Way world was illusory and not a real world. However, in such an illusory world, a real ancient starry sky ship flew out. Anyone who encountered such a thing would be greatly shocked. There were many things. There was something fishy about all of them. What a huge ancient starry sky ship. Then, someone exclaimed. Many people came back to their senses and carefully observed the ancient starry sky ship. That ancient starry sky ship was indeed very big. How big was it? Lin Feng visually estimated that the ancient starry sky ship was about 30 to 40,000 meters long. One must know that 1,000 meters was 1 kilometer, so 30 to 40,000 meters meant that the ancient starry sky ship was 30 to 40 kilometers long. F***ck. If one walked, it would take a long time to walk from one end to the other. Not only was this ancient ship long, but it was also very tall. It was about 17,000 to 18,000 meters tall. If converted to kilometers, it would be about 17 to 18 kilometers long. Lin Feng could be considered a knowledgeable person. However, Lin Feng had never seen such a huge ancient starry sky ship before. F***ck, how was this ancient starry sky ship made? There was probably no such craftsmanship in this world, right? Anyone who drove such a ancient starry sky ship would be crushed to pieces. It was simply a weapon of war. In the middle of a large-scale battle, driving such a huge ancient starry sky ship, it directly scattered the enemy's cultivator army and crushed them into meat paste. F***ck, let alone seeing it, I've never even heard of such a ancient starry sky ship before. Is this a ancient starry sky ship from our universe? I don't think so. I'm afraid our universe doesn't have such a powerful shipbuilding technology, right? Could it be a ancient starry sky ship controlled by the Mastermind's World Imperial clan? Ah? The Mastermind's World Imperial clan? If it's a ancient starry sky ship controlled by them, what are they trying to do by driving it here? Could it be that they want to destroy all the worlds in advance? A feeling of panic began to spread among the crowd. It was no wonder that they were panicking. After all, this was a matter of life and death. It would be strange if they didn't panic. At this moment, the illusory Milky Way world began to fade, and it didn't take long for it to completely disappear. As for the ancient starry sky ship that was suspended in midair, it seemed to have lost all its ability to float in the air. Then, it began to fall rapidly. What's going on? Countless people were dumbfounded. Not long ago, they were still discussing whether or not this ancient starry sky ship was controlled by the Mastermind's world. In the next moment, the ancient starry sky ship began to fall rapidly. Was it going to crash? However, this ancient starry sky ship was too extraordinary, and the materials used to forge it were also incomparably precious and powerful. Therefore, even if it fell rapidly from a high altitude, it shouldn't crash, right? The rebounding force, it should be very easy to deal with. Boom, when such a behemoth fell, it naturally caused a huge commotion. The moment the ancient starry sky ship fell, an earth-shattering sound resounded throughout the world. The earth shook violently. Dense cracks even appeared on it, as if an earthquake had occurred. However, this situation didn't last for too long. Soon, peace was restored. Let's go and see what's going on with that ancient starry sky ship. Countless cultivators shouted excitedly. Then, they quickly flew toward the place where the ancient starry sky ship had fallen. It was no wonder that everyone was so excited. Such a ancient starry sky ship had fallen. It was very likely that there was a problem with this ancient starry sky ship. Moreover, this ancient starry sky ship shouldn't belong to the Mastermind's world. Therefore, countless cultivators, it was as if they saw treasures, wealth, divine abilities, immortal scriptures, and other things waving at them. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang also quickly flew toward the ancient starry sky ship that had fallen. In the face of such a mysterious ancient ship of mysterious origin, no one could remain calm in front of it. Anyone who saw this ancient starry sky ship would be very excited, wanting to find something amazing from it. 2 hours later, Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang arrived at the place where the ancient starry sky ship had fallen. A large number of stone peaks had been completely crushed. Countless cultivators spread out from all directions, surrounding the ancient starry sky ship, observing it. Some cultivators tried to board the ship. However, when they reached 100 meters away from the ancient starry sky ship, they suddenly became crazy, roaring, and then taking out their magic treasures, killing their companions. The companions of those cultivators were also in an extremely bad situation. They also went crazy, fighting with their companions, and in the end, both of them died. Many such things happened one after another. Therefore, many cultivators who were originally eager to board the ship and check it out were shocked. The ancient starry sky ship couldn't be approached, otherwise, how could such a strange and terrifying thing happen? Everyone didn't know what was going on. They all stood in the distance and watched the ancient starry sky ship. It's a magnetic field. An old cultivator said the magnetic field interfered with the souls of those people, causing them to completely lose themselves and become tools that only know how to kill. In the end, they died together with their companions. It's just an ancient starry sky ship. Can it produce such a powerful magnetic field? Many people were puzzled. The old cultivator said, maybe it's not the magnetic field produced by the ancient starry sky ship. It's not produced by the ancient starry sky ship? Could it be produced by the corpses of some experts? Many people's eyes suddenly lit up. If that was the case, one could imagine how powerful those corpses were when they were alive. Such experts would definitely have unimaginable treasures in their storage rings. Treasures were indeed tempting. Wasn't there a saying that birds die in pursuit of food and men die in pursuit of wealth? Therefore, when faced with a huge amount of wealth, many people were even willing to gamble their lives for it. If the magnetic field is still there, it will be very difficult for us to board the ancient starry sky ship. A cultivator said with a frown. Yeah, is there any way to dissolve the magnetic field? Or weaken the magnetic field's power? Someone asked. The old cultivator said, everyone, don't worry. If this old man's guess is correct, the magnetic field on the ancient starry sky ship will quickly dissipate when it sees the light of day again. After hearing the old cultivator's words, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Feng carefully sensed the magnetic field and found that it was indeed rapidly dissipating. He estimated that it wouldn't be long before the magnetic field of the ancient starry sky ship could no longer affect the souls of cultivators. Lin Feng observed the ancient starry sky ship. He had taken a fancy to this ancient starry sky ship. This was a weapon of war. It would be great if he could control this ancient starry sky ship. Later, he would give it a try and see if he could control this ancient starry sky ship. 2 hours later, someone controlled a demonic beast and let it try to approach the ancient starry sky ship. They wanted to see if the demonic beast would be affected by the ancient starry sky ship. When the demonic beast was about 30 meters away from the ancient starry sky ship, it began to go crazy. Obviously, the magnetic field's power had not completely dissipated. Therefore, everyone waited for another 2 hours. Someone continued to use demonic beasts to test the magnetic field of the ancient starry sky ship. This time, the demonic beast successfully arrived beside the ancient starry sky ship. The magnetic field disappeared. Countless cultivators' eyes suddenly lit up. Then, these cultivators flew towards the ancient starry sky ship. However, when they arrived beside the ancient starry sky ship, they discovered something terrifying. Because everyone found that their magic power had been sealed. This ancient starry sky ship has been fused with a forbidden magic stone. Lin Feng was shocked. He didn't understand. Why would the other party fuse a forbidden magic stone on the ancient starry sky ship? Lin Feng thought about it. He could roughly guess the reason. Forging such an ancient starry sky ship must have cost a lot of magic power. The owner of the ancient starry sky ship was probably worried that a top expert would take away this ancient starry sky ship. Therefore, he had fused the forbidden magic stone. No matter how strong you were. Once you boarded this ancient starry sky ship, your magic power would be sealed and you wouldn't be able to display your true combat strength. You could only use your physical body to fight. However, it was hard to say what would happen if you used your physical body to fight. Therefore, even if you were an expert who had surpassed your realm, if you wanted to board the ancient starry sky ship and seize the ownership of this ancient starry sky ship, you might be killed by the other party on this ancient starry sky ship because your magic power was sealed. Moreover, there was one more point. Lin Feng felt that the owner of this ancient starry sky ship must have a backup plan. The magic power of others might be sealed, but the owner of this ancient starry sky ship might not be sealed. If the cultivators who came to seize the ancient starry sky ship were too strong and the subordinates of the owner of the ancient starry sky ship couldn't resist them, then the owner of the ancient starry sky ship would definitely be able to kill those who wanted to seize the ancient starry sky ship. After all, he could use his magic power on this ancient starry sky ship, but those who wanted to seize the ancient starry sky ship could only rely on their physical body. What was the difference between using one's physical body to resist someone's magic power or magic treasure? In this way, the owner of this ancient starry sky ship could perfectly control this ancient starry sky ship. No one could take it away from him. Since there was no way to fly onto this ancient starry sky ship, everyone had to use their own means to board. Some people used some tools to board the ship, some people used flying pets to board the ship, and some people had tyrannical bodies. With a sudden leap, they could jump thousands of meters into the air. Boarding the ship was naturally not a difficult task. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang boarded the ship in this way. They directly jumped onto the deck. Many people had already flocked to the cabin on the first floor. The cabin was very large. On the first floor, not only was there a huge central hall, there were also many resting rooms. In addition, there were canteens, taverns, brothels, gambling houses, pawnshops and other places. After seeing these places, Lin Feng showed a surprised expression. It seemed that this ancient starry sky ship was not used in the war. It was most likely used as a transport ship. For example, when Lin Feng crossed the vast sea from the Tianwu continent to the core continent of the Nine Continents Great World, he took a merchant ship. Of course, the route taken by such a powerful ancient starry sky ship was definitely not simple. Could it be a cross-universe voyage? Lin Feng thought of a possibility. When he thought of this possibility, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Thinking about it, it seemed to be possible. After all, every year, there were so many people who had to leave their universe to live in other universes for various reasons. And among these people, if they relied on their own ability to cross the universe crack, then 95% of them would die in the process. The mortality rate was really too high, it was simply despairing. But if they boarded the ancient starry sky ship in front of them, it was obviously much safer. Such a huge ancient starry sky ship was likely to be able to withstand the raging spacetime force in the universe crack. Of course, crossing the universe not only faced the terrifying spacetime force of the universe crack, but also the powerful creatures living in the universe crack. An ordinary ancient starry sky ship would definitely not be able to deal with such powerful creatures. But the ancient starry sky ship in front of them was different. This ancient starry sky ship was an ancient starry sky ship that imprisoned magic power. If they really wanted to fight against those powerful creatures, they would directly crash into them. When the time comes, those powerful creatures would find that their magic power was sealed. At that time, they would most likely die under the attack of such a warship. If it was really a ship that came from another universe, then which universe did it come from? Kunlun universe? Universe of time? Or the Nirvana universe? Wow, so many immortal stones! Exclamations of cultivators rang out from the gambling house in the distance. Someone discovered a large number of high-grade immortal stones in the gambling house and many cultivators rushed in to fight for them. However, Lin Feng didn't participate. He went to the rooms where the cultivators lived and found that every room was empty. Why was there no one? Could it be that all the passengers had disembarked? The new passengers hadn't even boarded the ship yet, and the ship was already having problems? Was there such a possibility? I wonder where the crew is, in the control room? Rest room? Usually, such a huge ancient ship would have a control room for the crew to rest on every floor. The rest room was usually at the bow of the ship so that it would be easier to observe the situation in front and behind as well as on both sides. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang walked towards the bow of the ship. When the two of them arrived, no one had come yet. The control room and the rest room were next to each other. Xia Donghuang opened the door to the rest room. Lin Feng looked inside and found that it was empty. Then, Xia Donghuang opened the door to the control room. It was empty inside too. If the cultivators here had really been attacked, where were the corpses? Why were there no corpses? Had the corpses been eaten, or had they been thrown out? However, Lin Feng didn't find any signs of fighting. Logically speaking, there should be signs of fighting, right? However, there weren't any signs of fighting here. This was a little strange. This place was indeed full of strange things. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang went to the second floor of the ship and went straight to the rest room. The situation in the control room was the same as before. There was no one in the rest room and the control room. There were no signs of fighting either. As for the other places, there was no one. However, there were a lot of good things in this ancient starry sky ship. There were many gambling houses and other places that stored a large number of immortal stones. However, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that there was a huge warehouse built on each floor. There were all kinds of rare treasures piled up in the warehouse. One had to know. The space of a storage ring was limited and couldn't store too many things. There was one more thing. During a battle, the storage ring would be damaged easily due to the impact of energy. Therefore, many people wouldn't even carry some precious things with them. Instead, they would put them in the family treasury. Of course, this ancient ship was an ancient ship that crossed the universe. It transported all kinds of rare treasures. They probably wanted to sell them in different places in exchange for a large amount of rewards. Therefore, the other party put these treasures in the treasury. It was safer this way. Go and see if there are any good treasures in the treasury that are worth collecting. Lin Feng looked at Xia Donghuang and said. He couldn't split himself and couldn't go over. Xia Donghuang didn't need to follow him. Lin Feng's treasures worth collecting mainly referred to some top-grade magic treasures that could be used to equip the cultivator army. The strength of the magic treasures of the cultivator army would play a huge role in the battle. In addition to magic treasures, there were also some top-grade refining materials that were worth collecting. Of course, some high-level pills were also worth collecting. Sometimes, a high-level pill could save a life at a critical moment. Yes. Xia Donghuang responded and quickly rushed in the direction of the treasury. Lin Feng continued to rush up. He wanted to find some corpses of the crew to prove whether some of his speculations were true or not. However, it seemed to be very difficult to find the corpses of the crew. Lin Feng went all the way to the 20th floor of the cabin but didn't find any corpses of the crew. There were several suspicious places in this ancient ship. The first place. The ancient ship didn't suffer any damage. The second place. The control room. The lounge was empty. The third place. The treasures in the treasury were not taken away. Even the gambling money in the gambling house was not taken away. Some people even found the immortal stones that the brothel women had saved up. What did this mean? This meant that when the accident happened, no one left the ancient ship. Why was this so? Because some people absolutely valued money more than their own lives. If they had the chance to leave, no matter how dangerous it was, they would definitely find a way to take away a large amount of wealth. Yet, these riches were placed here in perfect condition. The fourth place. Everything was placed too neatly. But if there was really an accident, how could it be so neat? For example, the benches and tables. When everyone panicked and wanted to escape from here, they definitely couldn't avoid being touched by the cultivators. There should be a deviation in their position. But this situation didn't happen. Lin Feng had a few doubts, so he carefully analyzed the situation. In other words, if there was really some kind of accident back then, when such an accident happened, everyone, he should have been killed without being able to react at all. But the entire ancient ship was so huge. To kill everyone at the same time. How did the other party do it? This point really made Lin Feng feel puzzled. Lin Feng planned to go to the main control room to take a look. Maybe he could find some more important clues there. He could even control the entire ancient ship in the main control room. Lin Feng was very envious of this ancient ship. Naturally, he had to do everything possible. He had obtained this ancient starry sky ship. Lin Feng guessed that the main control room should be on the top floor. Because this ancient ship was 17 or 18,000 meters high. These cabins were about 30 meters apart from each other. From the ground to the first floor of the hull, it was about 2,000 meters. Calculating like this, the entire ancient ship had about 500 floors. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. The scale of this ancient starship was truly shocking. Lin Feng thought about it again. To forge this ancient ship, let's not talk about the technical difficulties. Let's talk about the amount of money spent. It was definitely an astronomical figure. So the owner of the ancient ship was definitely an unimaginably powerful existence. Even a quasi-powerhouse might not have such power. Could it be a powerhouse beyond the realm? If the other party was really a powerhouse beyond the realm, then would he die in the accident? If he also died in the accident, that would be terrible. Some of the hidden things may not be something that a cultivator of Lin Feng's level could explore. But after all, it was a matter from countless years ago. If there was really a terrifying existence that descended on this ancient ship, it was already a thing of the past. The other party. had left long ago. Lin Feng tried to comfort himself, and then quickly walked up the mountain. 100 floors. 200 floors. 300 floors. 400 floors. When passing through the lower cabins, Lin Feng didn't feel anything special. But when he came to the 300th floor, Lin Feng felt a sense of oppression. As he continued to go up, this sense of oppression was getting more and more serious. Now that Lin Feng came to the 400th floor, he even felt that it was a little difficult to breathe. Lin Feng didn't know where this sense of oppression came from. But the source of this sense of oppression made Lin Feng's mind become dignified. Perhaps this ancient ship, even after countless years, still had some evil things. He had to be careful. But thinking that his physical body was incomparably terrifying, if he really encountered danger, perhaps he could jump off the ship and leave. Although it was a bit high. But it shouldn't be enough to kill him. Lin Feng continued to walk towards the upper cabins. Although the sense of oppression was constantly increasing, in fact, this sense of oppression couldn't stop Lin Feng's footsteps. Finally, Lin Feng came to the 500th floor. The 500th floor was different from other places. There weren't many rooms here. Lin Feng probably only saw a dozen rooms, which should be the captain's resting place. There were also some rooms that were estimated to be alchemy rooms, refining rooms, and the like. Lin Feng walked towards the main operation room. When he arrived outside the main operation room, Lin Feng took a deep breath and pushed the door of the main operation room open. The main operation room was very large. But the main control room was also empty. There was nothing there. It was no different from the other control rooms. Lin Feng looked at the situation of the main operation room. Facing the door of the main operation room, there was a huge crystal screen. These crystal screens should be treasures forged by alchemists. Through some special array patterns, the outside scene would appear on these crystal screens. As for the operation table, there were many array patterns drawn on it. Different array patterns had different functions. For example, some array patterns may be used to monitor the situation outside. These array patterns were connected to the screen of the main operation room and could even freely switch the scene in all directions. Some array patterns. It could control the attack restrictions, defense restrictions, and so on of this ancient starship. Some array patterns. It could control the ancient starship Spirit Stone Cannon. Lin Feng wanted to try to control these array patterns, but there was a strange force that prevented Lin Feng from controlling these array patterns. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. I just saw a staircase. There should be another floor above. It should be the rooftop. Let's go to the rooftop and have a look. At this time, the voice of the demon lord resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng nodded. He left the main operation room and walked in the direction of the stairs. Soon, Lin Feng arrived at the rooftop of the ancient starship. When he arrived here, Lin Feng found that there was a stone coffin on the rooftop of the ancient starship. It was a green sarcophagus. 18 chains bound the sarcophagus. This is? Lin Feng's eyelids twitched violently. Although he didn't know who this stone coffin was related to, Lin Feng felt that this stone coffin was extremely unusual. That oppressive feeling should be coming from this stone coffin, right? Was it also because of this stone coffin that the people on the ancient starry sky ship had disappeared without a trace? Could it be that a mysterious expert was buried in this stone coffin? Clatter, 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 suddenly. The 18 chains that locked the stone coffin violently collided with each other. Every time they collided, there would be a violent collision sound. In addition to the collision of the chains, the stone coffin also shook violently. F*CK, it can't be that strange, right? I just want to control this huge ancient starship. I don't want to get involved in other things. Lin Feng couldn't help but cry out gloomily. If this stone coffin was really the culprit behind the deaths of those cultivators, one could imagine how terrifying the existence buried in this stone coffin was. Lin Feng definitely didn't want to provoke the existence inside this stone coffin. Lin Feng planned to leave. But suddenly, he found that the world had changed. He disappeared from the stone forest. This ancient starship had arrived in the outer starry sky world and was quickly passing through the space storm that was raging in outer starry sky. The stone coffin disappeared without a trace. It's not real. It should be a mark from the past. At this time, there were no stone coffins on this ancient starship, Lin Feng muttered to himself as he looked at the situation in front of him. He looked ahead and saw that there was a huge black hole in front of him. A universe black hole. A black hole that could bury experts beyond their realm. The universe black hole shrouded the ancient starship. This time, the ancient starship couldn't avoid it. Alarms began to ring throughout the ancient starship. A universe black hole has appeared in front of us. Everyone, return to your rooms. Don't come out and walk around. At this time, a low voice came from the main control room. Then, a cultivator came out from the main control room and came to the deck. This cultivator was a tall and burly middle-aged cultivator. This middle-aged cultivator should be the captain of this ancient starship. Activate the formation pattern to level 10. The middle-aged cultivator shouted. Yes. The cultivator in the main control room worked together with the cultivators in the other control rooms to activate the formation pattern to the maximum level, which was the level 10 formation pattern that the captain had mentioned. The entire ancient starry sky ship was protected by powerful defensive runes. The next moment, this huge ancient starship rushed into the universe black hole in front of him. Darkness swallowed the light. The surrounding atmosphere was very oppressive. Even though he had only seen the universe black hole in the imprinted world, Lin Feng still felt a sense of despair in his heart. This was the terror of a universe black hole. No matter who it was, in the face of a universe black hole, they would not be able to remain calm, even if this universe black hole was not real. At this time, a sparkling light appeared on the ancient starry sky ship. The illumination rune was activated. This was a very special rune with a wide range of applications. Once lit, it could illuminate the road ahead in the darkness. The most terrifying thing in the universe black hole was the power to distort everything. It was said that it could destroy anything. That kind of destructive power shrouded the ancient starry sky ship, wanting to completely destroy it. But it had to be said. This ancient starry sky ship was indeed extraordinary. It could actually resist the terrifying power inside the universe black hole. Even Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship was far from being able to do this. If one day, Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship was swallowed by the universe black hole, Lin Feng estimated, it would not be able to hold on for long before the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship was completely destroyed by the power of the universe black hole. And now, there was no need to worry about these things. Speed up and rush out of the universe black hole. The middle-aged cultivator continued to shout in a deep voice. Although this ancient starry sky ship was indeed extraordinary and could even resist the power of the universe black hole, there was a saying that dripping water could penetrate a stone. No matter how powerful this ancient starry sky ship was, if it stayed inside the universe black hole for too long, it would eventually be destroyed. The middle-aged cultivator of course was very clear about this point. The ancient starry sky ship speed was constantly increasing. This ancient starry sky ship wanted to rush out of the universe black hole's shackles. An even more violent space-time storm surged in the universe black hole. In the space-time storm, there was even some dark power. Not good, it's a universe sunspot. After seeing the dark power, the middle-aged cultivator's expression changed greatly. Passing through a universe black hole was a very dangerous thing in itself. Especially when encountering a universe sunspot. A universe sunspot was an extremely violent power in a universe black hole. This kind of power could cause a huge amount of destruction to anything. This was not the first time this ancient starry sky ship was swallowed by a universe black hole. As long as it did not encounter a universe sunspot, passing through a universe black hole was not too difficult. However, if he were to encounter a universe sunspot, that would be troublesome. It was very likely that the ship would be destroyed and people would perish. Bang, 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 the universe sunspots mixed in the spacetime storm quickly swept over. He destroyed everything in his way. The ancient starry sky ship's powerful defensive restrictions, after withstanding the attacks of the universe sunspots, started to crack. This was the terrifying aspect of the universe's sunspots. The only fortunate thing was that there weren't too many universe sunspots this time. If the sunspots in the universe were very dense, that was definitely something that made people despair. Now, although the situation was dangerous, because the universe's sunspots were not dense, and because they had been in the universe's black hole for some time, they had already traveled more than half of the journey. Therefore, it should still be possible to charge out of the universe's black hole. The ancient starry sky ship rushed out at full speed. Under the attacks of the universe sunspots, a large area of the defensive spells began to shatter. But, these defensive spells were also extraordinary, they had the ability to repair themselves. After many places were damaged, they were quickly repaired with the help of the repair function. That was why the defensive restriction had lasted until now. What's that? The middle-aged cultivator looked in a certain direction and his eyes narrowed. Lin Feng also looked in that direction. The ancient starry sky ship was quickly approaching that place. Soon, Lin Feng saw clearly what it was. In the universe's black hole, there was a Xianxia sarcophagus floating. It was the Xianxia sarcophagus that Lin Feng saw before. It turned out that this Xianxia sarcophagus was obtained from the universe's black hole. Generally speaking, only things that couldn't be solved or extremely dangerous would be banished into the universe's black hole. Then, with the help of the universe's black hole's terrifying power, these things would be completely destroyed. The cultivator who banished the Xianxia sarcophagus back then. He probably wanted to use this method to completely destroy the Xianxia sarcophagus. However, this Xianxia sarcophagus was too extraordinary and wasn't destroyed by the universe's black hole. Who was buried in this Xianxia sarcophagus? It was actually banished into the universe's black hole. The middle-aged cultivator couldn't help but mutter to himself. He was an experienced and knowledgeable person, and he was abnormally powerful. He knew some secrets that many people didn't know, and also some taboos that many people didn't know. Of course, he knew that this Xianxia sarcophagus might be very dangerous, but even so, he still intended to bring this Xianxia sarcophagus out of the universe's black hole. Because in his opinion, the Xianxia sarcophagus had been banished for who knows how many years, and the danger should have been greatly reduced to the lowest point. In addition, he was strong enough and had seen many storms and waves. How could he be afraid of a Xianxia sarcophagus? His absolute confidence in his own strength made him feel that he could completely deal with any situation. Thus, before leaving the universe's black hole, he collected the Xianxia sarcophagus. Finally, this ancient starry sky ship passed through the universe's black hole without any danger. The scene ended here. As for what happened after, Lin Feng didn't know. Lin Feng was still standing on the roof of this ancient starry sky ship. Not far away was the Xianxia sarcophagus that was constantly shaking. Looking at this Xianxia sarcophagus, Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Something strange was obviously going to happen to the Xianxia sarcophagus. Could it be that the existence inside was about to come out? This wasn't a good sign at all. Lin Feng's expression was extremely gloomy. The current situation obviously didn't allow him to continue staying here. But he still hadn't taken control of this ancient starry sky ship. But now it seemed that there was no chance to take control of this ancient starry sky ship. It was better to leave this place quickly. Otherwise, who knew what terrible things would happen later? Just as Lin Feng was about to leave, a terrible thing happened. Bang 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 bang, the chains that were wrapped around the coffin directly broke. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng cursed inwardly. The next moment, the lid of the Xianxia sarcophagus was blown away by a powerful force. Lin Feng saw that inside the Xianxia sarcophagus, there was a corpse, but that corpse was facing down. The corpse slowly floated up into the air. Lin Feng clearly saw the corpse's appearance. It turned out to be that middle-aged cultivator, the captain of this ancient starry sky ship. He actually died inside the Xianxia sarcophagus. It seemed that this ancient starry sky ship's mutation, it really had something to do with this Xianxia sarcophagus. The middle-aged cultivator opened his eyes, which were shining with a green light. This guy had turned into a Yin corpse. Lin Feng looked at the coffin again. A green demonic sword flew out. The hilt of the green demonic sword had a ghost head drawn on it. It was a ghost sword. What was buried inside the Xianxia sarcophagus wasn't a person, but a sword. When the truth was revealed, Lin Feng's face was full of shock. Lin Feng had speculated before. The captain of this ancient starry sky ship was very likely a powerhouse that surpassed his realm. Even he had died at the hands of the ghost sword. Was this ghost sword really that powerful? I've finally seen the light of day again. After sleeping for so long, I've almost fully recovered. At this time, a hoarse voice came from the ghost sword. After hearing this voice, Lin Feng's heart trembled slightly. The ghost sword had a spirit, but it was obvious that it wasn't a good person. You killed everyone on this ancient starry sky ship? Lin Feng asked after taking a deep breath. That's right, I did it. A guy who doesn't know what's good for him wants to control the supreme ghost sword. What a joke. The ghost sword sneered. The person he was mocking was naturally the captain of the ancient starry sky ship. Lin Feng noticed that the ghost sword was still able to circulate its magic power because it was too powerful. The power of the magic sealing stone. It wasn't able to completely seal its magic power. One had to know that Lin Feng's magic power was sealed. Even the stone clone that had broken through to a higher realm had its magic power sealed. But the ghost sword wasn't sealed. It was hard to imagine what level the ghost sword was at now. Where are the corpses of those who died? Lin Feng asked. They instantly turned into a bloody mist and were devoured by this seat. The ghost sword said eerily. Lin Feng's heart trembled slightly when he heard that. Lin Feng continued asking, were you sealed here after that? He thought of the 18 chains that had locked the green sarcophagus. Who can seal me? All of the methods were set up by me. The 18 chains locked the sarcophagus in order to prevent the energy from leaking out. And all these years, I have been in a deep slumber in order to quickly recover. Although I'm still a distance away from the peak, my current strength is enough for me to move unhindered. The ghost sword said eerily. Lin Feng laughed dryly and said, Senior Ghost Sword, you're obviously someone who can shake the universe. Senior Ghost Sword, you're awesome. Senior Ghost Sword, you're undying. However, I just remembered that I have some important matters to attend to, so I won't be able to chat with you any longer. Senior Ghost Sword, I'll be leaving first. Let's talk later. Lin Feng turned around, wanting to leave as soon as possible. However, the middle-aged cultivator's corpse blocked Lin Feng's path. Clearly, the ghost sword didn't want to let him go. Lin Feng had thought that he could deal with any situation, but now he couldn't help but smile bitterly. The cultivators he'd met were too terrifying. The corpse was still manageable. The ghost sword was giving him too much pressure. However, Lin Feng quickly calmed down. So what if the ghost sword was strong? He wasn't weak either. There was no need to be so afraid of the ghost sword. Kid, do you know who sealed me in the coffin and threw me into a cosmic black hole? Did you want to use the black hole to grind me to death? The ghost sword's eerie voice sounded. Lin Feng had a bad feeling when he heard that. Who? Lin Feng asked. The ghost sword said through gritted teeth, the sovereign progenitor. When Lin Feng heard those words, he wanted to cry but had no tears. Damn, this is too much. Lin Feng asked, why did my ancestor suppress you? Ghost Sword sneered and said, do you have the right to know? Lin Feng was speechless. This guy was quite arrogant. However, Ghost Sword was indeed powerful. It was normal for him to act high and mighty. Although he didn't say it. Lin Feng could roughly guess that Ghost Sword wasn't a good person. He must have caused a storm of blood. In the end, he was suppressed. He only had himself to blame. Don't worry about whether I have the right to know or not. Weren't you once a prisoner? Looking at your pitiful appearance, were you scared out of your wits back then? Did you kneel and beg for mercy? Lin Feng said sarcastically. In any case, there was no turning back. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't mind provoking Ghost Sword a little. Ghost Sword's body trembled even more violently. No matter how strong he was and how much he could control his emotions, he still felt like he was going crazy when he thought of the grievances he had suffered back then. Now that Lin Feng brought up the past, Ghost Sword was naturally infuriated. He wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Feng into pieces. Catch him. Ghost Sword coldly ordered. After receiving Ghost Sword's order, the Yin corpse charged at Lin Feng like lightning. Its sharp claws grabbed at Lin Feng. Creatures like Yin corpses were naturally best at physical attacks. However, the Yin corpse was facing Lin Feng. Lin Feng's strength was even more terrifying. Facing the Ing corpse's sharp claws, Lin Feng leaned to the side and dodged the Ing corpse's attack. 7 times the strength of the Dracophant arm was gathered. He punched at the Ing corpse. Bang! Lin Feng's punch was extremely heavy and powerful. It crashed onto the Ing corpse's chest. The Ing corpse couldn't withstand Lin Feng's punch. It was directly sent flying by Lin Feng. Although the Ing corpse's body was strong, many of its bones were broken by Lin Feng's punch. Roar! The Ing corpse angrily roared. It began to prepare its divine ability. The Ing corpse opened its mouth and spat out balls of poisonous gas, which shot towards Lin Feng. Whoosh! 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 Lin Feng moved quickly. Although Lin Feng couldn't use his spiritual power, the speed of Lin Feng's body was as fast as teleportation. He dodged the poison gas balls that the Ing corpse spat out. He was quickly approaching the Ing corpse. Death energy wave. Seeing Lin Feng quickly approaching him, the Ing corpse unleashed an even more terrifying attack. Ripples of death energy gushed out from each of his hands. That kind of ripple, with a light tremble, collapsed the void. Its power was truly terrifying to the extreme. The Ing corpse knew that Lin Feng's physical body was tyrannical, so it did not plan to compete with Lin Feng in terms of physical strength. He directly competed with Lin Feng in terms of divine abilities. Most importantly, Lin Feng was unable to use his dermic powers and could only use his physical body to resist his divine ability. Theoretically speaking, Lin Feng was at a disadvantage. But this was only in theory. There was a phrase called "one force breaks 10,000 techniques." This phrase had been circulating in the world of cultivators for so long, naturally it had its reasons. If one's strength was strong enough, it could break all Daos and all techniques. Even if it was a divine ability, it could break it. It was rumored that the ancient dragon elephant, with a punch, the fist intent that was released could shatter an alien planet. It could be seen. If one's physical strength was strong enough, it could cause a terrifying lethality. Break! Lin Feng sneered, and 7 times the strength of the dragon elephant erupted. A punch came out. There was even the sound of thunder exploding. This was because Lin Feng's strength was too strong. Friction with the air. It produced the sound of thunder exploding. A powerful fist intent. It burst out. The death energy wave released by the Ing corpse was instantly dispersed by Lin Feng's fist intent. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Lin Feng moved quickly approaching the Ing corpse. Quick, 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 Lin Feng's speed was too fast. Very quickly he arrived in front of the Ing corpse, 7 times the strength of the dragon elephant's arm, dragon elephant critical strike, double damage. Lin Feng immediately revealed a happy expression. At the crucial moment the dragon elephant critical strike was activated, increasing the damage by 2 times. Lin Feng's attack was off the charts. After the Ing corpse felt Lin Feng's fist, his face was filled with shock. He knew that he could not block Lin Feng's fist, so he quickly used the chain blockade. He used his arms to block in front of his body. Pung! Lin Feng's fist bombarded the Ing corpse's arm. It was filled with an incredible amount of strength. Kacha kacha! The Ing corpse's arm was directly broken by the powerful force. Then the Ing corpse's body flew out. Wah! In the air, he actually spat out a mouthful of black blood. For a short period of time, he did not have the strength to fight. Go! Lin Feng did not even think as he turned around, wanting to leave this place as soon as possible. Worthy of being the successor of the sovereign emperor race, your skills are not bad. At this time, the ghost sword suddenly spoke. Shwa! A light flashed. The ghost sword disappeared on the spot, and when he moved again, he was already blocking Lin Feng's path. The ghost sword gently swept through the void. A ray of sword chi vibrated out. This was a green sword chi. Although it did not tear through the void, Lin Feng felt an unprecedented sense of danger. His blood even began to flow quickly. The sudden inspiration ability. Active activation. This sword could endanger his life. 7 times the strength of the dragon elephant's arm, dragon elephant critical strike, double damage. Pung! Lin Feng's fist intent collided with the opponent's sword chi, and Lin Feng's fist intent was instantly shattered. Then the sword chi continued to slash towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng wanted to dodge, but he could not and was sent flying by the sword chi. A bone-deep wound appeared on his body. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. Just now, it was just a casual attack from the ghost sword, but it actually caused such a terrifying lethality. It was hard to imagine how strong the ghost sword was. The ghost sword quickly flew towards Lin Feng, and once again slashed towards Lin Feng. Danger! 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 Lin Feng felt the aura of death enveloping his entire body. This feeling was really terrible. He wanted to dodge. But he was shocked to find that he was completely locked on. There was no way to dodge. Lin Feng's heart. It instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. At this extremely dangerous moment, a figure suddenly appeared silently. This figure blocked between Lin Feng and the ghost sword. This figure, with a sweep of his right hand, a cold light flew out. It shattered the sword chi. The mummified old man. Lin Feng's pupil shrank. Then, joy appeared on his face. He really did not expect that the mummified old man would actually appear in this place. Lin Feng had not seen him for many years. He was still old. But in that dried-up body, contained within an unimaginably terrifying power. Step back, the mummified old man said. So, Lin Feng quickly retreated. He retreated a few hundred meters. He was injured by the ghost sword chi, so it was difficult for him to use his battle strength. And the ghost sword chi was not simple. Lin Feng felt a terrifying power invading his body, destroying it. Lin Feng knew that it was the power of the ghost sword chi. Right now, Lin Feng was trying his best to suppress that terrifying power. Who are you? The ghost sword asked coldly. The ghost sword should be from the Kunlun ghost realm, right? The mummified old man said. You know quite a lot. The ghost sword sneered. Now, scram as far as you can. Otherwise, I'll kill you too. This guy was extremely arrogant. Clearly, he did not even put the mummified old man in his eyes. I was just about to test your methods. The mummified old man said coldly. Very good. Since you want to die, then I'll grant you death. The ghost sword's cold voice swept towards the mummified old man. Shwa, with a flash of light, the mummified old man took out a powerful stone weapon. It was a stone battle blade with astonishing power. He held the stone battle blade in his hand and swept it towards the ghost sword. Clang, the stone battle blade and the ghost sword collided. At this moment, something terrifying happened. The powerful stone battle blade was instantly cut in half by the ghost sword. Lin Feng's eyelids twitched violently. The ghost sword's attack power was very strong. Even if it was an ancient weapon, it was impossible for it to cut the stone battle blade in half with one strike. But the ghost sword did it. And it seemed to be quite easy. The ghost sword quickly arrived in front of the mummified old man. In the void, he lightly swept his hand. He wanted to cut off the mummified old man's head. The mummified old man quickly retreated. Although he dodged the fatal blow, the burst of sword light still tore open the mummified old man's neck. Fresh blood. Instantly, it flowed out. The mummified old man. He was injured. Lin Feng had known the mummified old man for many years. This was the first time he saw him injured. Keek, not bad. There aren't many people who can block my sword. The ghost sword laughed strangely. This guy's arrogant attitude made people want to slap him a few times, but this guy was indeed strong. He had the right to say that. Sword sweep all directions. In the next moment, the ghost sword attacked the mummified old man again. The sword slashed towards the mummified old man. The mummified old man stopped the bleeding on his neck. Then, he used his theurgy to create a defensive light barrier in front of him. Clang, the ghost sword slashed the mummified old man's defensive light barrier. However, when the sword collided with the mummified old man's defensive light barrier, the latter's defensive light barrier shattered. The ghost sword continued to slash towards the mummified old man. At the same time, 8 rays of sword chi shot out, all aimed at Lin Feng. Damn, what's going on? Lin Feng was startled when he saw the 8 sword chi coming towards him. The special thing about the sword sweep all directions was that other than the main attack released by the ghost sword, it could also release 8 rays of sword chi to attack other cultivators. Because the opponent might not have thought of this, they would often be caught off guard. Plus, how powerful was the sword chi released by the ghost sword? It was too difficult to block it. Not to mention that there were 8 rays of sword chi coming at the same time. To cultivators, the threat it posed was simply too great. Many people would be caught off guard. Before they could react, they would probably be killed. Fortunately, Lin Feng was a bit far away. If he was closer, he would definitely be killed by the ghost sword sweep all directions. Lin Feng quickly ran to the side of the rooftop and jumped down. The 8 rays of sword chi almost brushed past Lin Feng's body. However, they didn't hit Lin Feng. In the end, they dissipated in midair. Lin Feng let out a long breath and wiped his sweat. With a sudden leap, he landed on the rooftop. At this moment, the mummified old man's second clash with the ghost sword ended. Although the mummified old man wasn't injured, he was forced into a difficult situation by the ghost sword. The ghost sword followed him like a shadow. Once again, he slashed at the mummified old man. This time, the mummified old man didn't have time to use his theurgy to block. With a thought, a powerful defensive magic artifact flew out and blocked in front of him. However, that quasi-ancient grade defensive magic artifact was like paper. It was instantly torn apart. Then, the ghost sword left a very deep wound on the mummified old man's abdomen. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. The ghost sword was too strong. Lin Feng had never seen such a strong being. What kind of battle power did this bastard have? Moreover, the ghost sword had just escaped. His control of his own power was clearly far from his peak. A portion of his battle power was already so heaven-defying. He really didn't know how strong the ghost sword was at his peak. You're indeed powerful to not die after taking a few of my attacks. Moreover, you're a creature born in this era. You're much stronger than the cultivators who crossed many eras. Your strength can even be considered a giant in the Kunlun universe. I've always been a person who cherishes talents. It's a pity to kill you. If you kneel down and swear to be my slave, I can spare your life. If you're stubborn, then after I kill you, I'll refine you into a corpse. The ghost sword said sinisterly. The mummified old man's expression was gloomy. He ignored the ghost sword and quickly retreated to Lin Feng's side. When the mummified old man's aura enveloped Lin Feng, in an instant, Lin Feng sensed that his body was rapidly recovering. This feeling was too comfortable. Stubborn, die. The ghost sword's voice was cold as he quickly attacked. This time, a large amount of green energy surged out of the ghost sword. The ghost chi was enveloped by the green energy. The aura was many times more terrifying than before. Lin Feng really wanted to say, F***ck. But he really couldn't say that now. Lin Feng finally understood why his ancestor had only managed to oppress Gui Jian back in the days, but hadn't managed to kill him. Gui Jian was too strong, suppressing it would be a very difficult task. Killing it would be impossible. It was difficult. Give me the mysterious metal box, the mummified old man said in a low voice. Lin Feng didn't dare hesitate. He quickly took out the box and handed it to the mummified old man. The magic power in the mummified old man's body continued to flow into the mysterious metal box. At this moment, the runes on the box's surface, which had been extremely dim, suddenly shone brightly. The mummified old man swept the box at the ghost sword. Clang, this was accompanied by an earth-shattering sound. The mysterious metal box and the ghost sword collided. The ghost sword was sent flying. However, the mummified old man didn't have it easy either. He was also sent flying. Fortunately, he wasn't injured. This is... the ghost sword said in shock. Ghost sword's shocked voice suddenly sounded. Clearly, it was observing the mysterious metal box and even recognized where it came from. I didn't expect the box to still be intact, the ghost sword said after taking a deep breath. The mummified old man said coldly. How about we end today's matter here? In your dreams. The ghost sword snorted. The ghost sword snorted. However, it was still afraid of the mysterious metal box. Even if I don't kill you, you won't have a good ending. The ghost sword sneered. Anyone who has anything to do with this crappy box and the corpse inside it will not have a good ending. Who are you trying to scare? Lin Feng curled his lips. Ha ha ha, don't doubt me. I know this very well. Maybe the person beside you knows it too, but you don't. It's best not to tell you some things, or you'll be scared to death. The ghost sword seemed to be very pleased with himself. Lin Feng frowned, but he wasn't worried because of the ghost sword's words. After all, Lin Feng had always been an optimist. Moreover, Lin Feng had always known how terrifying the mysterious metal box was. He even knew that it might bring about some calamity in the future. He would just have to take it one step at a time. Who could say for sure what would happen in the future? Lin Feng looked at the ghost sword and said, I want to refine this ancient ship. Hurry up and leave with the corpse. Don't disturb me while I'm refining this ancient ship. What did you say? The ghost sword's voice became filled with killing intent when he heard Lin Feng chase him away. I'm just negotiating with you. In any case, you don't need this ancient ship, right? Lin Feng said. The ghost sword sneered and said, you really have the nerve to make such excessive demands of others. You didn't learn much from your ancestor, the sovereign primogenitor, but you're just as shameless as him. Was the sovereign primogenitor that shameless? Was he also a shameless person? Lin Feng couldn't help muttering inwardly. Lin Feng was very magnanimous. He wouldn't be angered by the ghost sword's words. He wanted the ghost sword to leave as soon as possible. After all, many people were fighting over the treasures in the ancient ship's treasury. The longer he took to refine the ancient ship, the more treasures would be taken away by others. Although Xia Donghuang had gone to fight for the treasures Lin Feng wanted, his strength alone was limited. He could only try his best to recover some of his losses. Thus, the most important thing right now was to refine the ancient ship and not continue being enemies with the ghost sword. However, the ghost sword was here. Lin Feng had no hope of refining the ancient ship. I admit that I'm shameless. Can you leave now? Lin Feng asked the ghost sword. The ghost sword sneered and said, Kid, pray that you don't see me again. The next time I see you, I won't kill you. Instead, I'll humiliate you. Hee, when I see the sovereign primogenitor in the future, I'll tell him how I humiliated his descendant. I'm looking forward to seeing the sovereign primogenitor go crazy. As soon as he finished speaking, the ghost sword soared into the sky and flew away. The corpse followed closely behind, flying into the distance. In the blink of an eye, the ghost sword and the corpse disappeared without a trace. The mummified elder returned the mysterious box to Lin Feng. Lin Feng put the box away. Then, he used his heaven fire to refine the ghost sword's remnant energy. Then, he returned to the main control room and tried to control the various runes there. Before, the ghost sword had been here, and Lin Feng had been blocked by a strange energy, so he couldn't control the runes. But now, the ghost sword had left. Lin Feng realized. There was no longer any power to stop Lin Feng from controlling the runes. Lin Feng easily controlled the runes in the main control room. Lin Feng immediately felt a special connection with the ancient ship. It was as if he was refining a treasure. This was a huge ancient starry sky ship. It finally belonged to Lin Feng. Cultivators who are snatching all kinds of treasures in the ancient starry sky ship, listen up. Now that the ancient starry sky ship has a master, stop your actions immediately and leave this ancient starry sky ship. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite to everyone. Suddenly, a voice resounded. When they heard this voice, countless cultivators were stunned. The ancient starry sky ship actually had a master? Is this a joke? However, judging from the tone of the person who spoke, it didn't seem like he was lying. Many people's faces suddenly became gloomy. It's Master's voice. Master has taken control of the ancient starry sky ship. After hearing this voice, Xia Donghuang couldn't help but reveal a happy expression. He was alone. He naturally didn't have the upper hand in snatching all kinds of treasures from so many cultivators. It was because he saw how many treasures there were in this ancient starry sky ship. Only then did Xia Donghuang know what this ancient starry sky ship could bring to them. And now, these cultivators hadn't explored many floors. Letting them leave at this time was a good timing. If they were a little later, they would have obtained a lot of treasures. But now, these people had obtained at most 1/10 of the treasures. They couldn't let these people return empty-handed, right? This was very unrealistic. After all, there were so many cultivators from so many forces. If they were to return empty-handed, these people would definitely not give up. But now, it was different. If they were smart, after obtaining a lot of good things, they should leave. A man whose heart was never content was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Of course, there was absolutely no lack of extremely greedy people in this world. They wouldn't be satisfied with just this. Therefore, after hearing Lin Feng's voice, some people felt that this ancient starry sky ship was controlled by Lin Feng. If they continued to stay here, they were afraid that they would encounter some danger. Anyway, they had obtained a lot of treasures. It was better to leave as soon as possible. Some people wanted to wait and see. Some of them started to laugh coldly. They naturally snorted at Lin Feng's words. Since this kid can refine this ancient starry sky ship, we can naturally do it too. Let's go up and kill this kid. This ancient starry sky ship will be ours. Haha, if we get this ancient starry sky ship, the treasures inside will also belong to us. That's right, I can't wait to kill that brat. It did not take long before some of the cultivators from the great forces decided to take action to kill off Lin Feng. More than one of the great forces came up with the idea. Hence, these cultivators all headed towards the top floor of the ship. Humph. At this time, everyone heard Lin Feng's cold snort. Now, Lin Feng had completely taken control of the ancient starship. These people were discussing how to deal with him on the ancient starship. How could Lin Feng not understand their intentions? After Lin Feng's cold snort, many offensive array patterns were directly activated. Those runes. Immediately, they began to attack the cultivators who were plotting against them. All sorts of powerful attacks blasted towards the cultivators. The cultivators all reacted to block the attacks of the formation runes. But, the formation runes and restrictions on this ancient ship were simply too powerful. Those cultivators simply couldn't resist such a powerful formation runes and restrictions. Bang bang bang, many cultivators' bodies directly exploded, dying on the spot. After seeing this scene, many people couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. Wasn't this too terrifying? At this time, those cultivators who didn't take action immediately rejoiced. Fortunately, they chose to wait and see instead of taking action directly. Otherwise, they might be the ones to die. Spare our lives, we will leave now. Many people began to beg. Although their cultivation base was not bad, they were still terrified at this moment. They could only choose to surrender to Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng had no intention of letting them go. Kindness also depended on the target. To these people, there was no need for mercy at all. Because, they didn't deserve it, screams came out one after another as cultivators were constantly killed. Since they couldn't escape and begging for mercy was useless, many people began to threaten Lin Feng with the forces behind them. For example, some people said that they were from a reclusive family and that the forces behind them were very powerful. If Lin Feng dared to kill them, then the forces behind them would never let Lin Feng go. However, these threats were useless against Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't care about these people begging for mercy at all. Not long later, those cultivators who wanted to kill Lin Feng were all killed by Lin Feng. Many cultivators who didn't have time to leave the ancient ship couldn't help but become extremely nervous. They were very worried. They would also become Lin Feng's next target. However, Lin Feng didn't kill them. Lin Feng understood a principle, that was to attack a small group of people and win over the majority. This was the principle of life and doing things. For example, if Lin Feng's forces were to fight against the 33 Heavens Lords in the future, many forces could be roped in. The forces behind many cultivators on the ancient ship could also be roped in. If those people could be roped in, it would definitely be a huge help. Therefore, Lin Feng only killed the cultivators who wanted to kill him and let the other cultivators go. The main reason was to sell a favor to the forces behind them. When those cultivators heard Lin Feng's words, they immediately felt as if they had been pardoned. They didn't dare to stay. He hurriedly slipped away. Lin Feng used heavenly fire to burn the bodies of the dead cultivators, leaving only their storage rings. Then, the ancient ship jumped into the void and disappeared. At the peak of a mountain, cold wind blew. Snow fluttered. There were 3 people standing here. The mummified old man, Lin Feng, and Xia Donghuang. Xia Donghuang didn't know the identity of the mummified old man, but he knew that the mummified old man should be extremely terrifying and was most likely an elder of Lin Feng's master. Therefore, Xia Donghuang sensibly stood far away, leaving Lin Feng and the mummified old man alone. The mummified old man glanced at Xia Donghuang and said, "Donghuang Tai's reincarnation?" Lin Feng was surprised. The mummified old man had good eyesight. He could actually tell Xia Donghuang's identity. Lin Feng nodded. Then, he asked, "Senior, why are you here?" "I came here to find something," the mummified old man said. "Did you find it?" Lin Feng asked. The mummified old man nodded. Lin Feng asked, "Isn't the ghost sword too strong? What realm is this guy at?" The mummified old man thought for a moment and said, "If I'm not wrong, the ghost sword should be infinitely close to the creation realm." Hiss, Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. After all, the master of the mastermind's world still had a long way to go before he could reach the creator realm. Moreover, most of the time, many cultivators thought that the creation realm was just a legend. But in reality, only the top experts knew that the creation realm was not just a legend. Because there was no end to cultivation, perhaps at the very beginning, the creation realm was indeed a legend. But in this world, there were always some people who constantly broke through the shackles. They became stronger and stronger. And then these people, it was very likely that they would create a new realm. For example, when the strongest cultivator was still in the sage realm, surpassing the realm was a fleeting legend. But later, someone really broke through this realm. Thus, the legend became reality. It was probably the same for the creation realm. At the very beginning, it was a fleeting legend. When the legend became reality, many people would discover, this realm really did exist. No wonder the ghost sword was so powerful. What a perverted guy. Moreover, the ghost sword had just escaped, and his battle strength was clearly far from the peak. What realm was his ancestor at? What an awesome feeling. Could it be in existence in the creation realm? Lin Feng continued to ask, then how is the transcendence realm divided? The mummified old man said, the transcendence realm is divided into 5 great realms. The first great realm is called the Sun God realm. After attaining the Yang spirit, all 6 senses were opened: heavenly eye connection, heavenly air connection, otherworldly connection, divine celerity connection, predestination connection, and leakage connection. Among them, leakage connection was the most important supernatural power. It was beyond the 3 realms and 6 paths and was not part of the 5 elements. Moreover, never reincarnate. Never reincarnate? What does that mean? Lin Feng was puzzled. When a reincarnator enters hell, they will experience a lot of suffering. If they are lucky, they might be enslaved by some terrifying creatures in hell. If they are unlucky, they will be eaten. If they are unlucky, they will suffer endless torture in hell. This is the reincarnation from life to death. It is also the so-called suffering of reincarnation. Lin Feng asked, what about the reincarnation from death to life? The mummified old man said, there is no such reincarnation. You should know that the so-called reincarnation is basically a corpse dissection technique that preserves the soul seed and then searches for a host body. If the soul seed is unable to awaken, after the host dies, it can still find a new host body. This method is too extraordinary. Ordinary people can't use it, and they might not even have a method to use it. In addition, there are some corpse dissection techniques that only pass down divine abilities or some memories, but do not preserve the soul seed. The cultivator who uses these corpse dissection techniques probably doesn't want to reincarnate. As for the traditional reincarnation, it is more like a myth. Of course, it might really exist, but I have never come across it. Lin Feng remembered some information about the Lord of Mount Tai. Thus, Lin Feng asked, so after a transcendence realm expert dies, if their soul is not destroyed, they will report to the Lord of Mount Tai? The mummified old man nodded. That's right. If you go to the Lord of Mount Tai, you won't suffer the pain of reincarnation. Instead, you will come in contact with more profound cultivation techniques. You might even be able to reincarnate. Of course, whether you can reincarnate depends on whether you can win the Lord of Mount Tai's favor. Lin Feng said, if that's the case, if you really want to kill a Transcendence Realm expert, you have to destroy their soul. Otherwise, they might reincarnate in the future, which will be very troublesome. The mummified old man nodded and said, that's right. If you don't destroy their soul, it will indeed be troublesome. Transcendence Realm experts are extraordinary. As long as their soul isn't destroyed, they might be able to reincarnate in the future. It's very difficult for cultivators of other realms to do that. Also, when cultivators of other realms return from reincarnation, their soul's memories will often be damaged. They might lose some important inheritance or memory. Transcendence Realm cultivators are different. They cultivate in the Lord of Mount Tai's palace. If they reincarnate, they will be even stronger. No wonder everyone wants to break through to the Transcendence Realm. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. The mummified old man continued, the second realm of the Transcendence Realm is called the Path Integration Realm. The Path Integration Realm? How do you understand that? Lin Feng was puzzled. The mummified old man said, every cultivator has their own Tao. After breaking through to the Transcendence Realm, a cultivator's Tao will undergo a fundamental transformation. The power of the Tao laws will increase greatly. After reaching the Path Integration Realm, a cultivator will have to fuse with their Tao. When they become one with their Tao, they will form the Great Tao Origin Body. From then on, they will be Tao. Once they succeed in the Path Integration Realm, their combat strength will increase exponentially. That's why a Path Integration Realm cultivator might have no problem defeating 100 Sun Soul Realm cultivators. This is because once a Sun Soul Realm cultivator succeeds in the Path Integration Realm, their combat strength will increase exponentially. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. What a terrifying Path Integration Realm cultivator. The mummified old man continued, as for the third realm, it's called the Chaotic Prime Realm. When one's body turns into chaos, that's called the Chaotic Prime Realm. After breaking through to this realm, a cultivator will condense a chaotic star chart. Don't many cultivators cultivate star charts? In fact, the reason star charts are so terrifying is because they were created by some top experts based on the Chaotic Prime Realm cultivator's chaotic star chart. The greatest use of the chaotic star chart is its explosive offensive power. When a cultivator condenses a chaotic star chart, they can instantly unleash an attack that's several times or even 10 times stronger. Although it's not as violent as the 8-9 arcane art, it's still terrifying enough if it can unleash an attack that's several times stronger. When he heard the mummified old man's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel slightly moved. With his savings, it wouldn't be difficult for his chaotic star chart to unleash an attack that's more than 10 times stronger. Including the attack from the dragon and elephant critical strike, it would be more than 30 times stronger. In fact, this was already the lowest calculation because Lin Feng's dragon and elephant critical strike could unleash at least twice the damage. According to this calculation, Lin Feng could unleash more than 30 times the combat strength. If it was calculated according to more times, it would be more than 30 times the combat strength. Therefore, this place only wrote more than 30 times the combat strength, which was indeed the lowest calculation. It was hard to say how many times the combat strength could be unleashed. Moreover, if he solved the side effects of the 8-9 arcane art and used it again. Damn it. When the time came, wouldn't it be easy to unleash thousands or even thousands of times the combat strength? Of course. At the current stage, Lin Feng was still in the stage of his own imagination. How could it be easy to unleash such a terrifying battle prowess? Moreover, he should first break through the Transcendence Realm before considering this matter. Since ancient times, cultivators were like carps crossing the river, endless. But cultivators who broke through the Transcendence Realm. However, they were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Lin Feng was so strong that breaking through to the next cultivation level would be extremely difficult. But he had to take one step at a time, he couldn't be sure until he reached the end of his cultivation level. Sun God, Tao Integration, Primordial Chaos, the first 3 realms of the Transcendence Realm each had their own mysteries. Lin Feng couldn't help but look forward to the next 2 realms. He didn't know the next 2 realms. What was going on at this time? The mummified old man continued, the fourth realm is called the heaven-defying realm. Not even the heavens can take in cultivators of this realm. Who can fight against the heavens? The battle prowess of a cultivator of this realm is already difficult to describe with words. The fifth realm is even more terrifying. This realm is called the undead realm. Cultivators of this realm can even regenerate from a drop of blood, regenerate from a severed hair, and so on. It is almost impossible to kill them. Damn, that's so awesome. Isn't that similar to the Phoenix Nirvana technique and the Immortal Rebirth technique? Lin Feng said in shock. The old man said, it's not the same. The Phoenix Nirvana technique and the Immortal Rebirth technique mean that after you are killed, there is a certain chance of you being resurrected. As for the undead realm, it is very difficult to kill them. For example, if they still have a drop of blood left, they can be reborn. If they still have a drop of blood left, they can also be reborn. In fact, when they still have a drop of blood and a drop of hair, they are still not truly dead. That's why they can be reborn. Of course, using the word rebirth in this place might not be accurate. It can be roughly understood that they can transform back into their original body, and after transforming back into their original body, they will not be harmed in any way. Lin Feng was amazed by how terrifying the undying realm was. He asked, although it is very difficult to kill a cultivator of this realm, it shouldn't be impossible to kill them, right? The old man nodded and said, indeed, there are some ways to kill a cultivator at this level, such as completely destroying his body and leaving nothing behind. However, this is only a theoretical possibility, and it's quite difficult to actually do it. There shouldn't be many cultivators at this level, right? Lin Feng said. The old man who looked like a mummy said, even in all the worlds and even the 4 universes, cultivators at this level are extremely rare. Lin Feng asked, what about the mastermind, the world ruler? Is he at this realm? The mummified old man nodded and said, yes, he is in this realm. However, the true terror of the mastermind behind the scenes, the world dominator, is not his nearly unkillable ability, but his ability to resurrect after death. For example, divine abilities such as the Phoenix's Nirvana technique or the Immortal Rebirth technique have a certain chance of resurrection after death. There's also a very high chance of not being resurrected. Therefore, if one is really killed, even if one cultivates the Phoenix's Nirvana technique or the Immortal Rebirth technique, it's hard to say if one can be resurrected. It's a bit like leaving one's fate to fate. However, the mastermind behind the scenes is different. If he is killed, the success rate of his resurrection is almost 100%. Therefore, he's almost an unkillable existence. This is also why so many experts have tried to kill him, but in the end, they were all killed by him. Lin Feng asked with a serious expression, why is the mastermind behind the scenes unkillable? Could it be that he's cultivated some divine ability? Is there such a heaven-defying divine ability? The mummified old man said, it's hard to say whether or not he's cultivated some powerful divine ability. Perhaps he has, but it could also be related to his bloodline. In any case, no matter what the reason is, this person's unkillable ability is truly despairing. Lin Feng nodded. He could almost imagine the feelings of those experts who had tried to kill the mastermind behind the scenes. After killing him, they saw the mastermind being resurrected. He had killed the mastermind behind the scenes once. He had been resurrected. He had killed the mastermind behind the scenes twice. He had been resurrected. He had killed the mastermind behind the scenes 3 times. He had been resurrected. Such a scene would indeed cause one to feel despair. His ancestor, Xianxia, had he also experienced something so despairing? The mummified old man said, let's end our discussion here today. I still have matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving the celestial realm for a while. Lin Feng still wanted to discuss with the mummified old man about how to deal with the 33 Heavens Masters together. However, after thinking about it, Lin Feng decided not to tell the old man about this matter. After all, dealing with the 33 Heavens Masters had nothing to do with the mummified old man. It was something that Lin Feng, the heaven-devouring demon master, and the others had to do. Although Lin Feng and the mummified old man had some relationship, there was also the matter of favors. However, one shouldn't forget. There was such a thing as favors. Every time it was used, it would be used up. If he could avoid asking the mummified old man for help, he would try his best not to ask him for help. If he begged him next time, there might not be such a special relationship between the two of them anymore. At that time, they might be strangers. This kind of thing was too common, whether it was in the secular world or the world of cultivators. If he didn't ask the mummified old man for help, the two of them would continue to maintain this relationship. If he encountered trouble and the mummified old man knew about it, he might even take the initiative to help him out. For example, wasn't this the case when he dealt with the ghost sword this time? If it wasn't for the mummified old man's help, he would have been doomed this time. Lin Feng looked at the mummified old man and said, "I look forward to the next time we meet, senior." The mummified old man nodded and walked into the distance, quickly disappearing from sight. After the mummified old man left, Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang returned to Stone Forest Town. Lin Feng still hadn't carefully checked the things in the ancient starship's treasury. After Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang settled down, they could carefully check the various treasures in the ancient starship. Xia Donghuang had snatched a lot of magic treasures before, as well as a portion of the top forging materials, and had given them all to Lin Feng. Lin Feng brought Xia Donghuang into the temporal space, and then they arrived at the ancient starship. Lin Feng valued Xia Donghuang very much, and Lin Feng let Xia Donghuang pick as many things as he liked or useful to him as possible. The wealth in the ancient starship was indeed shocking. Lin Feng moved all kinds of treasures into his temporal space, and all kinds of rare treasures were piled up like a mountain. Just the various magic treasures of the immortal level added up to more than 1,000,000. There were more than 20,000 magic treasures of the sacred level. Didn't it sound incredible? It was indeed incredible. However, all of this was real. These treasures weren't easy to obtain in the 9 continents universe, mainly because the materials were hard to find. If one couldn't even find the materials, it would be impossible to forge these powerful magic treasures. The Kunlun universe was a high-level universe. Many things that were difficult to obtain in the 9 continents universe could be easily obtained in the Kunlun universe. For example, the materials for forging these magic treasures were relatively easy to obtain in the Kunlun universe. Therefore, immortal and sacred weapons weren't particularly rare in the Kunlun universe. The truly rare ones were the ancient weapon-level treasures. Even in the Kunlun universe, ancient weapon-level treasures were extremely rare. As for other kinds of treasures, such as high-grade immortal stones, they were even more plentiful. They were simply innumerable. Xia Donghuang also picked some treasures that he needed. Then, Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang flew out of the temporal space. In the next few days, Lin Feng continued to search for clues about the Wei River. However, he didn't find anything, which disappointed Lin Feng. After returning to Stone Forest Town, Lin Feng planned to rest for a day and then set off to the next location to see if he could find anything. He hoped that he could find the Wei River soon. Late at night, Lin Feng entered a state of deep sleep. However, the mysterious iron box in the temporal space had some changes. Before the mummified old man activated the runes on the mysterious iron box, no one could activate the runes on the mysterious iron box. After the mummified old man activated the runes on the mysterious iron box, the runes on the mysterious iron box quickly fell silent. However, they were now actively awakening. After the runes awakened, many of them actually rearranged themselves. This was extremely strange. However, Lin Feng was now in a deep sleep and didn't know about the changes on the mysterious iron box. In fact, even if Lin Feng was awake, he might not know about the changes on the mysterious iron box. After all, the mysterious box was really too strange. When it changed, it wouldn't be difficult to hide it from Lin Feng. After the runes rearranged themselves, the mysterious iron box returned to normal. Lin Feng had a dream. He saw a lake in the distance. Next to the lake was a secluded place. Lin Feng entered the secluded place and saw a young man. When Lin Feng saw that young man, he suddenly had the impression that he was related to him by blood. Lin Feng was surprised. Who was that young man? Why did he make him feel this way? Who are you? Suddenly, the young man looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was shocked. This young man could see him. Lin Feng quickly calmed down and replied, "My name is Lin Feng." What's your name? Lin Feng asked. My name is Ji Luochuan. The young man said. I've never heard of it. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter inwardly. At this time, the young man continued, but I prefer another name. My other name is Ji Bufan. You can think of it as my nickname. It was given to me by my mother. Shua or Bufan is probably my mother's pure expectation of me. Ji Luochuan? Ji Bufan? Lin Feng's eyes widened. Because he remembered a person. Previously, Lin Feng had heard his mother mention some important figures in the sovereign imperial clan. One of them was called Ji Bufan. It should be the person in front of him. This person had an extremely important position in the history of the sovereign imperial clan. It was said that he had done something world-shaking in the past. However, as for what exactly he had done, the records of the sovereign imperial clan had been lost. Even his mother didn't know what had happened. Apart from that earth-shattering event, there was nothing else. This person had an extremely shocking identity. Because, he was the father of Ji Zishu, the #1 genius of the sovereign imperial clan in this era. He really didn't expect to dream of Ji Zishu's father. Extraordinary. Extraordinary. Ji Bufan's life was really as his mother had expected. His life was extremely extraordinary. However, Lin Feng had always been very curious. What exactly was the great thing that Ji Bufan had done back then? There were no records of the sovereign emperor clan. Then, could he know about this matter? Why are you here? Ji Bufan looked at Lin Feng curiously and asked. That's right. Why am I here? Lin Feng was actually a little confused. Generally speaking, even if it was a dream, there was a reason. The first reason. What you think about in the day, you dream about at night. This was the most common situation. But obviously, Lin Feng didn't think about Ji Bufan's matter. Since he didn't think about Ji Bufan, he shouldn't dream of Ji Bufan because of this reason. The second reason. Because something had caused a special reaction, it was also possible for him to enter a dream. However, in Lin Feng's opinion, since it wasn't the first reason, then, it was the second reason. What could have caused such a special reaction? Lin Feng was also extremely puzzled. Because I'm also a member of the Sovereign Emperor clan. Perhaps I've sensed something. Lin Feng said. When he heard Lin Feng talk about his social status, Ji Bufan was very happy. There were very few members of the Sovereign Emperor clan. Therefore, meeting a member of the Sovereign Emperor clan was naturally a happy thing. Ji Bufan asked, I know about the ancestors of the Sovereign Emperor clan, but I don't know about your existence. In that case, you came from the future? That's right. Lin Feng nodded. Hearing that Lin Feng came from the future, Ji Bufan was even happier. However, he didn't ask Lin Feng about the future. Even in the dream, he shouldn't ask about these things. The reason for that was because the contents involved too many mysteries of the heavens. Leaking heavenly secrets. It didn't benefit Lin Feng. He heard something he shouldn't have. It also didn't benefit Ji Bufan. Lin Feng and Ji Bufan chatted for a long time. When they talked about the Sovereign Imperial clan, Lin Feng learned many secrets about the Sovereign Imperial clan from Ji Bufan. In addition, Ji Bufan told Lin Feng that he had seen an extremely heaven-defying item in an ancient book. That item had been suppressed in a mysterious place. Now, he was looking through the information to find the specific location. If he could find that item, it would definitely be an earth-shattering event. Lin Feng couldn't help but be curious. He didn't know what Ji Bufan was talking about, so Lin Feng asked Ji Bufan what he was looking for. Ji Bufan said, it's an extremely mysterious iron box. It said that the mysterious iron box contains the dismembered corpse of an expert. Lin Feng's mind shook when he heard Ji Bufan's words. He really hadn't expected that the thing Ji Bufan was looking for was actually the mysterious iron box. This matter was indeed too unexpected. In that case, was the appearance of the mysterious iron box actually related to Ji Bufan? Did he really manage to find the mysterious iron box? Was the great thing Ji Bufan had done to find the mysterious iron box? Clearly, Ji Bufan knew much more about the mysterious iron box than he did. Lin Feng felt that perhaps he could ask Ji Bufan about it. He wanted to ask Ji Bufan about who the dismembered corpse in the mysterious iron box belonged to. Just as Lin Feng was about to ask this question, suddenly, he woke up from his dream. Lin Feng opened his eyes and discovered that he was still lying on the bed in his room. His surroundings were pitch black. It was still night. Lin Feng got up and thought about the things he had experienced in his dream. It was simply too realistic, as if it had just happened in the real world. Lin Feng even felt that he and Ji Bufan were really good friends who could talk about anything. However, it was all a dream. As the saying goes, reality is also false, and falsehood is also true. Many times, it was difficult to distinguish between reality and falsehood. The reason why I was able to dream and understand so many things from the dream should be because Ji Bufan left a trace of his imprint on the mysterious iron box, right? Lin Feng couldn't help but think. Then, Lin Feng sighed slightly. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to ask about the identity of the dismembered corpse in the mysterious iron box. He had been trying to find out the identity of the dismembered corpse in the mysterious iron box. However, he couldn't get the answer he wanted. Many people were unwilling to talk about the dismembered corpse. However, Lin Feng felt that if he had asked Ji Bufan would have told him. However, he had missed the opportunity. Lin Feng immediately took out the mysterious iron box. Then, Lin Feng carefully observed the mysterious iron box. Soon, Lin Feng revealed a surprised expression. Because, Lin Feng actually discovered that the runes on the mysterious iron box had changed. Although the runes on the mysterious iron box were already very blurry, when the mummified old man activated them, the runes became bright and resplendent. As for Lin Feng, he memorized some of the runes. However, it was obvious that these runes were different from before. Was it a new rune that had evolved, or had the original rune been recombined? But no matter what the reason was, the mysterious iron box seemed to be different from before. Lin Feng tried to use his divine sense to touch the mysterious iron box. Lin Feng's godly awareness couldn't penetrate the box. The box was releasing a strange and mysterious strength which prevented Lin Feng's godly awareness from touching it. Therefore, Lin Feng couldn't form a special connection with the mysterious iron box. As for opening the mysterious iron box, this thought flashed through his mind. It was too dangerous to open the mysterious iron box. As his cultivation increased, Lin Feng became more and more afraid of the mysterious iron box. Because as he became stronger, Lin Feng knew that the mysterious iron box hid many terrifying secrets. Lin Feng didn't know the various terrifying abilities of the mysterious iron box itself and the dismembered corpse inside the mysterious iron box. Lin Feng put away the mysterious iron box. After that, he couldn't sleep anymore. He kept thinking about something. He rested for 2 days. Lin Feng recovered to his peak state and then left with Xia Donghuang for the next destination. The next destination was called the Autumn Wind Plain. It was a vast plain that stretched as far as the eye could see. The Autumn Wind Plains was an extremely dangerous place because there were many terrifying creatures that lived in groups, such as bloodthirsty wolves, god-devouring bats, and so on and so forth. Once one encountered these creatures, it would be extremely dangerous. After arriving here, Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang visited many places, but they couldn't find the Wei River. In the following period of time, Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang went to 4 or 5 places, but they didn't find anything. At this moment, they entered a mountain range to search for information about the Wei River. This place was also one of the many marked points. It was surrounded by mountains and covered in green trees. The environment here was excellent. Lin Feng even found several dragon veins in this mountain forest. Dragon mounts were steaming, and auspicious clouds were spewing out. At a glance, one could tell that this was a holy land for cultivation. "Master, I found a stone tablet. Come and take a look." Xia Donghuang's voice came from afar. Lin Feng quickly rushed in Xia Donghuang's direction. The stone tablet was embedded in a rock wall. Originally, there was a huge rock in front of the wall, so it was difficult for others to find the stone tablet. However, due to the passage of time, the rocks had been greatly eroded by the power of time. As a result, the rocks crumbled. When Xia Donghuang passed by, he saw a corner of the stele. Thus, he pushed the rest of the rocks away and the stele's full appearance was revealed. Lin Feng looked at it and found that the stone tablet was densely covered in words. There were probably hundreds of words written in an ancient language. The production of lees and the planting of grains laid the foundation for agriculture and industry. The use of lees and the planting of grains solved the matter of food being the most important thing for the people. It promoted the development of agricultural production and created the conditions for the transformation of human from a primitive nomadic life to an agricultural civilization. The establishment of a city, the first market. According to the Book of Changes, Xianxia set up a market in Japan to attract the people of the world. He gathered the goods of the world and retreated after trading. Each had his own place. Xianxia's invention of using Japan as a market and the barter market was the currency of China. It was the origin and cornerstone of the development of commerce. Hemp was used as cloth, and the people wore clothes. Primitive people had no clothes and only used leaves and animal skins to cover their bodies. Only after Xianxia taught the people to use hemp as cloth did people have clothes. This was a major step forward for the people from an obscure society to a civilized society. He made the 5-stringed zither to entertain the people. According to the second chapter of the World Book, Xianxia invented musical instruments. He cut trees into zither and tied silk into strings. This zither was later called the Xianxia zither. The Xianxia zither was 3 feet 6 inches and 6 fen long. There were 5 strings, yu, gong, shang, jiao, jing, and yu. The sound produced by this zither could speak of the virtues of heaven and earth. It could express the harmony of Xianxia and entertain the people. He cut wood into bows and used it to awe the world. Xianxia invented bows and arrows and effectively prevented the attacks of wild beasts. He strongly attacked the invasion of foreign tribes and protected the safety of the people's lives and the fruits of their labor. He made pottery and improved people's lives. Before the invention of pottery, people could only use fire to process food. With pottery, people could cook and process food. They could also store items, brew wine, and disinfect. The use of pottery improved the living conditions of the people. It had a profound impact on the development of human diet, hygiene, and medicine. Lin Feng looked at the contents of the stone tablet and revealed a shocked expression. It was actually related to Xianxia. The human race of this era was still living a very primitive life. At the beginning of this era, the human race had indeed lived a very primitive life. For a very long time, they had even lived a life of eating raw meat and drinking blood. However, under the lead of these ancient sage emperors, the human race was the first to enter a civilized society. Without these ancient saint kings, one could imagine that the human race would still be like the other races, living a primitive life for an even longer period of time. Thus, these ancient sage emperors were very important to the human race. There were many rumors about Xianxia. Aside from the things recorded on the stone tablet, Lin Feng knew many other things that were related to Xianxia. For example, Xianxia tasted hundreds of herbs and sacrificed himself to save the people. However, regardless of what the legends about Xianxia were, one thing was certain: Xianxia's contributions to the human race were enormous. It was a contribution that no one could erase. The development of the human race in this era was largely due to these ancient sages. Xia Donghuang said, "Master, this content praises Xianxia. Could the place we're looking for be in this region?" Lin Feng said, "It is indeed possible." Lin Feng then took out the stone cauldron forged by Xianxia to see if the stone cauldron could sense anything in this region. As the mountain forest covered a large area, Lin Feng spent the next 3 days searching for clues about the Wei River. However, he still found nothing. This made Lin Feng somewhat depressed. The Wei River. Wasn't it too difficult to find? It was truly depressing. Unknowingly, Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang returned to the stone tablet. They decided to rest here for the night and continue searching the next day. Lin Feng had a strong intuition. A clue about the Wei River. It was here. They hadn't found it because they hadn't used the correct method. Late at night, the stone cauldron beside Lin Feng began to devour moonlight energy. More and more moonlight energy was devoured by the cauldron. The ancient cauldron began to emit a faint ripple. At the same time, the stone tablet praising Xianxia's virtues began to emit ripples as well. The changes to the stone cauldron and tablet naturally didn't escape Lin Feng's notice. Lin Feng revealed an extremely shocked expression. It seemed that something was about to happen. Could it be that they were about to discover the Wei River? When he thought of this possibility, Lin Feng's eyes couldn't help but light up. The stone cauldron and tablet seemed to have formed a special connection. Xiaodong said, "Master, it's foggy." Lin Feng glanced over and saw that the entire mountain range they were in had indeed begun to move. It was shrouded in fog. The faint sound of flowing water could be heard from the depths of the mountain range. Lin Feng put away the stone cauldron and walked toward the depths of the mountain range with Xiaodong. After passing through the central region of the mountain range shrouded in white fog, Lin Feng and Xiaodong saw a huge river appear at the foot of the mountain ahead. The river was about 200 meters wide. It flowed very fast with huge waves rolling. The Wei River. Lin Feng was surprised. Then he revealed a joyful expression. They had finally found the Wei River. He and Xiaodong followed the river upstream. After walking for about an hour, flying swords flew out of the forest at high speed. Those flying swords didn't attack Lin Feng and Xiaodong, but they surrounded Lin Feng and Xiaodong. Then a large group of cultivators, about 100 people, rushed out of the forest quickly. These people were probably the patrolling Divine Farmer clan members. The leader was a young woman. She was tall and had exquisite facial features. There was an overbearing aura between her eyebrows. The woman asked coldly, "Who are the two of you? How did you break into the Wei River?" The Wei River was a name given by the Divine Farmer clan after the disappearance of the Wei River. This place had become a world of its own. That was why the cultivators of the Divine Farmer clan called it the Wei River. Lin Feng said, "We came here with the stone cauldron token. This time we came to the Wei River with news of Xianxia, the daughter of the Divine Farmer clan. Now I want to see the person in charge of the Divine Farmer clan." "What? You brought news of Xianxia's ancestor? Is it true? What evidence do you have to prove this?" the leader asked. Lin Feng said, "I don't have any evidence to prove it." The leader sneered, "Without evidence to prove what you said, who knows if you are telling the truth? Maybe you are a spy. This time you sneaked into our clan to find out the truth of our clan." Lin Feng was speechless. This woman was too imaginative. Would a spy dare to come to the Divine Farmer clan? Wouldn't that be seeking his own death? "Big sister, can't you grow a brain?" Lin Feng looked at the leader and said. "What did you say?" Hearing Lin Feng's sarcastic words, the leader glared at Lin Feng coldly. Probably no one dared to talk to her like that, so now she looked angry. She took out a sword and seemed to want to attack Lin Feng. "It seems that the Divine Farmer clan doesn't welcome us. In that case, we can only leave," Lin Feng said coldly. He was not in the mood to talk nonsense with this woman. At this time an old man flew in from afar and landed. He said apologetically, "Young friend, you misunderstood. Please forgive me." "Ancestor." Many cultivators of the Divine Farmer clan bowed to the old man. Xiaodong said, "Old mister, you're too arrogant. Not to mention old mister, even if the gods and Buddhas, immortals, and demons see my master, they wouldn't dare to call him little friend. Hee. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you talk big?" The leader snorted coldly. Xiaodong said, "Even a transcendent expert like the Bai Xia Celestial Venerable has to call my master fellow Taoist. Even if the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were alive, they could only talk to my master as equals. When have I ever been arrogant?" Xiaodong's words were not wrong. Lin Feng's current battle prowess had surpassed his realm. In addition, he had a stone clone that surpassed his realm. In terms of strength, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors might not be Lin Feng's match. Of course. The era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors was different from Lin Feng's era. They were in the early days of the epoch, the era of the firmament. At that time, the golden age of cultivation had not yet arrived. It was already extremely difficult for them to cultivate to the peak of the sage realm. Moreover, to be honest, the battle prowess of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors might not necessarily be inferior to Lin Feng. After all, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors could mobilize the power of faith of the human race to fight against their enemies. This was something that Lin Feng could not compare to. The other party's ability could probably offset the increase in battle prowess brought to Lin Feng by the stone clone. but no matter what. Xia Donghuang was not wrong when he said that Lin Feng was on the same level as the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. After all, the friendship between cultivators depended on the cultivator's own ability. The woman still wanted to refute. At this time, the old man said, "Fellow Taoist, I'm really sorry. I was rude just now." Everyone was stunned. They really did not expect the old ancestor to really address Lin Feng as a fellow Taoist. Wasn't the old ancestor giving him too much face? They knew how terrifying the old ancestor was. 50 years ago, after the great changes in the world, the old ancestor had already broken through to the transcendence realm. Lin Feng was a young cultivator who had lived for 300 years. Was he qualified to be addressed as a fellow Taoist by their old ancestor? I didn't take this matter to heart. Fellow Taoist, you don't have to take it to heart, Lin Feng said. In Lin Feng's eyes, these words were quite ordinary, but in the eyes of the divine farmer clan's people, Lin Feng was just putting on an act. How could he be so arrogant in front of their old ancestor? This made the group of people extremely angry. They thought to themselves, do you deserve it? Why are you pretending to be a big shot here? Of course, Lin Feng did not know what the cultivators of the divine farmer clan were thinking, and he did not try to guess what they were thinking. For Lin Feng, they were just a group of very ordinary cultivators. With his identity, he naturally would not guess what they were thinking. Moreover, to be honest, this old man's cultivation was at the sun god stage, which was similar to that of the stone man clone. If he really fought with Lin Feng, he would definitely be no match for Lin Feng. Therefore, Lin Feng's attitude was not too arrogant. They were just a group of ignorant people who were trying to figure out the truth. It was really ridiculous. Fellow Taoist, please come in, the old man said with a smile. Lin Feng nodded and flew into the depths of the cave with the old man. Xia Donghuang followed closely behind. As for the rest of the people, they stood still. However, these cultivators looked at Lin Feng's back and gnashed their teeth in anger. They could not wait to trample Lin Feng under their feet and teach him a lesson. Under the guidance of the old man, Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang arrived at Xianxia's ancestral land. Xianxia's ancestral land didn't have a city, but rather a large number of residential areas in the form of tribes. The Xianxia clan was now divided into 81 small tribes. All the small tribes were under the management of the high priest. The high priest was the ancestor-level expert in front of him. His cultivation was at the 3rd layer of the sun spirit realm. The two of them arrived at the old man's residence. Under the old man's guidance, they entered the living room. Along the way, countless people from tribes of all sizes were extremely shocked. Because for countless years, no one had ever come to the divine farmer tribe. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang were the first group of cultivators to come here after the divine farmer tribe went into seclusion. But even if they were the first batch of cultivators to arrive here, were 2 such young cultivators qualified to be personally led by the old ancestor? Many people did not understand the great ancestor's actions. Both parties took their seats and a beautiful maid served them tea. The old man clasped his fist and introduced himself. I am Yan Ji, the youngest grandson of Emperor Xianxia. How should I address you, fellow Taoist? Lin Feng was astonished. This person was actually Xianxia's grandson. Lin Feng only knew that Xianxia had 4 daughters, but he did not know that Xianxia had a son. That was something from countless years ago, after all. It was very likely that Xianxia had a son. However, there were no records of this in the ancient books. Perhaps there were records of Xianxia having a son, but those records were lost in the end. As Xianxia's grandson, Yan Ji seemed to be the person with the highest status in Xianxia. It seemed like Yan Ji's father was already dead. Lin Feng clasped his fist and said, I am Lin Feng, a descendant of the sovereign emperor clan. Note, when Lin Feng introduced himself, he always introduced himself as a member of the sovereign emperor clan, not the Undying clan. First, because Lin Feng's bloodline had broken off relations with the Undying clan's main bloodline, so Lin Feng would not introduce himself as a member of the Undying clan. Second, although the Undying clan was very powerful, it was still inferior to the sovereign emperor clan. Cultivators in the world of cultivators valued one's background very much. If you had a good background, others would respect you. Some people with good backgrounds, even if they didn't have much strength, there would still be countless experts who would come to join them. This was because the world of cultivators valued status. When he heard that Lin Feng was a descendant of the sovereign emperor clan, Yanji was shocked. However, Yanji was not an ordinary person and quickly recovered. He said, "My apologies, I didn't expect Lin Gongzi to be a member of the sovereign emperor clan. To be honest, my grandfather, Shenong Sovereign, once asked the sovereign progenitor about the Tao, and the sovereign progenitor gave my grandfather some pointers. Our two clans have a very deep relationship." Yanji's words had the intention of making friends with Lin Feng. However, this kind of thing was very common in the world of cultivators. Many clans would always want to establish a relationship with a stronger faction. With Yanji's cultivation and the Shenong clan's foundation, there were not many clans that could make Yanji lower himself to establish a relationship with. However, the Sovereign Emperor clan was definitely the strongest clan among the few clans. Many cultivators did not know much about the Sovereign Emperor clan. Only a few ancient figures, such as Yanji, knew what the Sovereign Emperor clan meant. Lin Feng said, "Yes, our two clans have a very deep relationship. We haven't been in contact for many years. It's really gratifying to be able to contact each other again. After a while, when the heaven-devouring devil emperor arrives, I'll tell him about the Shenong clan. He'll be very happy." Lin Feng planned to let the heaven-devouring devil emperor personally talk to Yanji about the alliance. If the heaven-devouring devil emperor took action, it would not be a problem for them to form an alliance. In fact, although the Shenong clan was in seclusion, it did not mean that they did not pay attention to many things in the outside world. In fact, the Shenong clan had always been quietly paying attention to some of the major events in the outside world. For example, the seal on the Great Desolation, which had been sealed for countless years, had been released. For example, the Great Desolation sinner's blood had been born. For example, the heaven-devouring devil emperor of the Sovereign Emperor clan had broken through to the Transcendence realm. Some time ago, these things had caused a stir in the entire heaven realm. The Shenong clan was naturally aware of this. "If the heaven-devouring devil emperor comes, my clan will definitely welcome you," Yanji said with a smile. Following which, his tone turned serious, and a hint of seriousness appeared on his face. He said, "Not long ago, I heard young master mention my aunt Xianxia to a group of juniors in the clan. I wonder if young master Lin could elaborate on this matter in detail." Lin Feng nodded and said, "I'm here for this matter." He took out a jade tube and handed it to Yanji. "This is..." Yanji looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Lin Feng said, "This contains the Emperor's scripture, an ultimate technique of the human race. Back then, I met Taoist Xiaoshui, but my abilities were limited and I could not save her. She passed the scripture to me, hoping that I would pass it on to the Shenong clan. At the same time, Taoist Xiaoshui warned the Shenong clan to be careful of the Empyrean lady because she had plotted against Taoist Xiaoshui and trapped her in a dangerous place in the Undying Realm." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Yanji was both angry and excited. He was angry because the Empyrean lady had plotted against his great-aunt, and his great-aunt's life had been ruined. He was excited because his great-aunt was still alive. Yanji had lived for so long, and he did not have many close relatives left. Hearing that his great-aunt was still alive, he was overjoyed. Yanji said, "Lin Gongzi, may I know where great-aunt Xiaoshui is now?" Lin Feng took out the second jade tube and said, "The ancient route to the Undying Realm, as well as the route to the mysterious ancient mountain where Taoist Xiaoshui was suppressed, are all recorded here." Yanji used his divine will to sense it, then looked at Lin Feng and said, "Lin Gongzi, thank you for telling my clan such important information. I'm afraid I won't be able to accompany you any longer. My clan has a broken world that my grandfather, the Shenong clan, obtained back then. It's a broken world from many eras ago, and it's very beneficial to cultivation. Tomorrow, I'll get Yan Rui to bring Lin Gongzi over. Today, I'll be heading to the Undying Realm." Lin Feng said, "Please don't say that. Saving people is more important." Yanji said, "Thank you, Lin Gongzi, for your understanding." Yanji then arranged accommodations for Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang. He then left to organize the group and prepare to head to the Undying Realm. Yanji was an expert who had surpassed his realm. He would personally lead the team there. Yao Shui's rescue should be a relatively high probability event. Yanji gathered a portion of the clan's experts and quickly left the Wei River realm with them. Many people had probably heard that Yanji and the others were going to rescue Yao Shui, and this matter naturally caused quite a stir. Many people did not expect that Yao Shui, who had disappeared for a long time, was still alive. Some of the older generation cultivators seemed to still remember Yao Shui's glory. Time is long, and life is short. Old friends are about to meet again, and I'm filled with emotions. A few very old cultivators sighed. They were figures from Yao Shui's era and were of the same generation as her. Yanji had to call them uncles. Initially, they also wanted to go there together. But now that Yanji was personally leading the group, he needed a peak-level expert to oversee the situation. Hence, these old experts didn't follow him. Although they haven't broken through to the Transcendence realm, they have all refined Transcendence laws before. In addition to their experience over countless years, these old experts were all unfathomably strong. They couldn't help but to reminisce about the past. When they were young, they had all admired Yao Shui, but no one had been able to win her over. Later on, Yao Shui's disappearance had been a huge blow to them. Fortunately, Yao Shui was not dead, it was just that they were no longer young. Thinking about the past, their emotions were extremely complicated. If they could return to the time when they were young, they would definitely confess to Yao Shui without hesitation. So what if they were rejected? At the very least, they would not have any regrets. But now, everything could not return to the past. Lin Feng naturally did not know that there were a few old antique experts sitting together to drown their sorrows. Many things had happened recently and Lin Feng also wanted to have a good rest. Therefore, after arriving at his residence, he did not go out. He had been flipping through some books that recorded myths and legends. The contents recorded in the books were naturally true and false. It was difficult to distinguish between them. However, Lin Feng took it as a chance to relax. Therefore, he did not care whether the stories were true or not. He seemed to be enjoying it and reminiscing about it. It was just that not long later, a group of people came to Lin Feng's residence. Then, they clamored for Lin Feng to go out. They did not come with good intentions. Lin Feng ignored those people. This matter would be settled by Xiaodong Huang. This was the benefit of having a disciple by his side. There were many things that he could let his disciple handle. This saved Lin Feng a lot of trouble. Most of the cultivators who came to Lin Feng's residence were young cultivators. Of course, they were relatively young. In fact, many of them had already cultivated for millions of years or even longer. However, these people were not weak. Many of them had a lifespan of tens of millions of years or even hundreds of millions of years. Compared to their long lives, millions of years were naturally extremely short. However, Xiaodong Huang was even younger. His lifespan was less than 70 years. Many people did not take Xiaodong Huang seriously at all. For a cultivator at this age, no matter how strong his cultivation was, how strong could he be, he could deal with Xiaodong Huang with one hand. Among these cultivators, the leader was a young man in blue clothes. His name was Immemorial. He had cultivated for 35,000 years. Although he had not cultivated for a long time, because of his outstanding talent, he had already broken through to the Saint realm. His strength was very tyrannical. Among the young cultivators under 1,000,000 years old in Shinnon, he could definitely be ranked in the top 5. Where is your master? Yanemo looked at Xiaodong Huang coldly. Further away, there were many clansmen who were watching the show, including the tall and beautiful woman that Lin Feng had seen before. That woman was actually Yan Rui, who was mentioned by Yan Ji. Yan Rui was the eldest daughter of the main branch. She was exceptionally talented. She had countless pursuers. Yan Mo was one of Yan Rui's pursuers. He had heard that Lin Feng and Yan Rui had some disagreements because of words, which angered Yan Rui. Therefore, after Yan Ji and the others left, he led people to come and teach Lin Feng a lesson. As for what Xiaodong Huang had said, when a cultivator beyond his level sees his master, he has to call him fellow cultivator. Even if the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were alive, they could only talk to his master as equals. Yan Mo did not believe a single punctuation mark. A cultivator who was 300 years old. How could he have such strength? Was he bragging too much? If you have anything to say, you can say it to me, Xia Donghuang said. Boy, are you worthy? Hurry up and ask your master to come out. Today, I will expose him. Calling a cultivator beyond his level a fellow cultivator, and talking to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors as equals? What a joke! Yan Mo said sarcastically. Ha 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 ha, that's right. This bragging is too much. It will be a slap in the face later. Many people roared with laughter. In the distance, many people were watching the show. Many people did not have a good impression of Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang. They brought the news of Yao Shui, so they were naturally very grateful to them. However, Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang were too good at bragging. Many people thought that it was good for them to learn from their mistakes. It might be good for their lives. However, in many people's eyes, Xia Donghuang was just a nobody. They had no interest in Yan Mo teaching Xia Donghuang a lesson. Now, a group of people was waiting for Lin Feng to come out and watch Yan Mo teach Lin Feng a lesson. Especially Yan Rui. Thinking that Lin Feng had said that she was brainless, Yan Rui was so angry that her whole body trembled. She could not wait to see Lin Feng be taught a lesson. Xia Donghuang's tone was still very calm. He said, "Everyone, my master and I are not here to start a fight with you. So, please go back. Do not disturb my master's rest." Yan Mo's face couldn't help but sink slightly. He coldly said, "I told you to call your master out. You should have just carried out my orders. Now you dare to refute me? Are you trying to be shameless? Don't think that this young master is easy to talk to. I will give you one more chance. Go and ask your master to come out. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite later." In fact, Xia Donghuang was not a bad-tempered person. On the contrary, his temper was very good. However, even a clay figurine would have some temper, not to mention that Yan Mo was disrespectful to Lin Feng. This was something that Xia Donghuang could not accept. Although Xia Donghuang had only been Lin Feng's disciple for 2 or 3 years, Xia Donghuang respected Lin Feng from the bottom of his heart. It wasn't only because Lin Feng thought highly of him, but also because Lin Feng had raised him. It was also because Xia Donghuang felt from Lin Feng the meaning of the phrase, "the greater the power, the greater the responsibility." Many people would say this sentence, but how many people would do the corresponding thing? His master had never said this before, but he had always been doing some things in silence. For example, he wanted to lead the cultivators of all realms in the Doomsday Battle and defeat the imperial family behind the scenes, so that countless creatures could live. Many top experts were not willing to participate in the Doomsday Battle at all. Although they were strong, they had no sense of responsibility. This might be the biggest difference between them and his master. Xia Donghuang looked coldly at Yan Mo and said, "Interesting, I want to see what you can do to me." After hearing Xia Donghuang's words, many people could not help but be slightly stunned. They probably did not expect that Xia Donghuang would choose to provoke Yan Mo. Did he really think that Yan Mo was a good-tempered person? Yan Mo was also stunned, and then his face showed a cold expression. Xia Donghuang dared to refute him like this, which made Yan Mo feel very angry. If he did not teach Xia Donghuang a lesson, how could he establish himself in Shinong in the future? Of course, Yan Mo also had a sense of propriety. He knew that Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang were guests of Shinong. Although there was a conflict between the two sides, this kind of conflict must be controlled within a certain range. If it went beyond this range, some old guys might take action. Yan Mo was well aware of this, so he knew to what extent he should control the situation. The corner of Yan Mo's mouth curved into a cold arc. He walked towards Xia Donghuang step by step, releasing a powerful pressure from his body. The pressure emitted from his body directly shrouded Xia Donghuang. Yan Mo's method was simple and violent. He wanted to use his powerful aura to suppress Xia Donghuang so that Xia Donghuang would not even have a chance to make a move. He wanted Xia Donghuang to kneel on the ground in front of everyone. Seeing that Xia Donghuang did not move, Yan Mo thought that Xia Donghuang had been intimidated by his aura. But, why did he not kneel, was to mention, he was to endure it. It was useless, an ant was an ant, no matter how he to struggle, to change the result Yan Mo was getting closer and closer to Xia Donghuang. The pressure he was exerting was getting stronger and stronger, but Xia Donghuang still hadn't knelt down. This made Yan Mo very puzzled. It was reasonable to say that Xia Donghuang wouldn't be able to resist his pressure, but the actual situation wasn't like this. Yan Mo's originally complacent face suddenly became somewhat gloomy and unsightly. Yan extends a slap to mention of the mo. Yan. Of the of course. Someone muttered, thinking that Xia Donghuang might not be so easy to bully. Many people had similar thoughts. Of course, they needed to observe the situation. After all, there were many ways to resolve the aura suppression. One of them was to be strong. However, if they had some special treasures on them, they would be able to do the same with the help of these special treasures. Soon, Yan Mo was only a few steps away from Xia Donghuang. However, his aura did not have any effect on Xia Donghuang. Yan Mo's expression was extremely gloomy. He felt that perhaps it was time for him to display his secret technique. Originally, he had planned to display this technique during the competition of the clan. But now, he had no choice but to display it in advance. Thinking that Xia Donghuang was the culprit who forced him to use this technique in advance, Yan Mo's heart was filled with hatred. Yan Mo took another step forward. An indescribable aura filled the air. It was as if it was about to condense into a terrifying magnetic field. It was still aura suppression. But it was many times stronger than the usual aura. Domineering. Yan Mo has cultivated domineering aura. Many people could not help but exclaim. Everyone's face was filled with extreme shock. Even among the cultivators of the 80 tribes of Shinnong. The number of cultivators who had cultivated domineering aura could be counted on one hand. Among the young cultivators under 1,000,000 years old, none of them had cultivated domineering aura. Now, Yan Mo had quietly cultivated domineering aura. It was indeed shocking. Although Yan Mo had only cultivated the first level of transparent domineering aura. But domineering aura was domineering aura. Even if it was only transparent, it was still domineering. Its power could not be underestimated. I have mastered domineering aura. You are too weak in front of me. Do you still want to resist me? Why don't you kneel down? Yan Mo continued to walk towards Xia Donghuang. The domineering aura released from his body was getting stronger. When he reached Xia Donghuang, the domineering aura he released reached the highest level. In Yan Mo's opinion, when the domineering aura was fully released, Xia Donghuang would definitely be defeated. At that time, Xia Donghuang would kneel in front of him like a stray dog. But Yan Mo's prediction was still wrong. His domineering aura was released to the strongest level, but it still did not have any effect on Xia Donghuang. Xia Donghuang had cultivated the heavenly domineering aura. Yan Mo's domineering aura was simply insignificant in front of Xia Donghuang's heavenly domineering aura. Yan Mo's expression was somewhat stunned. He felt that there seemed to be a mistake. Everyone's expression was similar to Yan Mo's. Bang! The next moment, Xia Donghuang kicked Yan Mo's abdomen. After receiving Xia Donghuang's powerful kick, Yan Mo was directly kicked out. Wow! In midair, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He flew out a distance of more than 10 meters. Then, with a plop, he fell to the ground. Yan Mo struggled to get up, but was unable to do so. He directly fainted. Trash! Xia Donghuang said coldly. Around, there was a sound of cold air being sucked in. Until now, everyone knew how powerful Xia Donghuang was. Previously, Yan Mo's domineering aura was not able to have any effect on Xia Donghuang. It could be seen how deep Xia Donghuang's skill was. The funny thing was that many people thought that Xia Donghuang was young and was definitely a soft persimmon that could be pinched at will. But now they knew how stupid their previous thoughts were. His disciple was already so powerful. Then what about his master? Everyone thought of their master Lin Feng, who was also very young. They did not know Lin Feng's identity, but it did not prevent them from speculating about Lin Feng's battle strength. Previously, Xia Donghuang said, when a powerhouse beyond the realm sees his master, they have to call him fellow Taoist. Even if the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were alive, they could only talk to his master as equals. Everyone thought that Xia Donghuang's words were too arrogant. But now, after seeing Xia Donghuang's battle strength, many people were really a little doubtful. Could it be this guy's master? Was he really so powerful? That guy was only 300 years old. Xia Donghuang returned to his courtyard and closed the door with a bang. He had knocked out one of the top 5 experts of the younger generation of the Shinong clan with a single kick and then called him a piece of trash. Wasn't that the same as cursing the other experts of the younger generation of the Shinong clan? This posturing wasn't bad. The other young experts of the Shinong clan were all stunned. And it wasn't just the young experts. Even the experts of the older generation were stunned by Xia Donghuang's battle strength. Although many people were unhappy, when they thought of Xia Donghuang's terrifying battle strength, they could only endure it for now. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Why aren't you leaving? An old man walked over. This old man was one of the few old-timers who had stayed in the Shinong clan. Seeing this old-timer-level old man, many people couldn't help but shrink their necks. How could they dare to stay any longer? They hurriedly left the place. Some people carried the unconscious Yan Mo away. After everybody left, the old man looked at Lin Feng's courtyard in a deep and meaningful way, then turned around and left. What happened outside was like an interlude. Lin Feng didn't pay attention to those things. Lin Feng was still immersed in the world of myths and legends. Cultivators had to read more books, or they would be illiterate. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang had a sumptuous dinner at their residence. The next day, Yan Rui came to Lin Feng's residence. After seeing Lin Feng, Yan Rui had a complicated look in her eyes. After seeing how terrifying Xia Donghuang was yesterday, Yan Rui felt that since Lin Feng could be Xia Donghuang's master, he must be much stronger than Xia Donghuang. Therefore, when she saw Lin Feng again, she had a complicated feeling. I believe Taoist Yan Ji has already told you about bringing us to that broken world, right? Lin Feng looked at Yan Rui and said, as if he had completely forgotten about the unpleasantness between him and Yan Rui. In fact, Lin Feng really didn't take this matter to heart. He didn't even care much about Yan Rui. In Lin Feng's opinion, she probably only had a good figure and a pretty face. Apart from that, there was nothing else. There were many beautiful women in this world. There weren't many people who could leave a deep impression on Lin Feng, no matter if they were beautiful or powerful cultivators. Hearing Lin Feng's indifferent voice, Yan Rui couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Previously, she even wanted to teach Lin Feng a lesson to vent her anger. However, after seeing Xia Donghuang's battle prowess, this thought was completely extinguished. Now, looking at Lin Feng's attitude, she knew that perhaps she didn't leave any impression in his heart at all. Not even a bad impression. In his eyes, she might be an insignificant person who didn't have the qualifications to be remembered. Thinking of this, Yan Rui's mood couldn't help but become extremely complicated. She looked at Lin Feng with a trace of sadness. Lin Feng naturally didn't know what Yan Rui was thinking. His mind was filled with thoughts of that broken world. That broken world was a world from many eras ago. It wasn't simple for it to be preserved until now. He just didn't know what was so special about that world. Yan Rui said, "Yes, the ancestor has told me to bring the two of you to that broken world. Please follow me." Okay. Lin Feng nodded. Yan Rui led the way. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang followed closely behind, flying into the depths of the broken world. Xia Donghuang asked, "What's so special about this broken world?" Yan Rui said, "Of course it's special. The ancestor was able to break through because he obtained a fortuitous encounter in that broken world. That's why he finally broke through." Hearing this, Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang revealed shocked expressions. It seemed that this broken world was indeed special. This made Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang extremely happy. The more special a broken world was, then, to Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang, the more beneficial it was. Now that Lin Feng had cultivated to the 9th layer of the Sage Immortal Realm, he wasn't too far away from breaking through to the Sage Immortal Realm. Therefore, Lin Feng wanted to break through to the Sage Immortal Realm as soon as possible. Once he broke through, his combat strength would definitely soar. Moreover, the Sage Immortal Realm was very important to cultivators. Why was that? The Sage Immortal Realm was very special. What did Sage Immortal mean? Thousands of Dao arts, thousands of divine abilities. The Sage Immortal Realm actually meant that one could cultivate many Dao arts and divine abilities. There were many things a cultivator had to do in the Sage Immortal realm. For example, ask one's heart. Stabilize one's Tao heart. In fact, it was the same for the Sage Immortal realm and the Sage Immortal realm. The last three realms of the Sage Immortal realm were to constantly reflect on one's own Tao. These three realms were extremely important. This was because if one didn't stabilize these three realms well, the chances of breaking through to the Sage Immortal realm would be zero. As the first of the last three realms of the Sage Immortal realm, this realm was even more important. Everything was difficult at the beginning. If one didn't do well at the beginning, how could one hope to do well in the future? That was unrealistic. Therefore, after Lin Feng broke through to the 10,000 Saints realm, he would have a few important things to do. First, he would once again alienate himself from all the divine abilities he cultivated. Secondly, he should constantly reflect on himself to see what he had done wrong and what he had done wrong. If he made a mistake, he should correct it in time. Third, strengthen one's Tao heart. If one's Tao heart wasn't stable, one's Tao heart would be reborn. One shouldn't think that the stronger one's Tao heart was, the more stable one's Tao heart would be. In fact, that wasn't the case. As one's Tao heart increased, the power of one's Tao heart would also become stronger. It was easy for problems to arise at this time. Therefore, it was extremely important to further stabilize one's Tao heart. The fourth point was to perfect his Tao. The fourth point was the most important one, because what did it mean to surpass one's realm? What did he surpass? Of course, what it surpassed was the heavenly Tao. Your own Tao is not perfect, so how can you surpass the heavenly Tao? Lin Feng's avatar's Tao was that of a nine-orifice stone being. He was a life form born from the heavens. When he was born, his Tao was already close to perfection. This was something that no Hotian cultivator could compare to. This was the stone race's advantage over the other races. Therefore, this was the reason why the stone race was so much stronger than the other races. 2 hours later, Lin Feng and the other two came to the entrance of this broken small world. The entrance of this broken small world was in the depths of a mountain range. There was a powerful restrictive spell guarding this place. And there were two elders, one on the left and one on the right, like two motionless stone statues. These two elders were the elders of the Xianxia clan who were responsible for guarding this broken small world. Obviously, this broken small world was not a place that could be entered as one wished. In fact, it was not easy for even the clansmen of the Xianxia clan to enter. Either they had made great contributions to the Xianxia clan, or they had achieved excellent results in the competition held regularly by the Xianxia clan. Only then were they qualified to enter. Otherwise, there was absolutely no possibility of entering. Yan Rui looked at the two elders and said respectfully, "Elders, I have received the order of Ancestor Yan Ji to bring these two distinguished guests here. They are going to enter this broken small world to cultivate for a period of time." The two elders opened their eyes and looked at Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang. Deep in their turbid eyes, there was shock. Although they were old, they still had all kinds of perception and the ability to predict. The two people in front of them, although young, gave them a very special feeling, especially the young man standing in front of him. He gave them a feeling that was as deep as the sea. They had only felt this kind of feeling from Yan Ji, who had broken through to the Transcendence realm. However, the two elders were not ordinary people. Although they were shocked, their faces were as calm as an ancient well. "Did you bring the token?" the elder on the left asked. "Yes, I did," Yan Rui said. She took out a token and handed it to the elder. The elder took out another token. These two tokens were, in fact, only half of a token. The elder put the two tokens together. Many runes on the token were activated. Whoosh, suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the token and flew into the depths of the small world. It disappeared into the depths of the void. Clatter. 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 The sound of chains colliding could be heard. In the void, chains of order appeared and sealed the entrance of the broken small world. Now, the chains of order began to move to the sides. The elder on the right looked at Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang and said, "If you want to come out, just come to the entrance and tell us through the restriction. We will hear you and let you out." "Okay," Lin Feng said. "You can go in now," the elder on the left said. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang cupped their fists at the two elders and flew into the broken small world. Soon. Then, they entered the broken small world. When Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang entered the broken small world, the entrance to the broken small world was once again sealed by the powerful chains of order. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang observed the broken small world. It was indeed very ancient. It also emitted a special energy that did not seem to belong to this era. Xia Donghuang's expression was a little strange. Lin Feng noticed the change in Xia Donghuang's expression and asked, "Did something happen?" Xia Donghuang said, "Master, I vaguely feel that something is calling me." Lin Feng was surprised. Xia Donghuang had just entered the broken small world and he was already going to find an opportunity. His luck was really heaven-defying. "It seems that you have an opportunity here. Go quickly," Lin Feng said. "Yes," Xia Donghuang replied and did not stop. He quickly followed the feeling and left. As for Lin Feng, he also chose a direction to fly in. He wanted to see if he could find a good opportunity. Lin Feng had just flown for dozens of miles when he suddenly discovered something that surprised him. There was an item on Lin Feng's body that was emitting a slight fluctuation. The stone millstone. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. It was the mysterious stone millstone that he had obtained from the ninth palace of the Chonglu Demon Palace. Lin Feng had studied this treasure many times, but he had not found anything special about it. However, Lin Feng knew that there were 5 stone millstones in the world. Each of them was a heaven-defying treasure. Moreover, they had been passed down for many eras and were indestructible. Among the 5 millstones, the one that Lin Feng wanted to obtain the most was the time millstone. It was rumored that the time millstone could change time and space, allowing one to return to the past. If Lin Feng could obtain the time millstone, then, in theory, Lin Feng could return to the past. For example, he could return to when his third uncle Lin Xiong was killed in order to save him, when Hui Yihan died, when Huang Linger died, and so on. How many regrets could he make up for? However, where was the time millstone? Lin Feng also wanted to know. Of course, Lin Feng also wanted to obtain the other millstones. For example, the yellow mud platform millstone that Lin Feng had seen before. It could suppress eternity and was extremely powerful. It was stained with the blood of countless top experts. Another example was the Destiny Millstone. It was said that it could change the fate of all living beings. However, Lin Feng had never seen the Destiny Millstone before. He had only heard some rumors about it. If he obtained the Destiny Millstone and used it together with the Destiny Bloodline and the Great Destiny Technique, damn, wouldn't that be heaven-defying? Just thinking about it made him excited. Among the 5 millstones, in terms of attack power, the apocalyptic demonic millstone might be the strongest. At the end of every era, it was said that the apocalyptic demonic millstone would appear. Therefore, if one was lucky enough, there was a certain probability of obtaining the apocalyptic millstone. There were still 137 years before the end of the era. Lin Feng reckoned that the apocalyptic millstone should be appearing soon. As for the 5th millstone, it was more mysterious. It was said that it was a pair of millstones. However, no one knew what the use of the 5th item, the mother-child millstone, was. Lin Feng had inquired about the mother-child millstone before, but he hadn't been able to find anything. Lin Feng took out the stone millstone. At this moment, the stone millstone's fluctuation was even more intense. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Could this stone millstone be related to the 5 millstones? Lin Feng was surprised when he thought about it. If it was really related to the 5 millstones, it would be heaven-defying. Perhaps he could use this stone millstone to find one of the 5 great millstones. The 5 millstones were too mysterious and powerful. Obtaining any one of them was a great opportunity. Swoosh. Suddenly, the stone millstone that was floating in front of Lin Feng moved. The stone millstone turned into a beam of light and flew forward at an extremely fast speed. Lin Feng quickly followed the stone millstone. He wondered what the stone millstone had sensed that caused such a change. Lin Feng couldn't help but look forward to it. After passing through forests, deserts, and lakes, they finally arrived at an abyss. The aura emitted from the abyss was terrifying. Moreover, the abyss was very deep. While diving, Lin Feng felt that something was staring at him. Suddenly, 2 balls of light appeared in the darkness. They were like two moons. However, the two balls of light were so cold and terrifying. How long has it been since someone came here? The living being suddenly spoke. Whoosh, 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 Lin Feng heard the sound of chains clanging against each other. The mysterious being in the abyss had probably been locked up. Lin Feng was shocked. He didn't know what the being in the abyss was. Moreover, this dilapidated world had existed since a few eras ago. Didn't that mean the being that had been locked up here for a very long time? Who are you? When did you get locked up here? Lin Feng asked. The being in the abyss sneered. Do you think you have the right to ask me these questions? As soon as he finished speaking, two beams of light shot out from the eyes of the unknown being and locked onto Lin Feng. Then, they quickly swept towards Lin Feng. After sensing the terrifying aura of the two beams of light, Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. He quickly retreated and summoned the glazed sky goblet at the same time. The glazed sky goblet formed a powerful defensive barrier that protected Lin Feng. Bang, bang, two loud sounds of collision were heard. The two beams of light ruthlessly bombarded the defensive barrier formed by the glazed sky goblet. Crack! Crack! The defensive barrier formed by the glazed sky goblet instantly shattered. How is this possible? Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. This was because Lin Feng could clearly sense that the trapped being hadn't broken through to the Transcendence Realm. The glazed sky goblet could even block an attack from a Transcendence Realm expert. However, it couldn't block an attack from this being. Of course, Lin Feng found it unbelievable. However, that was the truth. The being in the abyss said, "What's impossible? I've lived for 4 eras. Even if I haven't broken through to the Transcendence Realm, the power I've accumulated for 4 eras is beyond your imagination." Many times, cultivators would talk about their foundations. What was a foundation? This was a foundation. Why was it that people were used to saying that the longer a cultivator lived, the stronger they were? The reason was, the longer one lived, the more powerful the accumulated power would be. For example, if a certain cultivator lived for 3 eras at the Transcendence Realm, he would have accumulated a terrifying power for 3 eras. He would accumulate a little power every day. For 3 eras, that would be 30 billion years. How much power would he have to accumulate? Therefore, in the world of cultivators, some cultivators who had lived for a few eras were even more powerful than many Transcendence Realm cultivators. This was because the power they had accumulated was too powerful. As the saying went, one force could break all techniques. It was powerful enough. It was enough to destroy everything. Of course, it didn't mean that every cultivator could accumulate power indefinitely. There was a limit to the amount of power a cultivator could accumulate. For example, after reaching a certain peak, it would be very difficult to accumulate more power. One had to break through the peak. Only then would one be able to obtain more power. However, how could one break through the peak? For example, one could work on one's physical body and further temper one's physical body so that one could accumulate more power. Of course, there were very few living beings like the one in front of him. After all, it might be relatively easy to cross an era. However, it was too difficult to cross multiple eras consecutively. Furthermore, it was not that easy to break through the limits of one's body and further increase one's power. Such an existence was definitely as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. However, Lin Feng had encountered such an existence today. Lin Feng was somewhat speechless. He was really unlucky. Swoosh! Swoosh! Right then, the living being in the abyss launched another attack on Lin Feng. There were still beams of terrifying light that swept toward Lin Feng. Each beam of light contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. The eyes of this living being were probably more special. That was why it could release such a powerful attack. Lin Feng couldn't help but snort coldly. Faced with the attack of this living being, Lin Feng advanced instead of retreating. He stepped forward in the void. A series of deep voices echoed in the void. The great Tao of destiny, the wheel of destiny that you will condense will destroy all illusory and evil powers. When Lin Feng's voice fell, a huge wheel of destiny appeared above Lin Feng. When Lin Feng's destiny bloodline completed its 5th transformation, Lin Feng had awakened the powerful wheel of destiny. However, the wheel of destiny that Lin Feng was using now was not exactly the same as the wheel of destiny that he had obtained when his bloodline had awakened. This was because the wheel of destiny that Lin Feng was using now had integrated the power of the Great Destiny skill. When the Great Destiny skill and the Wheel of Destiny were combined, the Wheel of Destiny that was formed was even more powerful. The Wheel of Destiny grabbed lightly and instantly broke the beams of light. Eh? The living being in the abyss was very surprised. It then sneered, "It's rare to see such a powerful ability at such a young age. However, compared to me, you're still lacking." In the darkness, this living being raised a huge claw and slammed it directly. It was as if a mountain was crashing down. It instantly broke Lin Feng's Wheel of Destiny, but Lin Feng retreated in advance and dodged the attack of the huge claw. Lin Feng had a headache. This being's accumulated power was too terrifying, so it was not easy to deal with it. "I'm here to look for opportunities. Do you still want to continue fighting? If you continue fighting, it won't do you any good to either of us," Lin Feng said in a deep voice. It was only possible to kill one side if there was a difference in strength between the two sides. However, in Lin Feng's opinion, he and this unknown being were evenly matched. Neither of them could kill the other. The best result would be both sides suffering. Lin Feng was here to look for opportunities. He did not have the energy to fight to the death with this unknown being. Kill it. It would not do Lin Feng any good. The living being snorted coldly but did not continue to attack. It said, "You're here for the mother-child millstone?" Lin Feng was shocked. Obviously, this being had seen the millstone he had taken out, which was why it said that he was here for the mother-child millstone. Could it be that his millstone was one of the mother-child millstones? When he thought of this, Lin Feng felt his heart skip a beat. The mother-child millstone was simply too mysterious. If he could obtain it, it would definitely be of great use to him. Lin Feng looked at the creature in the abyss and asked, "Are you saying that my millstone is actually one of the mother-child millstones?" "That's right. Your millstone is the child millstone of the mother-child millstones," said the creature. "The mother millstone is with you?" Lin Feng asked. "It's not with me. It's in the abyss." "I can't control the entire abyss," said the creature. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown when he heard the creature's words. He had a feeling that things were much more complicated than he had imagined. However, Lin Feng felt that he might be able to obtain some information about the mother-child millstones from this creature. Asked Lin Feng, "Why are those two millstones called mother-child millstones? Could it be that there is a special connection between the two millstones?" "The reason they're called mother-child millstones is because they're very special. They're made from mother-child Taihuan stone." "Have you heard of mother-child Taihuan stone before?" Lin Feng shook his head. Mother-child Taihuan stone is a rather special type of stone. First of all, it takes a long time to be nurtured. It's said that it takes at least 10 epochs to nurture a mother stone. Once the mother stone is nurtured, it will nurture a child stone. The child stone will be nurtured within the mother stone, and the process of nurturing a child stone is even longer. That's why mother-child Taihuan stone is a type of stone with a lot of spirituality. It's very rare, and perhaps only one or two perfect mother-child Taihuan stones can be seen in a few hundred or even a few thousand epochs. Lin Feng asked. "Did someone obtain a perfect mother-child Taihuan stone and forge it into a mother-child millstone?" The creature said. "I'm not too sure about that either." "Why do you say that?" Lin Feng was puzzled. "Because no one knows whether the mother-child millstone evolved by itself or was forged by someone. Of the 5 millstones, the mother-child millstone has always been the most mysterious, and its origins are a mystery." "What's so special about the mother-child millstone?" Lin Feng continued to ask. This was a topic that he was very concerned about. "The mother-child millstone is very mysterious. I don't know much about its specific abilities, but I heard that when the mother-child millstone appears at the same time, there might be some strange occurrences. More supernatural events? It won't attract some terrifying creatures, right?" Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. In this world, there were too many unknown existences. These existences made people fearful, no matter how strong a cultivator was. He was always in awe of these unknown existences. Indeed, it might attract some unknown and terrifying things. the living being said. However, it is said that the cultivator who controls the millstone can command these unknown and terrifying existences. The creature added. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. If that was really the case, then it was truly too terrifying. All of this is just a rumor. However, as the most mysterious of the 5 millstones, the mother-child millstone is definitely not simple. Moreover, a treasure like this has an offensive power that is much stronger than many ancient weapons. The creature continued to explain. Lin Feng nodded. It was indeed as the creature had said. Although ancient weapons were powerful, in this world, there were some treasures that weren't ancient weapons that could release an offensive power that was even more shocking than ancient weapons. Such treasures were naturally extremely rare. In an entire era, such a shocking treasure might not even be born once. However, the 5 millstones were definitely supreme treasures of such a level. Moreover, the mother-child millstone was made up of 2 pieces. Among the 5 millstones, the mother-child millstone's offensive power was the most famous. However, in Lin Feng's opinion, if the mother-child millstone combined into one, its power might be even more shocking than the mother-child millstone. Of course, what Lin Feng cared about was not the mother-child millstone's offensive power, but the secrets hidden behind it. For example, the ability to attract unknown existences. When the time came, what kind of unknown existences would be attracted? If he controlled the mother-child millstone, would he really be able to make those unknown existences obey his orders? Everything was still unknown. What's the situation with the mother-child millstone? Lin Feng asked. The mother-child millstone has also been suppressed here by someone. The creature said. Oh? Is it the same person as the one who suppressed you? Lin Feng asked. The creature nodded. That's right. It's the same person. Lin Feng asked. Who is it? It won't do you any good to know, the living being said with an indifferent expression. Knowing will do you no good. So, the reason you haven't left is actually because of this person? Lin Feng asked. The creature fell silent. After a while, it said, You're not wrong. However, I believe that he will appear here soon. That will be the time for me to escape. Can you bring me to see the mother-child millstone? Lin Feng asked. The creature said. You want the mother-child millstone? The human heart is greedy. However, have you considered the fact that the mother-child millstone has been suppressed here by that existence? It already belongs to him. Aren't you afraid that he will come looking for you if you take something that belongs to him? Perhaps you think you are already very strong now, but I can reveal some information to you. The strength of that existence is simply beyond your imagination. The mastermind behind the scenes, the current ruler of the royal family of the world, is not even as old as that existence. Lin Feng was shocked when he heard the creature's words. Was this creature trying to trick him? However, Lin Feng felt that there was no need for it to trick him. In other words, that existence, was it someone from 3,000 eras ago? A creature that had transcended several eras was already an unimaginable existence. It was hard to imagine how strong an existence that had transcended 3,000 eras would be. Could it be a creator? Lin Feng was indeed hesitant. If he took the mother-child millstone and merged it, it would be extremely beneficial. Then, it would definitely be of great benefit to him, but it might also offend that mysterious expert. If he didn't take the mother-child millstone, he would naturally be safe. However, Lin Feng was unwilling to accept this. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, then said, The world is so big, but I've come to this broken minor world. Moreover, not long after I arrived here, the mother-child millstone I obtained sensed the mother-child millstone. What does this mean? This means that I'm fated with the mother millstone. In the world of cultivators, powerful cultivators are usually happy to fulfill the fated chances of others. I believe that the expert you spoke of would be very happy to do the same since he was able to surpass the long period of 3,000 epochs. The creature snorted disdainfully at Lin Feng's excuse. It originally wanted to refute Lin Feng's words. However, Lin Feng continued, Moreover, this expert might be acquainted with my ancestor. My ancestor, the sovereign primogenitor, is also an existence that transcended 3,000 eras. Perhaps they can sit down and have a cup of tea or something. You're from the sovereign clan? The creature was astonished. Lin Feng wanted to conceal his aura so that it would be difficult for others to detect his presence. Therefore, the creature didn't know that Lin Feng was from the Sovereign clan. Therefore, when Lin Feng revealed his identity, the creature was naturally shocked. Lin Feng nodded. "I'm the real deal." The creature sneered and said, "Actually, it's the person behind you who gave you the courage to do so. If you didn't have that expert backing you, then your so-called destiny wouldn't be valid." Lin Feng said, "I won't deny your theory, but I must state my opinion. I believe that even if my ancestor isn't involved, that expert would be happy to see a junior like me obtain a destiny and improve his cultivation. Then, he would remember his kindness. What do you think? Perhaps? If you want to take a look at that place, I can take you there," said the creature. A black shadow appeared in front of Lin Feng. It was the creature's shadow. It was still chained up, so it couldn't take Lin Feng there. Lin Feng and the millstone followed behind the shadow and quickly descended. As they descended, Lin Feng tried to observe the creature in the abyss. Unfortunately, the creature was shrouded in darkness energy, so he couldn't see its appearance. He only knew that its body was huge. When it stood up, it was probably tens of thousands of meters tall. Lin Feng had no idea what kind of creature it was to have such a huge body. After reaching the bottom of the abyss, the creature brought Lin Feng and the millstone deeper into the abyss. However, the millstone sensed it and moved faster than the shadow. It didn't take long for Lin Feng to reach the mother-child millstone and mother-child millstone. The mother-child millstone was purple while the mother-child millstone was green. Apart from the difference in color, there was nothing special about them. At this moment, the mother-child millstone was bound by chains. When the mother-child millstone appeared, the mother-child millstone clearly sensed it and began to shake violently. "Why is that expert suppressing the mother-child millstone?" Lin Feng asked curiously. Rumor has it that this existence wanted to subdue the mother-child millstones for his own use, but the millstones were sentient and didn't want to be subdued. The child millstone ran away while the mother millstone was suppressed," said the shadow. Lin Feng smiled and said, "It seems like that expert who has crossed 3,000 epochs isn't omnipotent." The mother-child millstone didn't acknowledge him at first, but the mother-child millstone clearly acknowledged me. Sometimes, I can't help but sigh. If a person is too outstanding, they will be acknowledged by countless supreme treasures. I'm already used to it. The shadow couldn't help but roll its eyes. This guy's skin is thicker than the city walls. The vibrations of the mother-child millstone became more and more intense. It was unknown whether the mother-child millstone had an artifact spirit. However, even if it didn't, its spirituality must be extremely shocking. Otherwise, it would have been subdued by that mysterious expert. Lin Feng observed carefully. The chain that locked the mother-child millstone was the famous 9-turn devil locking chain. This kind of chain. It wasn't simple. It was one of the most special chains in the world. Once locked, it was said that even experts who surpassed their level would find it difficult to escape. Lin Feng took out the black dragon sword and wanted to cut off the 9-turn devil locking chain that was binding the mother millstone. However, before he destroyed the 9-turn devil locking chain, there were some things that he had to make clear to the mother millstone. Lin Feng believed that the mother millstone would be able to understand. He said, "Now that the mother-child millstone has been refined by my blood, if I help you escape, I hope that you will let me refine it on my own accord." The mother millstone stopped struggling and seemed to be thinking. In fact, although Lin Feng had refined the mother-child millstone with his blood a long time ago, the mother-child millstone hadn't shown any special characteristics. Therefore, Lin Feng couldn't activate the mother-child millstone. However, after the mother-child millstone was revived, the connection between Lin Feng and the mother-child millstone had become closer. Lin Feng felt that the mother-child millstone wasn't much different from other magic treasures. If he tried to activate the mother-child millstone, he would definitely be able to do so very smoothly. Now that the mother-child millstone had been refined, it was definitely a treasure that belonged to him. The key was the mother millstone's attitude. "All right. I promise you." At this moment, an ethereal voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng's mind was slightly shaken. The voice just now should have been transmitted to him by the mother-child millstone's artifact spirit. After hearing the mother-child millstone's words, Lin Feng was relieved. He wielded the black dragon sword and slashed at the 9-turn devil locking chain. Clang clang clang, a series of clanging sounds could be heard. As the black dragon sword and the 9-turn devil locking chain collided again and again, sparks flew everywhere. Although the 9-revolution devil lock chain's defensive power was shocking, under Lin Feng's constant attacks, cracks began to appear. As time passed, the 9-revolution devil lock chain would definitely break. But at this time, a strange fluctuation was emitted from the 9-turn devil lock chain. In the next moment, a large amount of black gas surged out of the chains, and then a blurry figure appeared within the black gas. It's him. It's him. Clearly, the blurry figure that appeared in the black chi should be the ancient existence that had transcended 3,000 epochs. No one knew who he was. Junior, do you dare to secretly take away the mother millstone? Do you want to die? The blurry figure said coldly. He didn't reveal his true appearance. However, even if he didn't reveal his true appearance, Lin Feng could still feel the other party's cold eyes staring at him, even though it was just a mark. But, Lin Feng sensed an incredible amount of pressure. That cultivator had crossed 3,000 eras, as expected, he was extremely strong. Lin Feng didn't know how strong that cultivator's real body was. How strong was that cultivator's real body? If they really fought, the result would be hard to say. However, Lin Feng didn't intend to fight to the death with this existence. Lin Feng already had a countermeasure. He directly channeled his sovereign bloodline. After the powerful bloodline was activated, a mysterious and ancient existence appeared behind Lin Feng. This existence was none other than the sovereign primogenitor's projection. Someone from the sovereign clan, the mark was surprised. It seems that you also know my ancestor, the sovereign primogenitor? Lin Feng asked. Humph. Hearing Lin Feng mention the sovereign primogenitor, the mark couldn't help but snort coldly. After hearing the cold snort, Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Was this fellow at odds with his ancestor, the sovereign primogenitor? Damn, did I use the wrong tiger's skin this time? However, Lin Feng relaxed in the next moment. This was because Lin Feng noticed that the expert's mark was growing fainter and fainter. Clearly, it would dissipate soon. It seemed that this existence didn't intend to make things difficult for him, Lin Feng thought. This fellow probably doesn't have a good relationship with the sovereign primogenitor. If that's the case, he shouldn't have let me go, but he didn't make things difficult for me. It seems that the sovereign primogenitor is a great deterrent to him. In the future, if I encounter such ancient and powerful existences, perhaps I can use the sovereign primogenitor's skin more often. At this thought, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. Lin Feng didn't feel that there was anything shameful about using the sovereign primogenitor's skin. Who asked him to have such an awesome ancestor? These were his own resources. Since he had such a good resource, he naturally had to make good use of it. Soon, the expert's mark completely dissipated. Lin Feng continued to swing his sword at the 9-turn devil lock chain. Clang, 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 hundreds of slashes came down. Crack, crack. Finally, the 9-turn devil lock chain was cut in half by Lin Feng's sword. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. The mother millstone trembled violently. Crash, crash. Crash, crash. Crash, crash. The chain wrapped around the mother millstone slid down. Lin Feng said, "Now, fulfill your promise." The mother millstone let go of its defense. Lin Feng easily left his mark on the mother millstone. The mother-child millstone. It had finally become Lin Feng's treasure. Lin Feng was filled with curiosity about the mother-child millstone. He really wanted to explore the wonders of the mother millstone right now. However, this was clearly not a suitable place to explore the wonders of the mother-child millstone. Therefore, he had to leave this place first. The shadow led the way, and Lin Feng returned to the entrance of the abyss. When he arrived, the shadow dispersed on its own. The powerful being said, "Looks like everything went smoothly." Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right, everything went very smoothly. I have to thank you for helping me." The being said, "I did this because I was selfish. If it's possible in the future, I hope you can help me when I'm in danger." Lin Feng was slightly taken aback. He did not expect the being to make such a request. It was not a difficult thing to do. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Sure. Hearing Lin Feng's affirmative answer, the being could not help but smile. Lin Feng did not continue to stay and quickly left the abyss. When he was outside, he flew into the distance. 2 hours later, Lin Feng stopped in the middle of a forest. He summoned the mother-child millstone. Lin Feng could clearly feel an extremely special connection between the two millstones. It was probably this extremely special connection that allowed the mother-child millstones to increase each other's strength in battle. Lin Feng said, "Rumor has it that the mother-child millstone can attract some unknown and terrifying beings. I wonder if this is true." The voice of the mother-child millstone echoed in Lin Feng's mind. "That's right, the rumor is true. What kind of creatures are those unknown and terrifying existences?" Lin Feng could not help but ask curiously. The mother-child millstone explained, "These beings are very powerful, but due to various reasons, they were abandoned by their original races. This caused them to harbor resentment, and they wish to prove themselves. These beings often live in the shadows, and some have even completely become depraved beings. As the master of the mother-child millstone, I can subdue these creatures. However, as the saying goes, karma is a cycle and retribution is not pleasant. If I subdue these creatures, I will have to wash away the humiliation they suffered in the past in the future. However, most of these abandoned creatures might not be good people. Therefore, I need to know my limits when subduing these abandoned creatures." Lin Feng naturally knew what the mother-child millstone's artifact spirit was implying. These depraved beings who had been abandoned and turned into depraved beings were either good or bad before they were abandoned. Regardless of whether they were good or bad before they became depraved, after subduing them, you had to help them wash away the humiliation they suffered in the past. If the depraved beings were good when they were alive, and you helped them wash away the humiliation, they would not go against their conscience to do something. However, if the depraved beings that were subdued were not good people when they were alive, and you helped them wash away the humiliation, then you would definitely do something against your conscience. However, you had to do these things. Otherwise, the cycle of karma would cause you to suffer a backlash. If you were black-hearted, you would naturally not have any qualms. The key point was that Lin Feng was not a black-hearted person. Lin Feng had originally wanted to gather a group of depraved beings for his own use, but this matter should be delayed. When the time came, he might be able to carefully select a few depraved beings that he could use. "Is there anything special about the mother-child millstone?" Lin Feng continued asking. "The mother-child millstone can enslave depraved beings, but it also hides a huge secret. This secret is... The mother-child millstone is equivalent to a key." "Key? What kind of key?" Lin Feng was flabbergasted. "The mother-child millstone is the key to a secret trove in the depths of a supreme divine ability. Only the mother-child millstone can open it. This secret trove contains the method to eternal life." Hiss. Lin Feng could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. In fact, he had heard many rumors about eternal life over the years. However, rumors were just rumors. Now that he had truly understood the secret to eternal life, his heart naturally could not remain calm. In the beginning, Lin Feng had thought that the powerful being who had transcended 3,000 eras had wanted to use the mother-child millstone to control the depraved beings. It was only now that he knew that the other party was actually after the secret to eternal life in the depths of a supreme divine ability. One had to know, even if that powerful being had transcended 3,000 eras, he was not eternal. He would still die. 3,000 eras, a great reincarnation. After going through a great reincarnation, his life might come to an end. Therefore, he had to find the secret to eternal life. To comprehend the art of eternal life. Lin Feng could not help but frown. If that was the case, he was in trouble. That powerful being would not give up so easily. The reason why he didn't make a move before was probably because his imprint was not as powerful as he had imagined after such a long time. If he had made a move then, he might not have been able to kill Lin Feng. Moreover, a mark would not have lasted for too long. Lin Feng felt that the other party had chosen not to attack him in the end because he wanted to numb him. To make him think that he did not intend to pursue the matter? Of course. These were only Lin Feng's guesses. Perhaps that powerful being had really chosen to endure because of the sovereign ancestor. However, he could not afford to let his guard down. After all, the secret to eternal life had great implications. One had to be wary of others. Otherwise, one might die a horrible death. In the following period of time, Lin Feng wanted to see if he could obtain other opportunities to improve his strength. However, after searching for a long time, Lin Feng could not find any other opportunities. Lin Feng was a little disappointed. However, thinking that he had already obtained the mother millstone of the mother-child millstone, it seemed that he was not too disappointed. Lin Feng decided to leave temporarily. There was no point in continuing to stay here. Hence, Lin Feng went to the exit and transmitted his voice to the two elders. The two elders then opened the restriction. Lin Feng left the broken small world and returned to his residence. As for Xia Donghuang, he was still cultivating inside. After Lin Feng returned, he realized that the wordless book related to the nine-continent lamp had changed again. Previously, a type of ancient Chinese character appeared on the first page. After Lin Feng entered the creator's space, he asked Sauron to help him translate it. Now, some ancient characters appeared on the second page. They were still the same ancient Chinese characters. However, Lin Feng was not sure what they meant. Perhaps he would have to look for Sauron to help him translate the meaning of these ancient Chinese characters. Kunlun Universe. Sauron had been traveling in the universe during this period of time. He planned to go to planet Aqua Blue in the Kunlun universe to look for some special materials. This was a type of strengthening material. He felt that it was necessary to produce mecha. Otherwise, it would be impossible to produce mecha that met the requirements. At this moment, Sauron was resting in his room. He seemed to have sensed something and opened his eyes. Then, he revealed a look of joy. The great creator was summoning him. Universe of Time. Sophia had been very busy recently. She had encountered some problems with her modified Transcendence Elixir. This Transcendence Elixir's effect was much better than the Transcendence Elixir that the Mastermind, the royal family, had. However, there was a certain probability that it would cause the cultivator's body to self-destruct. Although this probability was only about 1%. However, in Sophia's eyes, it was not perfect. Sophia was a person who pursued perfection. Hence, Sophia had modified the elixir formula. She felt that she could use other spiritual herbs to replace some of the spiritual herbs used now. Sophia led a group of disciples into the vast sea ancient forest to search for the precious elixirs that she needed. This ancient forest was extremely dangerous, even Sophia had to be careful when searching for elixirs. After a busy day, Sophia was rather tired. She and her disciples found a secluded cave to rest. At this moment, Sophia seemed to have sensed something, and her eyes lit up. Sophia cast a protective restriction on the place where she was resting. She then sat down cross-legged and tried to communicate with the great creator. Nirvana Universe. During this period of time, the Black Devil King was more relaxed. This was because this was the truce period. At this moment, the Black Devil King was reading a book in his room. Don't underestimate the Black Devil King's rough appearance. In fact, the Black Devil King was a cautious and meticulous person. Moreover, he liked to read all kinds of books on military and formations. Therefore, the Black Devil King was very good at leading troops into battle. Suddenly, the Black Devil King's face lit up as he sensed the presence of the creator. Shwa. 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 Light flickered. Sauron, Sophia, and the Black Devil King all appeared in the creation space. Lin Feng was surrounded by holy light. He sat on a chair and looked at the three people who appeared. Sauron, Sophia, Black Devil King, greetings, my lord. The three of them bowed to Lin Feng. Rise. Lin Feng said. The three of them stood up. Then, they each sat in their own seats. Following that, the three of them exchanged greetings and inquired about the progress of their respective tasks. For example, Sauron's research on the mecha, Sophia's research on the improved Transcendence Pill, and whether the Black Devil King had obtained enough sky-gilt gold, a material used to forge ancient weapons. They each explained their own situation. Sauron's research on the mecha had reached a critical point and needed to find new materials. Sophia's research on the improved Transcendence Pill also needed to be adjusted. As for the Black Devil King's sky-gilt gold, he had obtained some for the time being. However, the Black Devil King had used it himself. The Black Devil King was planning to start another war to obtain more Sky Guild gold. When the time came, he could take it out and trade it with everyone. That was the basic situation. Lin Feng looked at Sophia and said, I have a soul body pill here. Can you research on the soul body pill's recipe and refine a batch of soul body pills for me? Soul body pill? Rumor has it that it can allow dead cultivators to transform into corpses and reconstruct a new body, allowing them to become normal cultivators? Sophia asked in astonishment. Lin Feng nodded. He took out the porcelain bottle containing the soul body pill and handed it to Sophia. Sophia opened the bottle and smelled the soul body pill. Then, she smiled and said, Almighty Creator, I'm happy to serve you. Lin Feng said. All right. When you've developed this pill, refine 1,000 pills for me. At that time, I won't mistreat you. Many thanks, Almighty Creator. Sophia hurriedly replied after receiving Lin Feng's promise. She was extremely excited. She was even thinking about what she should ask the Almighty Creator about when the time came. Or perhaps, she could obtain something from the Almighty Creator. At this moment, a piece of paper appeared in front of Sauron. On it were densely written ancient Chinese characters. Lin Feng said, Sauron, help me translate these ancient Chinese characters. Yes, Lord. Sauron replied. Then, he began to translate the ancient Chinese characters. Lin Feng waited patiently at the side. Sophia and the Black Devil King looked curiously at the words Sauron translated. However, the words Sauron translated were a mess of words. Even if they knew the meaning of the words he translated, they couldn't form a coherent sentence. Naturally, they couldn't understand the special meaning of these words. An hour later, Sauron finished translating the words. Lin Feng combined the words Sauron translated in the correct order. A paragraph of words appeared in front of his eyes. My identity in my previous life was from planet Aqua Blue. Planet Aqua Blue, the center of the universe, is filled with endless mysteries. Ancient civilizations spread out from here. This place has experienced all kinds of great eras, from the mythological era to the Qi refining era to the technological era. Then, planet Aqua Blue was destroyed, and a new cycle began. Lin Feng frowned slightly. This paragraph of words revealed a lot of things. For example, planet Aqua Blue of the Kunlun universe was also going through cycles. The most ancient civilization spread out from planet Aqua Blue. Also, what did the technological era mentioned in this paragraph mean? Lin Feng was indeed a little confused. He didn't understand this phrase at all. Lin Feng frowned and pondered. He recalled the contents of the first page. My memories are starting to come back. Only now do I know that the chaotic memories that suddenly appeared in my mind are all memories of my previous life. I thought that reincarnation was just a legend. Only now do I know that it's all true. Combined with the contents of the second page, Lin Feng suddenly thought of a possibility. Did this mysterious cultivator who claimed to have reincarnated rely on some methods he obtained from planet Aqua Blue to create many unimaginable things, for example, the 9-province lantern? Was it forged using some forging method from planet Aqua Blue? Of course, Lin Feng had countless doubts in his heart, but it seemed like he could only wait patiently for now. When the words appeared on the third page, perhaps he would be able to grasp more secrets. Of course, Lin Feng was most interested in how to control the 9-province lantern. Your Majesty the Great Creator, it's like this. Recently, I've encountered some problems in my cultivation. I hope that your Majesty can guide me. If it was in the past, Lin Feng wouldn't have been able to guide Sauron. Now, he would definitely be exposed. However, Lin Feng had obtained Heaven's Notes some time ago. It contained various insights and experiences of heaven. Therefore, it shouldn't be a problem for him to guide Sauron. Sure. Lin Feng said. I'm currently trying to merge the second time. I've tried many methods, but I haven't succeeded. Merging the Tao was the second realm beyond the realm. Sauron should be at the peak of the realm. This guy was actually trying to merge the second time. It seemed like he had cultivated some special techniques. Lin Feng recalled the contents of Heaven's Notes. The second time is indeed more troublesome because your body has become the great Tao origin body. If you want to merge the second time, you don't have the foundation of the first time. However, you might be able to create a second Tao self and merge the second time. Sauron wasn't the only one listening. Even Sophia and the Black Devil King were listening. They hadn't tried merging the second time, but it sounded feasible. If they really succeeded, their battle prowess would increase by many times. Sophia and the Black Devil King had originally thought that Sauron was an alchemist who only wanted to study various alchemy techniques. Now, they realized how wrong they had been. To put it bluntly, alchemy was just a hobby. Cultivation was the foundation. Of course, there were also some cultivators in this world who weren't as interested in cultivation as other hobbies. If I create a second Tao self and merge the two Tao selves with me, the two Tao selves will be different. This will definitely cause a huge conflict. It might not be a good thing for me. At this moment, the Black Devil King said, perhaps you can follow the principles of the yin-yang cycle. When creating the second Tao self, there shouldn't be any conflict. Sauron shook his head. How can the creation of a Tao self be so simple? Even if you follow the principles of the yin-yang cycle, will it be perfect? It's too difficult. If it's perfect, then it'll be fine. If it's not perfect, then there will be a huge problem. The Black Devil King thought about it and felt that this made sense. He couldn't help but nod. Lin Feng asked, do you know the characteristics of a pride? Sauron and the others were slightly stunned. They didn't understand what Lin Feng meant. They subconsciously nodded. A pride will always only have one king. Lin Feng said. Sir, what you mean is, the Tao self created will not be divided into yin and yang. Instead, the first Tao self will be the main Tao self, and when creating the second Tao self, the second Tao self will be the support. Sauron said. That's right. Lin Feng said. Sauron said, however, even if the second Tao self is the support, it can still attack the first Tao self. At that time, there might be a backlash. Lin Feng said, that's because the primary and secondary Tao self aren't clear. The primary Tao self cannot suppress the secondary Tao self, so this will naturally happen. As long as the second Tao self can complete the Tao self, it'll be perfect. There's no need to pursue a second Tao self that will increase one's strength more than the first Tao self, which is very difficult to achieve. The power contained within the two Taos will be maintained at a ratio of 10 to 1. This will allow you to complete the Tao self and ensure that there won't be any problems with your body. Most importantly, it's hard to fathom the human heart. Sauron pondered for a moment before standing up and bowing to Lin Feng. He said, many thanks, Lord Creator. I will definitely remember Lord Creator's warning. Lin Feng nodded and said, so, tell me about some important things that have happened in your universe recently. Sauron said, I'll go first. A few major events have happened in the Kunlun universe. The first major event is that the primogenitor sovereign has appeared in the Kunlun universe. This existence is very ancient and very terrifying. Back then, he had a grudge with some of the clans in the Kunlun universe. When the primogenitor sovereign appeared, those clans became jittery and started plotting ways to deal with the primogenitor sovereign. The second matter is said to be related to Yu Shang. He was a good friend of the Kunlun master, Yi Xian. Later, he seemed to have died. Someone seems to have discovered his grave. The third matter is related to an ancient ruin. It's said that someone discovered an ancient ruin that represents a special civilization. Even in the Kunlun universe, there are no records of it. Some people suspect that there are other universes outside the four universes. Right now, some top-tier experts are investigating this matter. These are the three matters I want to talk about. The Black Devil King said. Recently, some strange things have happened in the Nirvana universe. It seems like someone is able to freely travel between the past and the present. Some people suspect that the legendary time millstone has appeared in the Nirvana universe. Many people have gone to look for it, but according to the information I received, no one has found it yet. Lin Feng was shocked. The time millstone had appeared in the Nirvana universe. The time millstone was really good at running. It had actually run into the Nirvana universe. It was truly speechless. Lin Feng said. Tell the people below to pay more attention to this matter. Yes. The Black Devil King hurriedly said. At that moment, Sophia said, two important things have happened in the time universe. The first is that the Supreme Divine Court has appeared in the time universe. The second thing is that 2 of the top 10 aristocratic families in the universe of time have started a war. Many of their vassal forces have been involved in this war. The war is getting more and more intense. Originally, these 2 forces seemed to have a good relationship with each other, but for some reason, they suddenly became mortal enemies. The information brought by the 3 experts was quite useful to Lin Feng. For example, he had obtained information about the primogenitor sovereign and the time millstone. Sophia asked. I wonder if the great creator can reveal some important information to us. In truth, Sophia had to muster up a lot of courage to ask this question. This was because she felt that this great creator was a very approachable person. Even if he asked some questions that he shouldn't have, perhaps this great creator wouldn't be angry. Sauron and the Black Devil King also looked at Lin Feng, who was shrouded in holy light. They were also looking forward to it. He wanted to know more about the secrets of a higher level. Lin Feng knocked on his chair. He then said, recently, I've been searching for the method of eternal life. Hiss, hearing Lin Feng's words, Sauron, the Black Devil King, and Sophia couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The secret of eternal life. This was a secret that countless people wanted to know. However, it was very obvious. Almost no one could come into contact with this huge secret. Even though they were experts who had surpassed the peak of their realms and wanted to search for the secret of eternal life, the secret of eternal life was still a mystery to them. And now, this great creator was actually searching for the secret of eternal life. This made them both excited and nervous. They were excited because they had heard about eternal life, and nervous because they didn't know if they would be qualified to share this secret in the future. Lin Feng said. In the future, work hard for me, and I won't mistreat you. Yes, Almighty Creator. Sauron, the Black Devil King, and Sophia were overjoyed. They all knelt on one knee to show their respect for Lin Feng. If the cultivators of their universe knew about this, their jaws would definitely drop. These 3 experts were existences who stood at the peak of their respective universes. Now, they were all kneeling to someone else at the same time. This was truly inconceivable. After returning to the real world, Lin Feng could not help but ponder. He had obtained a lot of information today. Unfortunately, he was too busy to go to other universes. If he could go to other universes, he could go there to look for opportunities. Especially the opportunity of going to the Supreme Divine Court. The Supreme Divine Court had appeared again. Unfortunately, it was not in the 9 continents universe. If he could enter the Supreme Divine Court, he might be able to obtain the secret of eternal life. The last time he had entered the Supreme Divine Court, his cultivation had not been strong enough. It had been difficult for him to enter the Supreme Divine Court. This time, however, was different. He was no longer the same as before. Lin Feng took out the Child Mother millstone. He felt that he might be able to use it to summon some fallen creatures. However, Lin Feng gave it some thought and gave up on the idea. After all, this place was Xianxia's territory. It would not be good if he led those fallen creatures to Xianxia's territory. Lin Feng planned to use the Child Mother millstone to lure some fallen creatures over after leaving Xianxia's territory. The next day, Yanrui came to Lin Feng's place. When she saw Lin Feng, she asked, "How did you come out of the broken minor world so quickly? It's a pity that you came out so early." Lin Feng said, "I've already obtained all the opportunities one wanted. There's no point in staying in there any longer. That's why I came out." Yanrui nodded. She did not ask what opportunities Lin Feng had obtained. After all, such matters were taboo in the world of cultivators. Yanrui might be arrogant, but she was not stupid. She knew what could be said and what could not be said. Lin Feng said, "You should have a temple to worship Xianxia Sovereign, right? I plan to pay my respects to Xianxia Sovereign. Is that okay?" "Of course." Yanrui said, "However, I need to inform the temple attendants first. They need to make some preparations before the ceremony can begin. If it were someone else, it would not be so troublesome. They would probably only need to kowtow a few times and burn a few incense sticks." However, Lin Feng's identity was different from the others, and his strength was unfathomable. Xianxia would definitely value Lin Feng very much and go pay respects to Xianxia Sovereign. Therefore, they would definitely prepare everything. When the time comes, the worship ceremony would be extremely solemn. Lin Feng felt that it was better to be solemn. After all, they were paying homage to one of the three emperors, the real ancestor of human race. In this epoch, if not for Emperor Shennong, human race might not have survived in this epoch. Lin Feng said, "Then I'll have to trouble you to tell the temple attendant about this." Yan Rui said, "I'll go and talk about this matter now. I'll come back later." Lin Feng thought to himself, "Don't come over later. I want to read some books, study hard, and be a quiet top student." However, Yan Rui did not give Lin Feng a chance to speak and ran out in a hurry. Lin Feng could not help but bitterly smile and shake his head. In fact, after interacting with her for a while, Lin Feng found Yan Rui to be a rather interesting person. An hour later, Yan Rui returned to Lin Feng's residence. When she saw Lin Feng drinking tea while flipping through ancient books, she said, "I've already informed the temple attendant about you going to the temple. He said that he needs 3 days to prepare." "Many thanks. Come, have some tea to quench your thirst." Lin Feng smiled and poured a cup of tea for Yan Rui. Yan Rui sat beside Lin Feng and smiled at Lin Feng, asking, "What book are you reading?" Lin Feng handed the book over to Yan Rui. "The Analects of Confucius?" Yan Rui muttered. Obviously, she did not know the origin of the Analects of Confucius. When the Confucian sect was developing, Shennong had been living in seclusion for tens of thousands of years, and the Confucian sect had more influence in the mortal world than in the world of cultivators. In addition, it had already declined many years ago. There were not many people who knew about the classics of the Confucian sect. It was even more so in the heaven realm. Back then, when the Confucian sect was at its peak, it was unable to penetrate into the heaven realm, let alone now. Lin Feng's Analects of Confucius was not the Analects of Confucius, but the version circulated in the secular world. There were many things that were worth pondering over. For example, Shui Er wrote, "The master said, what you have learned and what you have practiced, isn't that right? Isn't it a joy to have friends coming from afar? A man who does not know but is not enraged, is he not a gentleman?" The master said, "His conduct is also filial to his younger brother, but he is fond of offending his superiors, which is rare. He is not fond of offending his superiors, but he is fond of creating chaos, which is rare. A nobleman takes care of the fundamentals, and the fundamentals lead to the birth of Tao. Filial piety is the foundation of benevolence." Confucius said, "Clever words and commanding countenance, fresh and benevolent." Zhengzi said, "I reflect on myself 3 times a day. Is it because of others that I am not loyal? Your friends, but you don't trust them? Is it because you don't practice it?" From this content, one could see the thoughts of the Confucian sage. Even if it was just an ordinary Analects of Confucius, one could also comprehend many principles of life from it. These principles were very beneficial to one's life and cultivation. Yan Rui flipped through the content and said with a smile, "The content of this book is very interesting. If you think about it carefully, it seems to contain many great principles. The person who wrote this Analects of Confucius must be a sage from all eras." Lin Feng said, "Of course. Confucius was an extraordinary existence of the human race. Unfortunately, he was born at the wrong time. He created the Confucian way. His thoughts are indeed extraordinary. If he was born in this era, his accomplishments would be unimaginable." Lin Feng's words were reasonable. After all, in Confucius's era, the world of cultivators had already entered a period of decline. Even so, he still relied on his achievements in creating the Confucian way to successfully break through to the sage realm. One could imagine what realm he would have reached if he had been born in this era of cultivation. Lin Feng felt that it would not be a problem for him to break through to the next realm. But sometimes, life was just like that. The world was unfair to begin with. Sometimes, fate was determined by the heavens. Some fates could be changed, but some fates could not be changed. Yan Rui said, "Then, can I imprint the contents of this book into a jade tube? I feel that many of the words in this book are very reasonable. I want to study them more." "This book is for you," Lin Feng said with a smile. "Thank you." Yan Rui smiled. She did not stay with Lin Feng for too long. After all, they were alone together. If they stayed together for too long, gossip would inevitably spread. Time passed by quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, many people knew that Lin Feng was going to pay respects to the Shennong Emperor. In fact, they did not know much about Lin Feng. They did not know how strong Lin Feng was. The only thing they knew was that Lin Feng's disciple, Xia Donghuang, was very powerful. In many people's opinion, if the disciple was so powerful, how could the master be weak? The master should be even more powerful. Therefore, although Lin Feng was very young, everyone was still in awe of Lin Feng. On the day of the ceremony, many cultivators rushed towards the temple. Most of them were there to watch the show. After all, the Shennong Emperor had always been in seclusion. Normally, nothing would happen in the clan. Now that someone was paying respects to the Shennong Emperor, and it was the grandest ceremony, it naturally attracted many people to watch the show. Lin Feng took a bath and changed his clothes early. He also ate vegetarian for 3 days. On the day of paying respects to the Shennong Emperor, Yan Rui came to pick up Lin Feng. Lin Feng and Yan Rui came to the temple in a beast carriage. When they arrived, Lin Feng saw a lot of people. Lin Feng was a little confused. It was just a ceremony. How could it attract so many people? The main reason was that Lin Feng did not know how bored these secluded people of the Shennong clan were. If he knew how bored they were, he would understand why so many people came to watch the show. The temple was divided into 3 courtyards. There was an outer courtyard, an inner courtyard, and an inner courtyard. There were dozens of palaces built in the outer courtyard. Those palaces were dedicated to the ancestors of the Shennong clan. As for the temple in the inner courtyard, it was dedicated to the Shennong Emperor. Entering the 3rd courtyard, Xianxia saw a massive cauldron placed on the altar. An old man in a priest's robe was holding an ancient scroll. That old man should be the temple attendant. Lin Feng of the Emperor clan. I'm here to pay respects to the Shennong Emperor of the human clan. Lin Feng said loudly. Then he walked toward the altar. Lin Feng stepped onto the altar. He took 10 steps forward. Then he stopped. The temple attendant opened the ancient scroll and read. In the past, the Shennong clan was born in the Wei River. Because of the many disasters of the human clan, the Book of the 5 Records of Shennong, an ancient book written by the Shennong clan, related to agriculture, irrigation, food, medicine, fishing, and hunting. Tasting the taste of 100 grasses and the bitterness of the springs, the people avoided them. At that time, people encountered 70 poisons in a day. The divine ancestor passed away. But people did not forget the achievements of the divine ancestor. Today, Lin Feng of the Emperor clan is here to pay respects to the divine ancestor. May the divine ancestor bless the human clan and the Shennong clan. After reading the funeral oration, another middle-aged cultivator in a priest's robe walked toward Lin Feng with a lit incense in his hand. After giving the incense to Lin Feng came forward with the incense. Bow. The temple attendant shouted loudly. Lin Feng bowed 90 degrees. End of ceremony. Lin Feng stood up. Then, he stepped forward and inserted the incense into the cauldron. Then, he retreated into the distance. The middle-aged priest handed the second incense to Lin Feng. Bow 2. The temple attendant continued to shout. There were actually many types of sacrifices. The biggest ritual was to kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times. However, this was usually done by relatives. Therefore, Lin Feng did not kneel to the Shennong Emperor. He bowed 9 times in a row. He lit 9 incense sticks. Then, Lin Feng swept past the altar outside. Under the lead of the temple attendant, he came to the temple. In the center of the temple, there was a statue of a god under the altar. This statue was of an old man. This old man had a kind face. But his face was full of hardships. His eyes were full of worry. Obviously, this statue was the statue of the Shennong Emperor. In the era of the Shennong Emperor, the situation of the human clan was not very good. Therefore, the Shennong Emperor had always been worried about the future of the human clan. Until his death, he was still so. Now that he thought about it, it really made him sigh. Lin Feng knelt and kowtowed to the Shennong Emperor in the temple. Actually, with Lin Feng's current strength, there was no need for him to do so. But Lin Feng still chose to do so. It was because he respected the Shennong Emperor from the bottom of his heart. Lin Feng even clearly remembered the first time he saw the foreign gods in the outer realm. That battle was too tragic. Lin Feng remembered the vast voice that echoed between heaven and earth. Have you forgotten? In order to save the world, Niwa used her body to mend the heavens, have you forgotten? Pangu created the world and used his body to create the worlds of the heavens, have you forgotten? In order to cut off the foreign passage, Gonggong rammed into Mount Buzhou in anger, have you forgotten? Suirenchi drilled wood to make fire, bringing hope to the human clan. Have you forgotten? Fuxi fought a bloody battle to protect the human clan, staining the heavens with blood. Have you forgotten? Shennong tasted all kinds of herbs, expelling the diseases of the human clan, working hard. Have you forgotten, have you forgotten, have you forgotten? Even though millions and millions of years had passed, Lin Feng would never forget the contributions these sages had made for the human clan. If it weren't for the Emperor's Tao voices, which had brought them boundless courage, many of them wouldn't have been able to hold on and would have been killed by the foreign creatures long ago. The Shennong Emperor. He deserved Lin Feng's kowtow. When Lin Feng finished kowtowing to the Shennong Emperor, a boundless golden light suddenly poured out of the Shennong Emperor's statue. The dazzling golden light soared into the sky. Ancestor Shennong Huang, he's showing himself. When they saw this, countless clansmen of the Shennong clan shouted excitedly and knelt on the ground, praying incessantly. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. He hadn't thought that the Shennong Emperor would show himself. Who still remembers the Heavenly Emperor Suiren's Heavenly Emperor sword, slaying demons? Who still remembers the Book of the Earthly Emperor, passed down through the ages? Who still remembers the Heavenly Emperor Fuxi's Heavenly Emperor brush, creating millions of people? Suddenly, a loud voice resounded in the hall. Then, an ancient book slowly floated in the air. Could it be, the Earthly Emperor's book? Lin Feng's face was full of shock. In this era, the human clan had three supreme treasures, the Heavenly Emperor sword, the Earthly Emperor's book, and the Heavenly Emperor brush. Each supreme treasure had a special meaning to the human clan. Lin Feng had seen the Heavenly Emperor brush. However, he hadn't seen the Heavenly Emperor sword or the Earthly Emperor's book. It was rumored that these three supreme treasures could command the human clan. If he could wield these three supreme treasures, he would become the ruler of the human clan. The Emperor Brush had already submitted to Lin Feng and was helping Lin Feng to manage the undying world. If he wanted to become the ruler of the human race, he needed the Emperor Sword and the Earth Emperor's book. The ancient book in front of him, was it the real Earth Emperor's book? Lin Feng was looking forward to the Earth Emperor's book. According to the information that Lin Feng had received, the Earth Emperor's book had powerful offensive abilities and could command the human race. It also recorded the ancient inheritance of the 9 earthly emperors. There were even some inheritances that transcended eras. Other than that, the Earth Emperor's book. Virtuous, this meant that the Earth Emperor's book could contain everything. In that case, no matter how powerful the opponent's attack was, theoretically speaking, the Earth Emperor's book could contain the opponent's attack. This was the extraordinary and terrifying part of the Earth Emperor's book. Lin Feng reached out and grabbed the ancient book. He couldn't wait to open it. On the first page, there were 5 ancient words. Copy of the Earth Emperor's book. Copy, it wasn't the real Earth Emperor's book. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel disappointed. He originally thought that he would be able to obtain the Earth Emperor's book. Who would have thought that he would obtain a copy? This was a scam. What was done could not be undone. It was useless to lament. Hence, Lin Feng tried to see if he could refine this copy of the Earth Emperor's book. Lin Feng poured his powers into it. He actually managed to refine the copy of the Earth Emperor's book. This meant that, the copy of the Earth Emperor's book was indeed a treasure. It wasn't as simple as a book. After Lin Feng refined the copy of the Earth Emperor's book, Lin Feng received some information. The copy of the Earth Emperor's book was made from the materials that Emperor Shennong left behind when he was forging the Earth Emperor's book. Although the copy of the Earth Emperor's book wasn't a sacred item of the human race, it possessed 70% of the power of the Earth Emperor's book. Furthermore, the Earth Emperor's book recorded the various ancient elixir formulas that Emperor Shennong had researched back then, as well as some ancient elixir formulas that Emperor Xianxia had collected. The copy of the Earth Emperor's book could also sense the location of the Earth Emperor's book. Sense the location of the Earth Emperor's book? Lin Feng's eyes instantly lit. As long as he could sense the location of the Earth Emperor's book, the Earth Emperor's book would still be his. It was just a matter of time. As for the various pill formulas recorded in this copy of the Earth Emperor's book, he didn't know what they were. Lin Feng flipped through it. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. Transcendence Pill, the pill recipe in the hands of the imperial family of the world behind the scenes. It was obtained by killing a cultivator of the imperial family of the world behind the scenes. It is specifically recorded here. This pill could increase a cultivator's chances of breaking through to a higher realm. Even if the breakthrough failed, there was still a certain chance of survival. 9 Transformations Yang Restoration Pill. If a person has been dead for 48 hours and the corpse is well preserved and the person's lifespan is not yet exhausted, consuming the 9 Transformations Yang Restoration Pill has a 10% chance of reviving the dead person. Yuanyang Burst Spirit Pill, an extremely violent pill. Once consumed, one's battle prowess would increase by 3 times for a short period of time. However, one would have to pay a corresponding price. In light cases, one's blood and qi would be damaged, requiring at least a year to recover. In heavy cases, one's blood and qi would run amok. Wind Speech Pill. After consuming it, one can quickly learn the language of any race. Yang Replenishing Pill, a pill that replenishes a cultivator's yang energy. It can make a man more powerful. Face Retaining Pill, maintain one's appearance forever. Youthful Rejuvenation Pill, allows one to return to their appearance when they were about 5 years old. However, one's lifespan would not increase due to one's body becoming smaller. There were too many different types of pills. Many of these pills shocked Lin Feng. Some of these pills were too precious. For example, the Transcendence Pill that the Mastermind's world had. The Mastermind's world was so powerful because the royal family of the Mastermind's world had a treasure like the Transcendence Pill. Many people joined them for the sake of the Transcendence Pill. Although Sophia was currently researching the 9 Transformations Transcendence Pill, it was obvious that one would have to pay a certain price to obtain the 9 Transformations Transcendence Pill from Sophia. If one wanted to obtain Sophia's pill formula, the price might be even higher. Moreover, according to Lin Feng's knowledge, although the effects of the improved pill formula that Sophia had researched were more powerful, some of the spirit herbs were too difficult to find. It was not easy to find all the spirit herbs needed to refine the improved Transcendence Pill. Therefore, it was destined that it could not be mass-produced. He should not be able to obtain too many improved Transcendence Pills from her. However, although the spirit herbs needed to refine the Transcendence Pill were not easy to find, they should be easier to find than the spirit herbs needed to refine the improved Transcendence Pill. There was a high probability that he could mass-produce the Transcendence Pill. However, Lin Feng was not particularly proficient in the art of alchemy. The matter of refining the Transcendence Pill would have to wait until he returned to the Undying Realm and handed it over to his subordinates to carry out the specific task. Of course, the Transcendence Pill was only one of the many pills. There were many other pills that were extremely precious and practical. The value of these pill formulas was definitely priceless. With these pill formulas in hand, he could almost continuously amass wealth without restraint. In the future, when the news of the pills was released, it would definitely attract many experts to come and seek refuge with them. For example, the Transcendence Pill. If the Transcendence Pill, which was originally monopolized by the royal family of the Mastermind's world, were to spread out, it would definitely cause a huge impact to the royal family of the Mastermind's world, right? One could imagine, at that time, how angry would those people from the royal family of the Mastermind's world be? They would probably have the heart to dismember him into 10,000 pieces. However, Lin Feng was very happy to see these fellows go crazy. Lin Feng kept the copy of the Earth Emperor's book. There was no need for him to study it any further. The value of this treasure was shocking enough. Lin Feng was originally a little disappointed, but that disappointment was now gone. The golden holy light that was emitted quickly dissipated, and everything returned to normal. The temple attendant said, Lin Gongzi and Emperor Xianxia are fated. However, this old man has a presumptuous request. I wonder if Lin Gongzi can agree to it. Lin Feng said. Tell me about it. The temple attendant said, it's like this. This copy of the Earth Emperor's book contains many pill formulas. I wonder if Lin Gongzi can imprint a copy of these formulas and leave them with my clan. Lin Feng said, of course, there's no problem. This is something that Emperor Shennong passed down. Although I obtained the opportunity, I should leave a copy for Emperor Shennong. Young master, this old man can't thank you enough for your righteousness, the temple attendant hurriedly said. Lin Feng said, just get Yan Rui to collect it from me in the afternoon. I'll take my leave first. Alright, Lin Gongzi, take care. The temple attendant said with a smile as he personally sent Lin Feng off. Many people looked at Lin Feng differently. Sacrificing to Emperor Shennong had actually caused Emperor Shennong to appear. This was truly shocking. Many people even suspected that Lin Feng couldn't be the reincarnation of Emperor Shennong, could he? It had to be said that a person's thoughts were indeed the most difficult to guess. These people's thoughts were truly strange. They were actually able to link Lin Feng to Emperor Shennong's reincarnation. Fortunately, Lin Feng didn't know about this. If Lin Feng knew about this, he would most likely be speechless. In the afternoon, Yan Rui came to collect the formulas. Lin Feng imprinted all the formulas in a jade tube. He handed it over to Yan Rui. Yan Rui took the formulas and left. In the following half a month, Lin Feng lived a rather carefree life. If he wanted to cultivate, he cultivated. If he didn't want to cultivate, he strolled around. Half a month later, Xia Donghuang came out of seclusion. Lin Feng could clearly feel that Xia Donghuang's battle prowess had increased by a large margin. It seemed that this kid had obtained a lot of benefits in the broken minor world. Lin Feng planned to leave Emperor Shennong. He still had many things to deal with. For example, Lin Feng remembered that when he was in the Undying Realm, he had promised the Dark Demon trapped in the ancient gloomy forest to give a crystal to the Dark Demon's mother, the Dark Demon Queen. The Dark Demon Mountain where the Dark Demon Queen resided was in the 8th layer of the Heaven Realm. Previously, Lin Feng had done some research on this matter. Now that Emperor Shennong's matter was settled, he could go and meet the Dark Demon Queen. He didn't know what kind of existence she was. Since she was called the Dark Demon Queen, her strength must be extremely terrifying. After leaving Emperor Shennong, Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang found a secluded place. Then, Lin Feng took out the mother-child millstone and tried to see if he could summon the fallen creatures. However, after trying for a while, he didn't succeed. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Could it be because of the daytime? Perhaps the fallen creatures really didn't like this kind of environment during the day. Thus, Lin Feng decided to wait until night to try again. Time passed very quickly. Soon, it was night time. In the forest, the roars of beasts could be heard. At night, it was the time for all kinds of beasts or terrifying creatures to appear. At this moment, these ferocious beasts or terrifying creatures would hunt for food and kill one another. Lin Feng summoned the mother-child millstone. He muttered, in the name of the mother-child millstone, I summon the fallen creatures. Then, he waited. At the beginning, there were still roars of beasts, but after about an hour, the roars of beasts had disappeared. Beasts had always been sensitive. Lin Feng felt that those beasts had most likely sensed the dangerous aura. So, they all went into hibernation. Could it be that the fallen creatures had appeared? Lin Feng couldn't help but think. He felt that the possibility was quite high. As expected. Not long after, Lin Feng felt the evil aura rushing towards him from all directions. More than one fallen creature appeared. Who is calling us? A low voice came from the forest. A large amount of black fog rolled, and there seemed to be many terrifying existences hibernating in the black fog. Their appearances were covered by the black fog, so Lin Feng couldn't see what these fallen creatures looked like. However, Lin Feng could see the eyes of these fallen creatures. Pairs of scarlet eyes were staring at Lin Feng with an evil gaze. These guys had unfriendly gazes, but after seeing the mother-child millstone, they were afraid and didn't dare to rashly attack Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang. I'm the master of the mother-child millstone. Why aren't you kneeling when you see me? Lin Feng looked at the fallen lifeforms. He carefully sensed that there were about 14 or 15 fallen lifeforms. Lin Feng didn't expect there to be so many of them. He originally thought that there weren't that many of them. Moreover, this was only a small area of fallen lifeforms. If all the fallen lifeforms in the heaven realm were added together, the number would be even more shocking. It was understandable. After all, in the long river of time, there were many who chose to become fallen lifeforms due to various reasons. These fallen lifeforms were special. Their lives were almost limitless. Unless they were killed, they wouldn't die. However, they had to pay a heavy price for such a long life. This price was even worse than cursing lifeforms. Cursing lifeforms and losing themselves. Experiencing endless pain. But at the very least, they had forgotten who they were. Their pain was at most physical. However, what about the fallen lifeforms? They wouldn't forget who they were. Most of them lived in hatred, but they were destined to never be able to take revenge. They could only live in a world of darkness. They couldn't even appear in the day. They were completely depraved and forgotten by others. Pain and hatred accompanied them. It wasn't just physical pain, but also mental torture. This feeling was worse than death. However, they weren't willing to die. No matter how painful it was. They wanted to live. These were the fallen lifeforms. They wanted to be free, but they were also a group of evil existences who feared death. Hee, kid, do you think you can order us around just because you control the mother-child millstone? What a joke. We haven't acknowledged you as our master yet. You can only order the fallen lifeforms who have acknowledged you as their master. At this moment, a fallen lifeform sneered. Actually, there were some discrepancies between the rumors and the truth. For example, although these fallen lifeforms were afraid of the mother-child millstone, it was obvious that Lin Feng didn't think that he could smoothly control these fallen lifeforms just because he controlled the mother-child millstone. But he still had the advantage. Then who wants to acknowledge me as their master? Lin Feng smiled and said. The group of fallen lifeforms sneered, but no one answered. Lin Feng faintly smiled and said, to be honest, even if ordinary fallen creatures wanted to recognize me as their master, I wouldn't subdue them. Because before these fallen creatures became fallen creatures, I reckon that they were evil, disgusting, and had done who knows how many bad things. These fallen creatures don't have the qualifications to recognize me as their master. Brat, what are you saying? The group of fallen life forms shouted angrily, clearly incomparably furious at Lin Feng's words. They had indeed fallen, and they might not have been good people in the past, but they absolutely did not want others to talk about them. Moreover, there were some things that they didn't want to recall, especially things that happened in the past. Lin Feng was rubbing salt on their wounds. The group of fallen creatures looked at Lin Feng with killing intent. However, just like before, he really wanted to kill Lin Feng. He really wanted to kill Lin Feng. But, the enormous deterrence of the mother-child millstone still prevented them from making a move. Trash. Lin Feng sneered. There was no need to be polite to these fallen creatures. However, Lin Feng wouldn't take the initiative to deal with these fallen creatures because they weren't easy to kill. Moreover, killing them wouldn't benefit Lin Feng at all. I'm willing to recognize you as my master. At that moment, a fallen creature said. Come out. Lin Feng said. A fallen creature walked out. He was shrouded in black mist, and his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. However, his voice didn't sound particularly loud. Disperse the dark energy outside your body. Lin Feng said. Yes. The fallen creature said. The dark energy outside his body gradually dispersed. Then, the fallen creature appeared. He actually had the appearance of a 13 or 14-year-old youth. After becoming a fallen creature, his eyes turned black, and his eyes turned scarlet. Many green evil runes seemed to have appeared on his body. Back then, when he became a fallen creature, he should have been very young. How did you become a fallen creature? Lin Feng asked. My father hooked up with a woman from a large family in order to rise in power. That woman asked him to kill both me and my mother. In order to save me, my mother died miserably at my father's hands. I managed to escape, but there were people constantly chasing after me. I had nowhere else to go. Thus, I willingly became a fallen creature. The fallen creature said. This fellow's fate was truly full of ups and downs. How long has it been since you became a fallen creature? Lin Feng asked curiously. Almost 2 epochs, the fallen creature said. Almost 2 epochs, the fallen creature said. Lin Feng was shocked. He really couldn't tell that this fallen creature was actually such an ancient existence. If you recognize me as your master, what are your conditions? Lin Feng asked. I hope that one day, I'll kill that woman. I'll avenge my mother's tragic death. As for you, you should be able to help me fulfill my wish. Lin Feng said. Perhaps. I'll do my best to help you fulfill your wish. Swear an oath to the mother-child millstone. Fallen creature Qian is willing to swear an oath to the mother-child millstone. From now on, I will be controlled by the mother-child millstone. I am willing to do anything for the master of the mother-child millstone. The fallen creature named Qian swore an oath. After swearing the oath, Lin Feng could use the mother-child millstone to control these fallen creatures. Furthermore, he could avoid any direct karmic connection with them. Lin Feng was still rather wary of this. After all, these fallen creatures were truly terrifying. If he were to have a direct karmic connection with them, it would have a huge impact on him. He didn't know if something bad would happen in the future. If he were to have an indirect relationship with them, then he wouldn't have to worry so much. I'm also willing to recognize you as my master. At that moment, another fallen creature walked out. Tell me about your background. Lin Feng said. The woman I adored was also interested in me, so we decided to be together. However, who would have thought that this good brother of mine also adored her, and because of this, he bore a grudge against me. He ambushed me and severely injured me, while my lover was humiliated by him and committed suicide in the end. Therefore, I turned into a fallen creature. I want revenge. I know he's not dead yet, so I want to kill him. Alright. Swear an oath to the mother-child millstone. Lin Feng said. Yes. The fallen creature said. Just as he was about to swear the oath, Qian suddenly said, Hold on. What? Lin Feng looked at Qian with a puzzled expression. He didn't know why Qian had stopped the fallen creature from swearing the oath. Qian said, Young master, he's lying. Lying? How can you tell? Lin Feng was surprised. Qian said, I have the eye of truth, so I can tell if someone is lying or telling the truth. Clearly, this person is lying. Hearing that, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He naturally believed Qian's words without a doubt. These fallen creatures were indeed sinister and cunning. They roughly knew what kind of fallen creatures they could and couldn't subdue, so they wanted to deceive Lin Feng. After swearing the oath and successfully recognizing Lin Feng as their master, the oath was done and couldn't be changed. They would then reveal their true colors. Nothing could be changed. Humph. You dare deceive me? Lin Feng snorted coldly and looked at the fallen creature with a cold gaze. His eyes flickered with killing intent. The fallen creature secretly hated Qian for ruining his plans. He shouted angrily, Ruining my plans? I'll take your life. As soon as he finished speaking, the fallen creature quickly pounced toward Qian. You're courting death. Lin Feng's gaze was cold. Deceiving him. How dare he try to kill someone in front of him? Lin Feng naturally wouldn't let him off. Mother-child millstone, kill. Lin Feng shouted coldly. The mother-child millstone. He quickly flew towards the fallen life form, and then blasted towards the fallen life form. The fallen creature wanted to send the mother-child millstone flying. However, he was sent flying by the mother-child millstone. The mother-child millstone killed him. It directly shattered the fallen creature's head. Everything was too fast. The mother-child millstone worked together seamlessly. Many fallen creatures couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they saw this. Previously, they were only afraid of the mother-child millstone. However, after seeing the terrifying power of the mother-child millstone, now, it was no longer fear. It was fear. Fear that came from the depths of their souls. I'm not a good-tempered person, so it's impossible for you to get away from me. Those who did too many immoral things before they fell better not come looking for trouble with me. Get lost as far as you can. Otherwise, I don't mind sending those people to hell. Lin Feng's voice was cold. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the group of fallen creatures suddenly became silent. If it was before, even if they didn't dare to attack Lin Feng, they would definitely mock him. However, these people didn't dare to say anything now. With the example of the past, if anyone dared to mock Lin Feng again, they might be killed by Lin Feng immediately. They didn't dare to take the risk. If you think you can stay, then stay. If you can't stay, then get lost. Lin Feng said. The group of fallen creatures left one after another. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. Xia Donghuang said, "It seems that these fallen creatures weren't good people when they were alive. There are too few of them who became fallen creatures because they were wrongly accused." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Yes, it's really rare." Lin Feng then looked at Qian and asked, "How many fallen creatures are there in the celestial realm now?" Qian replied, "It's hard to say, but the number should be considerable. After all, over the years, countless fallen creatures have gathered in the celestial realm. The celestial realm was the highest realm in the universe, and it had the most opportunities. Thus, when these fallen creatures were looking for a place to cultivate, the celestial realm was their first choice. Thus, Lin Feng didn't find it strange that these fallen creatures had all gathered in the celestial realm. Gather these fallen creatures and gather them in the first level of the celestial realm. When I have time, I'll go see them. Do you have the ability to accomplish this?" Lin Feng looked at Qian. This wasn't an easy task, but Qian felt that this was an opportunity. If he could accomplish this, he would at least be able to leave a good impression in front of Lin Feng. He nodded and said, "No problem, I'm completely capable of doing this." "That's great. Go ahead and do it. I won't mistreat you in the future," Lin Feng said. "I'm willing to serve you, young master," Qian said. Qian then left and began to prepare the task Lin Feng had instructed him to do. Fallen creatures were very powerful, and they were almost immortal. Thus, if they could form an army of fallen creatures, it would definitely be strategic. Although fallen creatures could only appear at night, that didn't matter too much. If they appeared at night, they would be more harmful to the enemy. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang rushed in the direction of the Dark Demon Mountain to meet the Dark Demon Queen. The Dark Demon Queen was a very famous demonic overlord in the heavenly realm. Rumor had it that she was an expert who walked out of the demon abyss and took root in the heavenly realm. Back then, when she stirred up trouble in the heavenly realm, many major powers wanted to get rid of her. However, no one was able to kill her. It was said that even the heavenly court took action, but they still couldn't get rid of her. Everyone seemed to have no choice but to acknowledge her existence. Currently, the dark domain in the 8th layer of the heavenly realm was the Dark Demon Queen's territory. Of course, the Dark Demon Queen spent most of her time cultivating in the Dark Demon Mountain. The last time she appeared was tens of thousands of years ago. It was said that the Dark Demon Queen had always been in seclusion. What was the exact situation, no one knew. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang arrived at the Dark Domain. Dark Domain. Evil cultivators could be seen everywhere. They arrived at a place called Jade Devil City. The Jade Devil City's city lord was one of the 8 city lords under the Dark Demon Queen. It was said that the Jade Devil City's city lord was a living being born from a piece of demonic jade. Thus, his battle strength was extremely terrifying. After Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang arrived at Jade Devil City, they felt many malicious gazes. Young cultivators like them seemed to be quite wealthy. Coming to a place where evil cultivators gathered, they would definitely be targeted by many evil cultivators. However, Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang didn't care about those malicious gazes. They were just a bunch of mobs. If they dared to come and die, they wouldn't mind sending them to hell. When Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang went to find an inn, a beast carriage quickly came from afar. When it passed by Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang's location, a soft sound of surprise came from the beast carriage. It was a woman's voice. It turned out that when the beast carriage passed by, the woman lifted some curtains and looked outside. Then, she saw Lin Feng. "Stop the carriage," the woman in the beast carriage said. The coachman hurriedly stopped the galloping beast. The beast carriage stopped. A woman walked out of the beast carriage. Wow, what a beautiful woman! Many people exclaimed. Gazes filled with malicious intent were directed at this beautiful woman. It's her. At this time, someone recognized the woman's identity and couldn't help but change his expression. Who is this person? Some people were puzzled. Such a peerless beauty had caused many cultivators to have malicious thoughts about her. However, they should first understand the other party's identity before making a move. If it was someone they couldn't afford to offend, they naturally wouldn't make a move. These evil cultivators knew who they could provoke and who they couldn't. This woman has a very deep background. It's said that she's related to the celestial race and the Yao race. I even heard that she's related to the Jade Devil City's city lord. The cultivator said in a serious tone. Damn, such a powerful background? We can't afford to offend her, we can't afford to offend her. Many people's expressions changed abruptly. The cultivators who originally had malicious thoughts about the woman instantly gave up. A person with such a powerful background wasn't someone anyone could afford to offend. If they dared to have malicious thoughts about the other party, their corpses might be lying on the streets the next day. This kind of thing, it was all too common in the world of cultivators. Lin Gongzi, we meet again. The woman smiled at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was surprised. He didn't expect to see this person here. This woman was none other than Yao Zi, whom he had met in the first level of the Heaven Realm. At that time, there was also Li Shishir. Yao Zi and Li Shishir were close friends and had a very close relationship. Moreover, Lin Feng had a feeling that he and Li Shishir seemed to know each other. It was a very strange feeling. He didn't know what was going on. I didn't expect to meet Fairy Zi here. Lin Feng said with a smile. It was quite happy to meet old friends. Why are you here? Yao Zi asked curiously. Ever since she met Lin Feng and suspected that her best friend Li Shishir and Lin Feng knew each other in the mortal realm, she had been paying attention to some of Lin Feng's movements. During this period, many major events had happened in the Heaven Realm. And Lin Feng seemed to be involved in many of these events. From the information that Yao Zi had gathered, during this period of time, Lin Feng had indeed done many shocking things. As a result, Yao Zi was very interested in Lin Feng and wondered when she would be able to meet Lin Feng again. And today, she actually met Lin Feng here. In Yao Zi's opinion, although her best friend Li Shishir might have known Lin Feng a long time ago, Li Shishir had forgotten some of her memories and had long forgotten about Lin Feng. Therefore, if she had further contact with Lin Feng, she wouldn't feel sorry for her best friend Li Shishir. Lin Feng replied, I'm here to do something. What about you? Why are you here? Yao Zi smiled and said, I'm here because I want to give something to an elder. I see. Lin Feng nodded. Yao Zi continued, you've just arrived, so I'm sure you haven't found a place to stay yet, right? How about this? Why don't you stay at my place? My clan has a courtyard here, and it's well equipped. It'll definitely be more comfortable than staying at an inn. Lin Feng replied, thank you for your kind intentions, Fairy Zi, but we won't trouble you. The reason Lin Feng didn't want to stay at Yao Zi's place was because Lin Feng had a feeling that Yao Zi wasn't a simple woman. He naturally had to be careful when interacting with Yao Zi. If he could avoid her, he would try his best to avoid her. After being rejected by Lin Feng, Yao Zi didn't seem angry at all. Instead, she smiled and said, all right, I'll pay you a visit later. Lin Feng understood a few things from Yao Zi's words. For example, Yao Zi should have a lot of power in Jade Fiend City. That was why she could easily find out where he was staying. Lin Feng nodded and said, all right, see you later. Yao Zi boarded the beast carriage. The beast carriage quickly moved forward. After Yao Zi left, the surrounding cultivators couldn't help but whisper among themselves. They could roughly tell that the enchanting beauty had taken the initiative to curry favor with Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng had actually rejected her. Many people were speechless. They didn't know what Lin Feng was thinking. He had actually rejected further contact with the beauty. The way they looked at Lin Feng was as if they were looking at a blockhead. Many people muttered in their hearts, this brat looks like a single dog. He doesn't even know how to seize the opportunity when there's a girl taking the initiative to court him. Serves him right to be single forever. Of course, Lin Feng didn't know what the cultivators were thinking. He and Xia Donghuang walked forward and found a few inns, but they were all overcrowded. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter, was the business of the inns in Jade Devil City so good? After asking around, he found out that the reason these inns were full was because the son of the city lord of Jade Devil City was going to hold a wedding in a few days. Many people had come to attend the wedding, but many cultivators were not invited at all. But that didn't matter. Cultivators in the world of cultivators must be thick-skinned. You didn't invite us. We can do it ourselves. Don't slap a smiling person, right? Perhaps he could use this opportunity to establish a relationship with Jade Devil City's city lord's family. If he could build a relationship with her. In that case. At that time, the families and powers behind them would be completely different. It was very likely that they would bring about great benefits. It wasn't until the fifth inn that Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang found a place to stay. Moreover, it was a single courtyard in the high-end courtyard area. It had to be said that their luck was really good. After washing up, Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang went out to eat. After eating, Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang went to find out the location of the Dark Demon Mountain. In the beginning, the Dark Demon Mountain was an extremely dangerous place in the depths of the Dark Demon Forest. However, back then, the Dark Demon Queen was attacked by many forces and almost died. Therefore, after this incident, the Dark Demon Queen refined the Dark Demon Mountain into a magic treasure and the Dark Demon Mountain entered a parallel space. Originally, Lin Feng wasn't too clear about this matter. He thought that it would be easy to find the Dark Demon Mountain, but who would have thought that such a thing would happen? Therefore, he could only try his best to gather information about the Dark Demon Mountain. If he couldn't find out anything, then he could only think of a way to contact the 8 city lords under the Dark Demon Queen. For example, the city lord of Jade Devil City definitely knew where the Dark Demon Mountain was. If the city lord of Jade Devil City was willing to help, then meeting the Dark Demon Queen wouldn't be difficult. Of course. This time, it wasn't as simple as meeting the Dark Demon Queen and handing over the crystal ball that the Dark Troll gave him to the Dark Demon Queen. There was no free lunch in this world. Lin Feng felt that after meeting the Dark Demon Queen, he should try his best to get some benefits from her. That way, it wouldn't be a waste of time, right? If he couldn't get anything, wouldn't he be a fool? Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang went to several trading companies to inquire about information, but unfortunately, the results were not ideal. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang were unable to find out the exact location of the Dark Demon Mountain. However, Lin Feng had already expected this kind of situation, so when it really happened, he didn't make too much of a fuss. Lin Feng felt that it seemed that he really needed the help of a certain city lord. Wasn't the son of the city lord about to get married? At that time, he might be able to go over and take a look. It was related to the Dark Demon Queen's son. So, Lin Feng believed it. Once the city lord found out about this, he definitely wouldn't refuse. When he returned to his residence, he saw a woman standing outside the courtyard. This woman was none other than Yao Zi. Have you been here for a long time? Lin Feng asked. I just arrived, Yao Zi said with a smile. It's not a good place to talk outside. Let's go in and talk. Lin Feng said. Yao Zi said, I'm not going in. Come with me to a place. Where are we going? Lin Feng asked. Yao Zi could probably tell that Lin Feng was unwilling, so she rolled her eyes at Lin Feng and said, What? Are you afraid that I'll eat you? Lin Feng said, Look at what you're saying. If a beauty like you isn't afraid, why should I be? Then let's go. I might have a surprise for you tonight, Yao Zi said with a wink. Oh? Surprise? What kind of surprise? Lin Feng revealed an astonished expression. Lin Feng clearly felt that there was more to Yao Zi's words than met the eye. Yao Zi smiled and said, It's not a good time to talk about this. You'll find out very soon. Seeing that Yao Zi was trying to keep him in suspense, Lin Feng did not continue asking her. Just as Yao Zi had said, he would find out when the time came. Xia Donghuang returned to rest. Lin Feng left with Yao Zi. They rode on the same beast carriage. Yao Zi asked, Don't you want to ask about Xianxia? Lin Feng asked. Why should I ask about her? Yao Zi was in a good mood when she saw that Lin Feng did not seem to be interested in Li Shirshir. She said, "That's because my best friend is loved by everyone. Countless people view her as a goddess after seeing her." "Oh? Is there such a thing?" Lin Feng was astonished. However, Li Shirshir was indeed very beautiful. She was unforgettable. Even in the entire celestial realm, she was probably a famous figure. It was not a problem for her to become a goddess in the hearts of countless people. However, Lin Feng had seen too many beauties in his life. Thus, no matter how beautiful Li Shirshir was, it was difficult for her appearance to move Lin Feng's heart. In truth, if not for Yao Zi, Lin Feng would not have even thought of Li Shirshir. "If Lin Gongzi is interested in Shirshir, I don't mind pulling some strings for the two of you," Yao Zi said with a smile. Lin Feng could not help but become vigilant. One who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. He was not particularly familiar with Yao Zi, and Yao Zi was also a stranger to him. Why would she introduce her best friend to him? Lin Feng did not let that get to his head. Thus, when he heard Yao Zi's words, Lin Feng did not believe her at all. Since this woman wouldn't introduce her best friend, Li Shirshir, to him, why did she mention this matter? Was she just toying with him? Lin Feng felt that Yao Zi should not be so shallow. If she was not toying with him, then what was her purpose? Or was she testing him? But why would she test him? What good would it do her? She couldn't have fallen for him, right? Was that why she was testing him? Damn, that was really possible. Who asked him to be young, handsome, powerful, and have a good character? Why did it sound like he was praising himself? However, Lin Feng did not have such feelings for Yao Zi. Lin Feng said, "I'm currently focused on cultivation. I don't want to spend too much time on relationships." "Thank you for your kindness, Fairy Zi. Of course you have to cultivate. However, relationships and cultivation do not conflict. If you don't like Shirshir's type, I can introduce you to other types. I know a lot of peerless beauties. I guarantee you that you will find the type you like," Yao Zi said with a smile. Lin Feng said, "Actually, I don't even know what type I like. How about I come to you when I'm looking for a partner?" He, of course," Yao Zi said with a smile. 2 hours later, the beast carriage entered a very secretive manor. The manor was heavily guarded. Occasionally, beast carriages could be seen passing by. Other than that, there were also groups of cultivators patrolling the area. When they reached the depths of the manor, the beast carriage came to a stop. Lin Feng and Yao Zi alighted from the carriage. Lin Feng was very curious. What was this place? It seemed to be a very private place. Moreover, Lin Feng could sense many formation runes enveloping the entire manor. These formation runes were very interesting as well. There were very few offensive and defensive formation runes. 70 to 80% of the formation runes were concealment runes. Why would there be such formation runes? Lin Feng didn't understand what was going on. Could it be that the other party had some kind of secret transaction here, and this kind of transaction required concealment from the outside world? If that was the case, it would be very interesting. He wondered what kind of transaction it was for it to be so secretive. Hopefully, it wouldn't disappoint him. Lin Feng and Yao Zi entered a huge hall. Inside the hall stood 2 rows of tall and beautiful female cultivators. These female cultivators were probably the equivalent of a ceremonial lady. At the very front stood a young man. He was very handsome and always had a warm smile on his face. It was easy to get a good impression of him. When he saw Yao Zi, the young man smiled and said, "I heard that you came to Devil Jade City yesterday. However, I was busy with the matters here and couldn't leave. I guessed that you would come, but I didn't expect you to bring a male companion with you. How should I address you, young master?" "My name is Ji," Lin Feng replied. Lin Feng used an alias he had used before. He was mainly worried that revealing his identity would cause a commotion. Lin Feng wasn't afraid of people targeting him, but Lin Feng was afraid of trouble. "Haha, so it's Brother Ji. May I know when Brother Ji got together with my cousin?" the young man said with a smile and winked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was surprised. So, Yao Zi was the young man's cousin. Lin Feng originally wanted to say that it was a misunderstanding and that he and Yao Zi were just ordinary friends. However, he felt that if he explained himself, it would embarrass Yao Zi. She should be the one to explain. So, Lin Feng gave Yao Zi a look. However, Yao Zi didn't explain her relationship with Lin Feng to her cousin. Instead, she introduced her cousin to Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt helpless, but he didn't say anything. Yao Zi's cousin was called Tangxing. Tangxing, Tang Sanzang, Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder why this guy had the same name as the reincarnation of the legendary golden cicada. Tangxing explained, "This is Tangxing, not Tang Sanzang. My Xing is the Xing of life." Haha, so that's the case. Nice to meet you. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Nice to meet you. Tangxing smiled and cupped his fists as well. Yao Zi said, "You still have guests to receive, so we won't disturb you. We'll go in first." "All right." Tangxing said. Yao Zi and Lin Feng entered a large hall. When they arrived, there were already many people in the hall. Lin Feng and Yao Zi found a place to sit down. Lin Feng could vaguely hear the conversations of some cultivators. He said, "So this place is going to hold a trade fair. And here I thought there would be something special about it." To be honest, Lin Feng was indeed a little disappointed when he heard the discussions. It was just a trade fair. It wasn't that big of a deal. Yao Zi said, "It is indeed a trade fair, but it's different from other trade fairs." Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He asked, "What's the difference between this trade fair and other trade fairs?" Yao Zi said, "This trade fair is related to the Mastermind's world. The Mastermind's world is very special and mysterious. It is incomparably ancient and powerful, and it stands above everything else. Many of the resources in the Mastermind's world cannot be found anywhere else. Many of those resources are incomparably precious, and they are very beneficial to cultivators. All of the items in this trade fair are supreme treasures that have been secretly transported from the Mastermind's world at great cost." Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but be surprised. The various major powers of the Mastermind's world guarded the resources of their world very strictly. Normally, when cultivators of their world went out to carry out missions, they would not bring the resources of their world out. Lin Feng did not expect the power behind this matter to have a way to secretly transport the resources of the Mastermind's world out. They were quite capable. He wanted to see what kind of precious treasures the Mastermind's world had. Lin Feng could not help but look forward to this trade fair. "Who's the mastermind behind this trade fair?" Lin Feng asked Yao Zi. He felt that Yao Zi should know about this. After all, Tangxing, who was entertaining the guests outside, was her cousin. With this relationship, wouldn't it be easy for her to find out a lot of things? Moreover, it was obvious that this was not her first time here. Yao Zi said. "It's the Dark Devil Queen." Yao Zi's answer was clear. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, "What kind of person is the Dark Devil Queen? Is she related to the Mastermind's world, the otherworldly creatures, or the lost races of the epic?" Yao Zi said. "She doesn't. She actually hates these powers." Lin Feng said. "I have a feeling that you know the Dark Devil Queen." Yao Zi said, "We met once many years ago. I know her, but she clearly doesn't know me. Back then, I went to pay her a visit with an elder." Lin Feng asked, "Who is this elder you're talking about?" "My godmother, the younger sister of Devil Jade City's city lord." "Isn't that an extraordinary identity?" Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Originally, he had planned to visit the city lord during the city lord's son's wedding. However, since no one had introduced him, it would be rather troublesome. Now that someone familiar had introduced him, it would save Lin Feng a lot of trouble. Lin Feng was someone who did not like trouble. He was naturally happy to save himself some trouble. Lin Feng said, "No wonder you're so influential in Devil Jade City." "Actually, I'm not just influential in Devil Jade City. I'm influential in many other places as well. If you know more about me, you'll be even more shocked." Yao Zi smiled. "Are you trying to flirt with me? That's a very dangerous thing to do." Lin Feng glanced at Yao Zi. In the beginning, Lin Feng had felt that Yao Zi was too scheming. Hence, he had not planned on interacting with her. However, as things developed, some things were always going out of control. For example, the more he interacted with Yao Zi, the more Lin Feng became interested in her. A life of walking on a tightrope is the most interesting life. What do you think? Lin Feng smiled and said, then, perhaps you will experience a wonderful life from now on. As Lin Feng and Yao Zi were flirting with one another, a good number of cultivators arrived. In the end, there were over 100 cultivators there. A middle-aged man walked out from the back hall and said with a smile, everyone, I'm Bai Yuqing. I'm sure many of you know me, but there are also some new friends who might not know me. Let me introduce myself. I'm the younger brother of Jade Devil City's City Lord. I'm in charge of this trade fair. Everyone should know how difficult it is to bring all kinds of things out of the mastermind's world. Every time we bring these things out, we lose many strong cultivators. If the people from the mastermind's world know that we are trading all kinds of treasures brought from their world here, a disaster will come. At that time, not only will the seller suffer a disaster, but the buyer will also suffer a disaster. The runes here can only block people's perception of this place. However, if you don't keep your mouth shut and leak the information, you'll get everyone killed. Some of the rules are old news. Those who know, please listen again and consolidate your knowledge. Those who don't know, I hope you'll remember. Today, if the cultivators who participate in the trade fair dare leak the news, they'll be hunted down by all the strong cultivators under the Dark Demon Queen's command. Apart from that, the Dark Demon Queen also gave the Assassin Dynasty 10 billion high-grade celestial stones. Apart from the Dark Demon Queen's subordinates, the Assassin Dynasty will also kill them. Everyone, think carefully. Even if you can avoid being hunted down by the Dark Devil Queen's subordinates, can you avoid being hunted down by the Assassin Dynasty's assassins? Those guys are everywhere. Some of the cultivators who had been here before naturally knew the rules very well. Therefore, when they heard Bai Yuqing's words, their expressions remained unchanged. Many of the cultivators who had come here for the first time had solemn expressions when they heard Bai Yuqing's words. The cultivators present were all cultivators of status and status. Once they left this place, everyone knew exactly what to do. Even if there were some who had ulterior motives, after hearing Bai Yuqing's words, those ulterior motives would probably vanish into thin air very quickly. Bai Yuqing continued, now that the rules have been explained, let's officially begin the trade fair. Bring out the first item. A maidservant walked out with a tray in her hands. There was a porcelain bottle on the tray. It should contain pills. The first item is a transcendence pill. Bai Yuqing said. As soon as he finished speaking, the hall burst into an uproar. Even Lin Feng was extremely shocked. He even took out a transcendence pill. How generous, the transcendence pill was something that had a price but no market. If this item were to spread, it would definitely cause a bloodbath. If not for the fact that Sophia was researching an improved version of the 9 transformations transcendence pill with better effects, Lin Feng would have wanted to bid for this transcendence pill. Fellow Daoist Bai, what do you want to exchange the transcendence pill for? A cultivator asked. Everyone looked at Bai Yuqing. There was only one transcendence pill. However, there were too many people who wanted the transcendence pill. This item was too important to cultivators. However, who would be able to obtain it would depend on whether they could take out the item that the other party wanted. Bai Yuqing said, you only need to take out a living branch from the Tree of Life to get this transcendence pill. Everyone was stunned. Of course, everyone knew about the Tree of Life. Rumor had it that the spring of life condensed inside the Tree of Life could bring people back to life. However, to countless cultivators, the Tree of Life. After all, it was only a legend. Who had seen the Tree of Life, not to mention taking out a branch from the Tree of Life? Moreover, it had to be a living branch. The conditions were too harsh. However, since the other party was offering a supreme treasure like the transcendence pill, it was normal for the conditions to be harsh. After all, the transcendence pill was too precious. I have no fate with the transcendence pill. Many cultivators had ugly expressions on their faces. They wanted the transcendence pill so badly. Now that they knew that they had no fate with the transcendence pill, they were extremely unwilling. However, there was nothing they could do. I have a branch from the Tree of Life here. At that moment, a voice came from a corner. Swoosh, everyone turned to look at the person who spoke. It was a very young cultivator. He looked extraordinarily handsome. There was a confident smile on his face. Who is he? Many people were curious. I don't know. I've never seen him before. How did this guy get in? I heard that he came in with a recommendation letter. However, I don't know whose recommendation letter he came from. Some cultivators discussed in low voices. The young cultivator took out a branch. It was a jade-green branch. When the tree branch was taken out, everyone immediately felt that their lifespan began to slowly increase. Although the increase was not much, it would definitely increase their lifespan greatly over the years. Moreover, if they could cultivate a sapling from the tree of life, it would be heaven-defying. Both parties quickly made a deal and got what they wanted. It was a happy ending. Soon, the second item was brought out. The second item was a demonic fetus. It was a demonic stone fetus. The demonic stone fetus was clearly a demonic stone fetus that had been nurtured. At this time, the demonic stone fetus should have been born and turned into a stone tribe saint spirit. However, because the demonic stone fetus had been sealed, it could not transform into a stone tribe saint spirit. The demonic stone fetus is a terrifying stone tribe saint spirit that took the mastermind's world countless years to nurture. The demonic stone fetus talent is comparable to the strongest 9-orifice stone man. Bai Yuqing said. Damn. He's even willing to take out something like that. Many people exclaimed. This was especially true for the cultivators who were participating in the trade fair for the first time. They were even more shocked. The other party was indeed generous. It was truly shocking. Many cultivators were very interested in the demonic stone fetus. They could refine the demonic stone fetus into a clone. Such a heaven-defying talent. A clone refined from the demonic stone fetus would definitely drive people crazy. What do we need to exchange for the demonic stone fetus? A cultivator asked. This was a topic that everyone was concerned about. Even Lin Feng was paying attention to this matter. The demonic stone fetus was indeed heaven-defying. If he had something that the other party needed, he would not hesitate to take it out for a trade. I need the blood essence of a primal chaos sacred Kuan from 13 eras ago. I wonder who has it? Bai Yuqing asked. The blood essence of a beast from 13 eras ago? Many people were dumbfounded. This was far too long, far too distant. Moreover, this was the first time they had heard of the primal chaos sacred Kuan. I don't have the blood essence of a primal chaos sacred Kuan, but I have a primal chaos sacred Kuan's origin bone. Perhaps I can purify some blood essence from the bone. Of course, there's also the possibility that I can't purify it. Do you want to exchange? An old man asked. Do you want to trade? The old man's identity was also shocking. He was an antique from a reclusive clan. Lin Feng thought, the value of the primal chaos sacred Kuan's blood essence is naturally much lower than the demonic stone fetus. However, it's almost impossible to find it now. For cultivators who need the blood essence of a primal chaos sacred Kuan, it's a priceless treasure. I wonder what the other party needs it for. Lin Feng shook his head. There was no need to worry about what the other party needed the blood essence of a primal chaos sacred Kuan for. It had nothing to do with him anyway. Alright, I'll trade with you. Bai Yuqing said. The old man immediately revealed a look of joy. Clearly, he knew that he had gained a huge advantage in this trade. However, everyone was just taking what they needed. Bai Yuqing clearly valued the blood essence of a primal chaos sacred Kuan more. Others might think that they were at a disadvantage, but they might not think so. Next, Bai Yuqing took out the auction items one after another. Many of the items were extremely precious. Lin Feng took a liking to a few treasures. Unfortunately, Lin Feng did not have the items that the other party wanted. Hence, he could only continue to wait for an opportunity. Another item was brought up. It was a small golden cauldron about the size of a palm. The small golden cauldron had a seal on it. However, even with the seal, there were still streaks of 5-colored immortal light that escaped from the small golden cauldron. It was unknown what was inside the small golden cauldron. At this time, Bai Yuqing said, in the world of the mastermind, there's an extremely dangerous forbidden zone. Even experts who surpass their cultivation level do not dare to enter that forbidden zone. However, every 1,000 years, some 5-colored immortal liquid will fly out. This kind of five-colored immortal liquid contains extremely powerful energy. This energy is very special. It is extremely rare in the world of cultivators. It is a treasure that can improve one's cultivation, soul, and body at the same time. Hearing Bai Yuqing's words, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Lin Feng had obtained a treasure that could raise one's cultivation and soul at the same time. However, he had never obtained a supreme treasure that could raise one's cultivation, soul, and physical body at the same time. This five-colored immortal liquid was awesome. Lin Feng was now at a critical moment in his cultivation. His cultivation level, soul, and physical body had all reached a critical moment of transformation. However, Lin Feng's accumulation was too strong. It was too difficult for him to transform further. He needed some powerful opportunities to complete the transformation. The five-colored immortal liquid was obviously the opportunity that Lin Feng had been searching for. Therefore, the five-colored immortal liquid was extremely important to Lin Feng. At this moment, many people looked at the five-colored immortal liquid with burning eyes. Obviously, a supreme treasure like the five-colored immortal liquid was extremely attractive to many cultivators present. What can I use to exchange for the five-colored immortal liquid? Someone asked impatiently. In fact, although the five-colored immortal liquid was not the most precious treasure among all the treasures, it was definitely one of the most popular treasures because it could directly increase a cultivator's cultivation. This was because every cultivator knew one thing very clearly, and that was that the most important thing was to have a strong cultivation base. Bai Yuqing smiled and said, "If you want the five-colored immortal liquid, you'll have to use the deadwood mask to exchange for it." What's the deadwood mask? Many people were puzzled. Clearly, they had never heard of the deadwood mask. Lin Feng and Yao Zi were also puzzled. They had never heard of the Kumu mask either. Bai Yuqing explained, the deadwood mask is a treasure forged from a special material. The runes on it look very crude, and the mask's appearance is very similar to the Xianxia of hell. This mask is used as a medium to communicate with some unknown existences during sacrificial ceremonies. Used for sacrificial ceremonies? Many people frowned. Clearly, they had never seen the so-called deadwood mask before. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. He remembered that he had seen a mask like that in the ancient ship. That mask was somewhat special. When Lin Feng had moved a large number of treasures into the space-time continuum, he had carefully observed the mask because of its uniqueness. However, he had not found anything special about it. Therefore, he had casually thrown it into the pile of treasures. The mask was similar to what Bai Yuqing had described. It should be the deadwood mask. It seemed that the deadwood mask was a treasure of the Kunlun universe. That was why many cultivators of the universe's major powers had never seen such a supreme treasure. Lin Feng took out the mask, stood up, and said, "Is the mask in my hand the deadwood mask?" Bai Yuqing looked at the mask in Lin Feng's hand and immediately became happy. He said, "That's right. The mask in this young master's hand is the rumored deadwood mask. May I know if this young master is willing to make a deal?" Lin Feng said. "Of course." A beautiful maid walked over and handed the cauldron containing the five-colored immortal liquid to Lin Feng. Lin Feng handed the wooden mask to the beautiful maid. Many people looked at Lin Feng with envy and jealousy. Especially after seeing that there was a peerlessly enchanting beauty beside Lin Feng. Their expressions became even more jealous. Lin Feng didn't notice the change in their expressions. After obtaining the five-colored immortal liquid, he was in a good mood. Coming to this trade fair was the right choice. Initially, he didn't want to come. Luckily, Yao Zi pestered him to come. Otherwise, how could he get the five-colored celestial liquid? Lin Feng, who was in a great mood, felt that Yao Zi was incredibly beautiful no matter how he looked at her. As expected, a person's mood would greatly change their impression of another person. Yao Zi smiled and said, "Congratulations to Lin Gongzi for obtaining the five-colored immortal liquid. Looks like Lin Gongzi's cultivation has improved greatly." Many people present didn't know Lin Feng. When they saw that the five-colored immortal liquid was obtained by a young cultivator like Lin Feng, they felt that this treasure was going to be wasted. However, Yao Zi didn't think that way. She knew how powerful Lin Feng was. Lin Feng's cultivation level might not have increased, but it was because of this that Lin Feng was even more terrifying. just think about it. If he was already so powerful without increasing his cultivation level, how terrifying would he be once he increased his cultivation level? It was unimaginable, Lin Feng said with a smile. I still have to thank you for bringing me here. Yao Zi smiled and said, if you want to thank me, you can't just rely on your words. I want to see you with your actions. Lin Feng said with a smile, no matter what you want me to do, I will agree without hesitation. How about that? Yao Zi said, a gentleman's word cannot be taken back. Of course. Lin Feng nodded. The trade fair continued, and one treasure after another was taken out for trade. Yao Zi also traded an item, which was a mysterious wooden box. There were many ancient runes on the wooden box, and it was unknown what was so special about it. However, since Yao Zi paid such a huge price to buy this wooden box-like treasure, it must be extremely extraordinary. There were many good items among the following items for sale. However, Lin Feng didn't make a move until Yao Zi took out a black devil stone. Little Black actually took the initiative to ask Lin Feng to help him get the Darkness Devil Stone. The Black Devil Stone was an extremely rare stone in the world of the Mastermind. Its full name was the 9 Runes Darkness Devil Stone. It was called that because there were 9 different devil runes on the stone. These devil runes weren't branded by cultivators, but innate devil runes. From this, one could see how extraordinary this devil stone was. Little Black's origin was very mysterious, and he had never revealed his identity to outsiders. Although he looked like a leopard, Lin Feng knew that Little Black was definitely not a member of the leopard clan. The leopard clan definitely didn't have such a powerful branch. Bibi and Xiaolong had a very close relationship with Little Black, but Little Black didn't reveal anything about his clan to Bibi and Xiaolong. As for Lin Feng, he wouldn't tell him either. The reason Little Black chose to follow Lin Feng was because he was attracted by Bibi and became good friends with Bibi. Then, he unwillingly followed Lin Feng. There was no contract between him and Lin Feng. Unlike Lin Feng and Bibi, there was a master-servant contract between them. Of course, even with the master-servant contract, Lin Feng had always treated Bibi as his family. He had never treated Bibi as a pet. The number of times Little Black took the initiative to ask Lin Feng was very few. Since Little Black took the initiative to ask, Lin Feng would naturally try his best to satisfy Little Black. At this moment, Bai Yuqing said, this stone is called the 9 Lines Dark Magic Stone. The energy contained within this stone is very special. It can be of great use to cultivators who cultivate darkness-type sacred arts or belong to the darkness-type race. Of course, I haven't refined this kind of magic stone before. I've only read about its effects from ancient books, so it's hard to say what kind of amazing effects it can achieve. If you want this magic stone, you'll need a meridian pill that can open at least 164 acupoints. The meridian pill was actually a very common pill. This pill could open up the various acupoints on the meridians. The acupoints of the human body were very mysterious. For example, some cultivators could give birth to gods in their acupoints. Lin Feng had also cultivated a similar sacred art before. It was the 72 gods that gave birth to gods in their acupoints. Thus, these acupoints were too mysterious. Opening acupoints was actually not difficult. However, the difficulty lay in opening many acupoints. Every time an acupoint was opened, the difficulty of opening the next acupoint would increase greatly. Thus, it might be relatively easy for a cultivator to open a few dozen acupoints. However, after opening 99 acupoints, the difficulty would increase exponentially. Furthermore, some special sacred arts required the cooperation of one's acupoints. Therefore, top-grade pills that could open acupoints were extremely expensive. However, because such top-grade pills were too rare, there had always been a situation where there was a demand for them but no supply. Many people couldn't help but look at each other. Some cultivators did possess similar pills, and some even possessed pills that could open 149 acupoints. However, what the other party needed was a pill that could open 164 acupoints. Thus, they could only helplessly laugh bitterly. Lin Feng didn't have such a pill. However, Lin Feng had previously obtained a pill formula that could open 234 acupoints in the copy of the Earth Emperor's book. However, he only had the formula and not the pill. This was a troublesome matter. If he used the formula to trade with the other party would probably trade with him, and he would suffer a great loss. However, in order to obtain the 9-pattern darkness magic stone for Xiaolong, Lin Feng had no choice but to do so. However, at this moment, Yao Zi, who was beside Lin Feng, said, "You want the 9-pattern darkness magic stone?" Lin Feng nodded. Yao Zi took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to Lin Feng. She said, "The pills in here can open 168 acupoints. You can exchange it for the 9-pattern darkness magic stone." Lin Feng said, "Take it as I'm lending it to you." "I'm giving it to you." "You're not lending it to me." Yao Zi rolled her eyes at Lin Feng. She seemed to be very dissatisfied with Lin Feng's lending. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. "Then wouldn't I be living off a woman?" Yao Zi smiled and said, "Not everyone has the right to live off me." After saying that, she mischievously winked at Lin Feng. "Demoness." Lin Feng could not help but mutter in his heart. He did not reject Yao Zi's good intentions. He might really anger her. Lin Feng said, "I have a pill that can open 168 acupoints. Then this 9-pattern darkness magic stone will belong to this young master," Bai Yuqing said with a smile. After the two sides made the deal, Lin Feng sent the 9-pattern darkness magic stone into the spacetime continuum. After Blackie obtained the 9-pattern darkness magic stone from Lin Feng, it went into seclusion. He hoped that this item would be of great use to Blackie. The stronger Blackie was, the more beneficial it would be for Lin Feng. The trade fair continued. More treasures were taken out. Not long after, an item attracted Lin Feng's attention. This time, the treasure that the other party took out was a painting of the 8 immortals. The painting depicted an ocean with rippling blue waves. Within the painting, 8 ancient immortals were using their various abilities to fly across the ocean. Thus, the painting was called the 8 Immortals Crossing the Ocean painting. Lin Feng had the feeling that there was something special about that painting, but he couldn't tell exactly what it was. If possible, he would buy the painting and study it. Lin Feng had the feeling that there was something special about the painting. Bai Yuqing said, "It's rumored that the 8 Immortals Crossing the Ocean painting hides a huge secret, but no one knows what it is. Didn't they say that this painting was buried with the great-grandfather of the current sovereign of the imperial clan?" Someone couldn't help but whisper. Although his voice was not loud, everyone present was an expert, so they could naturally hear him. Many people could not help but be shocked. The mastermind's great-grandfather's grave had been dug up, no one knew who had done it. This person was too daring. One had to know. The concept of clans in the world of cultivators was the strongest. The honor of a clan, the benefits of a clan, and so on surpassed everything else. Moreover, the cultivators in the world of cultivators had a very strong recognition of their clans. Without a clan, they wouldn't exist. Digging up someone's ancestral grave was an irreconcilable grudge. In particular, the person who had been dug out was the great-grandfather of the world ruler behind the scenes. If the world ruler behind the scenes found out about this, it would be strange if the world ruler behind the scenes didn't die from anger. However, if one thought about it carefully, the mastermind should already know about this matter. The people present had basically bought the things here. No one could run away. However, everyone felt that it didn't matter. As long as the news wasn't leaked out, the people in the behind-the-scenes world wouldn't know. What was there to be afraid of? Bai Yuqing continued, "If you want this treasure, you need to exchange it with a Kunlun crystal." Kunlun crystal. This was a special kind of crystal that was born in the Kunlun universe. This kind of crystal was extremely expensive. The reason why it was expensive was not only because of the low production of Kunlun crystal. It was said that this kind of crystal could allow a cultivator to enter a deep state of meditation. When a cultivator entered a state of meditation, they could comprehend many daos that they could not comprehend normally. Such an item was indeed too precious. Moreover, this was the 9 prefectures universe, and items from the Kunlun universe were very rare. If it was in the Kunlun universe, although it was difficult to obtain the Kunlun crystal, some top forces should be able to obtain it if they worked hard. However, it was a different situation in the 9 prefectures universe. After all, it was a treasure of the outerverse. It was too difficult for the cultivators of the 9 prefectures universe to obtain it. Even the major forces of the 9 prefectures universe would find it difficult to obtain the Kunlun crystal. However, Lin Feng had the Kunlun crystal. He had obtained it from the treasury of the ancient starship from the Kunlun universe. I have a Kunlun crystal here. I'll exchange it with you. Lin Feng took out the Kunlun crystal and said. Seeing that the person who came out to trade was Lin Feng again, many cultivators muttered a little. To them, Lin Feng was an unfamiliar face. Moreover, he was such a young cultivator. How could he have such a good treasure on him? It was a little unbelievable. This guy. Who is he? Everyone was curious about Lin Feng's identity. Many people were guessing Lin Feng's identity. Soon, Lin Feng made a trade with the other party and successfully obtained the 8 immortals crossing the sea map. Now was not the time to study the 8 immortals crossing the sea map, so Lin Feng put away the 8 immortals crossing the sea map. In the following trade fair, the various treasures that appeared were still very shocking. The treasures at the bottom of the box caused a huge sensation because the other party took out an ancient weapon-level treasure. This ancient weapon-level treasure was called the Golden Sacred Scepter. It was the most precious treasure of the Mastermind's World Royal family. It was said that when the great-grandfather of the Mastermind's World Ruler died, this treasure was personally placed in the tomb by the Mastermind's World Ruler to accompany his great-grandfather in death. Now, even this treasure had been spread out. Many people looked at each other with a confused expression. This treasure was very tempting. Although obtaining this treasure would definitely offend the Mastermind's World Royal family, this treasure was too precious. However, this treasure was too precious, too attractive. Many people's eyes turned red. If they could obtain an ancient weapon-level treasure, everyone knew what it meant. Even Lin Feng was excited. Because Lin Feng's ancient weapon-level array was still missing an offensive ancient weapon. If Lin Feng could obtain an offensive ancient weapon, it would be just right to replace the defensive ancient weapon, the glazed sky goblet. The ancient weapon-level array formed by 9 offensive ancient weapons would provide Lin Feng with combat power. It would increase Lin Feng's combat power by several levels. That was if it was possible. Lin Feng even planned to replace the soul-subduing bell with a pure offensive ancient weapon in the future. The power of the ancient weapon-level array formed by 9 pure offensive ancient weapons would soar again. However, Lin Feng knew that this matter could not be rushed. He had to take things step by step. Haste makes waste, after all. What do we need to exchange for this ancient weapon? Someone asked, his voice trembling slightly. Clearly, he was too excited, causing his voice to tremble. Such an ancient weapon was indeed too attractive. We need 5 ancient stones: Space-Quaking Stone, Sky-Universe Stone, Soul-Universe Stone, Soul-Universe Stone, and Space-Shattering Stone. Bai Yuqing said. Many people furrowed their brows. What the hell was this? They had never heard of it before. An old man said. Fellow Taoist, Bai should be talking about the 5 cosmos stones that were born 42 eras ago, right? Bai Yuqing said. Correct? Does anyone have any of these things? Many people shook their heads. Something from 42 eras ago. That was too ancient. No one could take out what Bai Yuqing wanted. As such, in the end, no one was able to exchange for the final treasure. What a pity, Lin Feng could not help but shake his head and sigh. The item Bai Yuqing wanted was too ancient. He had no idea where to find it. It seemed that he had missed out on this ancient weapon. Lin Feng could not help but feel that it was a pity. The trade fair ended. Many cultivators left one after another. Lin Feng and Yao Zi also left the manor. Although it was already late at night, it was still very lively outside. Yao Zi said with a smile. How about coming to my place for a chat? Isn't it too late? That's not good. Lin Feng said. What's wrong with sitting down with a friend and having a heart-to-heart talk? Yao Zi said with a charming smile. She placed special emphasis on the words have a heart-to-heart talk. The mansion of Yao Zi's family in Jade Devil City was extremely large, occupying an area of more than 1,000 mu. The environment was unique, and there were many slaves kept in captivity. From all aspects, one could see how extraordinary the power behind Yao Zi was. However, Lin Feng did not take the initiative to ask about the faction behind Yao Zi. If Yao Zi wanted to talk about it, he did not mind listening. The two of them sat in the pavilion and sipped some spirit tea. It was calming spirit tea, which was good for sleep and would not irritate one's mind. Other spirit teas had a refreshing effect, so it was best not to drink them at night. If one drank them, they would be in high spirits for the entire night and would not be able to sleep. Such beautiful scenery and such a peerless beauty could easily cause one's mind to become restless. However, Lin Feng's self-control was quite strong, so he did not feel anything, nor did he think about anything else. Lin Feng said, "There's something I need your help with." Yao Zi smiled. "What is it?" "Tell me." Lin Feng said, "It's like this, I want to pay a visit to the Dark Demon Queen, but I don't know where the Dark Demon Mountain is, so I'd like to ask the City Lord of Jade Devil City to introduce me to the Dark Demon Queen." "You want to see the Dark Demon Queen? Is that why you're here?" Yao Zi asked in astonishment. Lin Feng nodded. Yao Zi said, "Of course, there's no problem." "That's great. The City Lord will probably be very busy these few days. It won't be too late to introduce me to his son during his wedding," Lin Feng said. "Sure." Yao Zi smiled and asked, "Can you tell me why you want to see the Dark Demon Queen? Could it be that you want to see her because she's beautiful?" "The Dark Demon Queen is beautiful?" Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. That dark troll hadn't transformed into a human form, so he looked quite frightening. However, it was also possible that the Dark Demon Queen was beautiful. For example, there were many races in the world of cultivators that were quite special. For example, the famous Azura race. The men were so ugly that they couldn't bear to look at them, but the women were as beautiful as fairies. Perhaps the Dark Demon Queen's race was also like this. However, Lin Feng didn't care if the Dark Demon Queen was beautiful or not. So, when he heard Yao Zi mention this matter, Lin Feng couldn't help but find it funny. Yao Zi's brain circuit was a little strange. Why did she always lead in this direction? Lin Feng said, "I think you are very beautiful. I can't appreciate other people's looks. I prefer to appreciate your face more." Hearing what Lin Feng said, Yao Zi smiled. Women loved to hear compliments, and Yao Zi was very satisfied with Lin Feng's answer. Lin Feng continued, "I went to see the Dark Demon Queen because someone asked me to bring something to her." "Who is it?" Yao Zi asked. Lin Feng said, "That person claimed to be the Dark Demon Queen's son and asked me to bring a crystal ball to her." "The Dark Demon Queen's son? How come I didn't know that she had a son? This isn't a joke. The Dark Demon Queen isn't a kind person. If you make a mistake, it will affect her reputation and cause a lot of trouble," Yao Zi said. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Did that bastard dark troll lie to him? He had never doubted the dark troll's words before. If the dark troll wasn't the Dark Demon Queen's son, why would he pretend to be? When he thought about it this way, the whole matter became somewhat confusing. It seemed that there was more to this matter than met the eye. Fortunately, he had mentioned it to Yao Zi. Otherwise, he would have made a huge mistake and offended the Dark Demon Queen. Lin Feng took out the crystal ball and said, "This is the crystal ball that person asked me to bring to the Dark Demon Queen. I've studied it before, but I couldn't find anything special about it. Take a look and see if there's anything special about it." Yao Zi took the crystal ball from Lin Feng and studied it carefully. She couldn't help but frown when she couldn't find anything special about it. Yao Zi said, "Everything about this matter is strange. I think it's best to meet with my godmother before meeting the city lord. What do you think?" Lin Feng thought about it and agreed. After all, Yao Zi's godmother was the city lord's younger sister. She might know more about certain matters. If he told her about it, she would be able to give him some advice. Lin Feng said, "All right. How about tomorrow?" "Sure, let's set it tomorrow. We'll go together then," Yao Zi said. Lin Feng nodded and stood up. "It's getting late. I won't be staying here any longer. It's already so late." "Don't leave." Yao Zi smiled. "Isn't this development a little too fast?" Lin Feng asked. Yao Zi rolled her eyes at Lin Feng. "What are you thinking about? I have plenty of guest rooms here." Lin Feng said, "It seems like I'm still too pure. I'm easily led astray by others. That's why I'm wrong." Yao Zi couldn't help but spit at Lin Feng. You're clearly thinking evil, yet you're saying that you're pure? How thick-skinned. Yao Zi felt that Lin Feng wasn't a pure person. He was a black-bellied person. However, Yao Zi liked to play with Lin Feng. Ordinary people couldn't pique her interest. Yao Zi had someone arrange a place for Lin Feng to stay. Actually, Lin Feng wanted to find a secluded place to cultivate. After all, he had obtained a treasure like the 5-colored immortal liquid, and he couldn't wait to refine it to increase his strength. However, there had been some matters recently that made it difficult for him to cultivate in peace. Thus, he had to put the matter of refining the 5-colored immortal liquid on hold for now. It wouldn't be too late to refine the 5-colored immortal liquid after he was done with his various matters. Lin Feng took out the map of the 8 immortals traversing the seas. Lin Feng had felt that there was something special about the map, and Bai Yuqing had also said that the map seemed to contain a huge secret. But what exactly was the secret? Lin Feng was very curious. He tried to use his divine sense to sense the map, but unfortunately, Lin Feng's divine sense couldn't sense anything. The 8 immortals traversing the seas gave off an extraordinary feeling, but at the same time, it gave off a very ordinary feeling. It was extremely strange. Lin Feng frowned. He tried to use his blood to refine the map to see if there was any special reaction. However, after using his blood, there was still no special connection between the map and Lin Feng. The map didn't seem to be a magic treasure, and he couldn't refine it. What kind of secret is hidden in this map? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He was sure that the 8 immortals traversing the seas wasn't that simple. It was just that he hadn't discovered the secret of the map yet. But then again, it was normal. If the secret of the 8 immortals traversing the seas could be discovered so easily, it wouldn't have ended up in his possession. The Dark Devil Empress's side clearly couldn't discover the secret of the 8 immortals traversing the seas, so she took it out to trade. Lin Feng remembered that someone had said that the 8 immortals traversing the seas was buried with the sovereign great-grandfather of the Dark Hand World's imperial family. Did that mean that the 8 immortals traversing the seas was actually related to the Dark Hand World's imperial family? If that was the case, then it would be interesting. Lin Feng felt that he couldn't be too hasty in discovering the secret of the 8 immortals traversing the seas. Sometimes, things would cross when they reached the bridge. Lin Feng put away the map. That night, Lin Feng had a dream. In the dream, he found himself walking together with a woman. But on that day, their door was kicked open, and another woman ran in. When she saw Lin Feng and the others, she had tears in her eyes as she cursed Lin Feng and the others. This dream was really strange to the extreme. Lin Feng wanted to see clearly who the woman cursing them was, but he couldn't see clearly. Lin Feng couldn't even see clearly who the woman beside him was. In the dream, he only knew that she was very beautiful and very gentle. In any case, Lin Feng was very satisfied with her. As for the woman who suddenly appeared and cursed them, Lin Feng was somewhat speechless. Was she crazy? As time passed, Lin Feng found that their faces gradually became clearer. It didn't take long for Lin Feng to see clearly what they looked like. The woman beside Lin Feng was actually Yao Zi. The woman who cursed them was actually Li Shishir. Yao Zi kept explaining to Li Shishir, but Li Shishir clearly didn't listen to a single word. In the end, she ran out of the room crying. Lin Feng suddenly woke up. The sky was already bright. That dream, what did it mean? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He really didn't know why he had such a strange dream. If he had dreamt of Yao Zi, it would have made sense. After all, he had spent so much time with her. Moreover, Lin Feng's impression of Yao Zi had changed greatly. He felt that Yao Zi was a good person and that he could get to know her better. But what the hell was with dreaming of Li Shishir? He wasn't even close to Li Shishir, okay? In fact, he hadn't even spoken much with Li Shishir. His impression of Li Shishir was only that she was very beautiful. Other than that, he didn't have any other impression of her. Therefore, in theory, Lin Feng felt that he shouldn't have dreamt of Li Shishir. However, there were many things that couldn't be explained with words. Dreaming of Li Shishir seemed inconceivable, but it was also possible. However, the scene of Li Shishir in his dream left Lin Feng scratching his head. Even if he had really gotten together with Yao Zi, what did it have to do with Li Shishir? What was she trying to do by coming here and making a scene? Thinking that it was just a dream, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Since it was just a dream, then, was there a need to worry about that? After Lin Feng woke up and washed up, Yao Zi came to Lin Feng and asked with a smile, "Did you sleep well last night?" "Yes, I did. How about you?" Lin Feng smiled. Yao Zi said, "I slept well too." Yao Zi smiled craftily and asked, "Did you have a dream? Did you dream of me?" Wasn't this question a little too direct? However, Yao Zi had always been this bold and straightforward. Lin Feng already had some understanding of her personality, so he wasn't too surprised. Lin Feng muttered in his heart. Could his dream have been caused by Yao Zi? Lin Feng immediately rejected this idea. Lin Feng said, "I really did have a dream, and I even dreamt of you." "Really?" Yao Zi's eyes lit up. "Of course." Lin Feng nodded. Yao Zi's pretty face turned slightly red. She quickly turned around, took 2 deep breaths, and said, "Let's go and have breakfast. After breakfast, we'll go and visit my godmother." "Okay." Lin Feng nodded and noticed that Yao Zi's ears were slightly red. Lin Feng laughed inwardly. This Yao Zi was really interesting. Sometimes, she seemed quite open, but other times, she was extremely shy. Women were indeed fickle creatures. After a simple breakfast, Lin Feng and Yao Zi went to visit Yao Zi's godmother. Yao Zi's godmother was called Bai Yushuang, the third of the 3 Bai siblings. The eldest was Jade Devil City's city lord, and the second was Bai Yuqing. The 3 siblings were all very powerful, and were definitely powerful figures. In the 8th level of the Heaven Realm, they were very famous. In fact, with their strength, there was no need for them to rely on the Dark Demon Queen. The reason why the 3 siblings relied on the Dark Demon Queen, and were even loyal to her. It was said that in the early years, before the 3 siblings' strength had truly increased, someone had set their eyes on them and wanted to use their Jade Devil soul to refine 3 magic treasure spirits. The 3 siblings were no match for the other party. Just as they were about to be killed, the Dark Demon Queen happened to pass by and saved the 3 siblings. From then on, the 3 siblings were loyal to the Dark Demon Queen. With their talent, their strength increased very quickly, and not long after, they were able to take charge. The Dark Demon Queen was able to conquer such a large territory, and the 3 siblings were definitely the main reason. The 3 Bai siblings were very low-key people. Therefore, over the years, there had not been any bad rumors about them. Their connections were also very wide. They made friends with many heroes from all over the world. It was said that they had good relations with many top forces. The Dark Demon Queen also handed many important matters to the 3 siblings to handle. For example, the matter of the trade fair. The Dark Demon Queen had 8 city lords under her command, so why did she only set the trade fair in Jade Devil City and let the 3 Bai siblings be in charge of it? The reason was that the Dark Demon Queen trusted the 3 Bai siblings. In the Dark Demon Queen's eyes, no matter who betrayed her, the 3 Bai siblings would never betray her. An hour later, the beast carriage arrived outside Bai Yushuang's residence. Bai Yushuang's residence wasn't particularly big, and it didn't look particularly luxurious. There weren't many servants, and it could be seen that Bai Yushuang wasn't a high-profile person. Before visiting Bai Yushuang, Yao Zi had already sent a greeting card. This was basic etiquette. After the host received the greeting card, if they were willing to see the guest, they would inform the other party in advance and wait at home. If they weren't willing to see the guest, they would inform the other party that they were not at home. Of course, they could also find other excuses. In any case, it meant that there was no need to come. Even if they came over, it would be a wasted trip. As Bai Yushuang's goddaughter, Yao Zi didn't have to write a greeting card if she came alone. But this time, she came with Lin Feng, so it was necessary to write a greeting card. Bai Yushuang received Lin Feng in the living room. Bai Yushuang looked very young. Judging from her appearance, she looked like a young woman in her 30s. She was about 1.75 meters tall and looked very charming. Although she was beautiful, her expression was cold. It seemed like this woman was called Bai Yushuang for a reason. Her name was very consistent with her character. This is the person I mentioned to godmother, my good friend, Lin Feng. Yao Zi introduced Lin Feng to Bai Yushuang. Bai Yuxuan had her own sources of information, so it wasn't too difficult for her to find out Lin Feng's true identity. Thus, there was no need to hide his identity in front of Bai Yuxuan. This was what Lin Feng and Yao Zi had discussed before. Lin Gongzi's great name. Even though I'm in Devil Jade City, I've heard of it for a long time. Seeing you today, the rumors are indeed true. Lin Gongzi really is a dragon among men. Bai Yuxuan said, a trace of a smile appearing on her cold face. She probably felt that Lin Feng and Yao Zi were very close, so she showed a friendly expression to Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, it's just a false reputation. I'm here because there's something that's puzzling me. Yesterday, Zi mentioned something strange, and I hope you can explain it to me. In truth, with Bai Yuxuan's strength, she wasn't qualified for Lin Feng to call her senior. Of course, in terms of age, she was much older than Lin Feng, so there was no harm in calling her senior. However, Lin Feng didn't call her senior because of her age, but because of Yao Zi. After all, Lin Feng and Yao Zi were very close now, and Bai Yuxuan was Yao Zi's godmother. If Bai Yuxuan called her godmother, wouldn't it be a mess if he addressed her as an equal? Tell me about it. Bai Yuxuan said. Lin Feng said, it's like this. Back then, when I was in the Undying World, I met a dark giant demon who was trapped in a dangerous place there. That bastard said that he was the son of the Dark Devil Queen, and he gave me a crystal ball. He said that he hoped that I could give it to his mother, the Dark Devil Queen, when I reached the celestial world. But yesterday, Zi said that the Dark Devil Queen didn't have a son. That's why I feel that this matter is very strange. If what Zi said is true, then is that dark giant demon plotting something by pretending to be the Dark Devil Queen's son? I heard from Zi that Senior and the Dark Devil Queen have known each other for many years, so you might know some inside information. What about the crystal ball? Bai Yuxuan asked. Lin Feng took out the crystal ball. Bai Yuxuan took the crystal ball and looked at it carefully. She couldn't help but frown slightly. This crystal ball doesn't seem to be a treasure. Lin Feng nodded. Indeed, it doesn't seem like a treasure. If it isn't, then there's only one explanation. This crystal ball is actually a keepsake. Yao Zi said. You're saying that the dark giant demon gave it to the Dark Devil Queen? Yes. Lin Feng nodded. Bai Yuxuan continued, what we can be sure of is that the Dark Devil Queen doesn't have a son, so the dark giant demon in the Undying Realm is definitely an imposter. However, if he's pretending to be the Dark Devil Queen's son, why would he want you to give the crystal ball to the Dark Devil Queen? Could it be that he felt that pretending to be the Dark Devil Queen's son would be more convincing, so he did this? He thought about it carefully. That seemed to be a possibility. Bai Yuxuan pondered for a moment before saying, if you want to meet the Dark Devil Queen, I can introduce you to her. However, it's hard to say what's hidden behind this crystal ball, so I suggest that you give it to me. I'll help you give it to the Dark Devil Queen. If anything happens, you won't be in danger as long as you're not by her side. This suggestion, Lin Feng definitely wouldn't agree. After all, Lin Feng still wanted to get some benefits from the Dark Devil Queen. If he didn't go, how could he get any benefits? Thus, Lin Feng decided to meet the Dark Devil Queen. It would be best if he could get some benefits, but if he couldn't and ended up offending the Dark Devil Queen, then Lin Feng could only admit that he was unlucky. Although he didn't want to offend the Dark Devil Queen, there were some things that Lin Feng couldn't control. Lin Feng said, I think I should go and meet the Dark Devil Queen. Seeing Lin Feng's insistence, Bai Yuxuan nodded and said, I'll have to wait until my nephew's wedding before I can introduce you to the Dark Devil Queen. No problem. Thank you for your help, Senior. Lin Feng cupped his fists. He and Yao Zi didn't stay at Bai Yuxuan's place for long and quickly left. Since Godmother is willing to introduce you to the Dark Devil Queen, that's the best thing that can happen. That way, I won't have to introduce you to the City Lord. To be honest, I don't really like interacting with Godmother's big brother because he's very strict and difficult to talk to. He also likes to pick on my faults. Every time I see him, he'll scold me. Yao Zi said. Lin Feng snickered inwardly. He could roughly guess why Yao Zi had been scolded. According to Yao Zi's description, Jade Devil City's City Lord should be a strict person. This kind of person might be a little old-fashioned. As for Yao Zi, she looked very enchanting, and her attire was also a little avant-garde. In the eyes of Jade Devil City's city lord, Yao Zi was a little out of line. Naturally, he wanted to discipline her. Why do I feel like you're taking pleasure in my misfortune? Yao Zi looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. What? Don't accuse me wrongly. Lin Feng said. Yes, I do. Don't deny it. If you don't admit it, I'll tickle you. Yao Zi snorted. Then I'll tickle you too. Lin Feng smiled. The two of them began to cause a ruckus in the carriage. Lin Feng did not follow Yao Zi back to her house. Instead, he returned to his own residence. Xia Donghuang smiled when he saw Lin Feng return. The spring breeze blows past the Jade Gate Pass, and it's another beautiful night. Master, am I going to have another mistress? Lin Feng bared his teeth when he heard Xia Donghuang's teasing. This kid's guts had grown. He even dared to tease his master. Lin Feng said. Kid, come over here and stand at the door. Xia Donghuang's expression turned bitter. He had a bad feeling about this, but he did not dare to disobey Lin Feng's order. He could only stand at the door. Just as he stood there, Lin Feng sent a kick over. It was the backward-facing wild goose landing stance. Xia Donghuang was sent flying. Over the next few days, Yao Zi was busy. Perhaps she had overdone it in the carriage, but she did not come to look for Lin Feng. Lin Feng missed Yao Zi quite a lot. Men were like that. They were easily infatuated with different women. There was a saying that men were lustful. This was probably a common trait among men. As for saying that he would only love one person for the rest of his life, it was complete nonsense. When he said such words, he was definitely going against his conscience. Lin Feng spent most of his time studying the 8 immortals traversing the seas map. Unfortunately, he was unable to uncover the secrets behind the map. Lin Feng thought that maybe he needed an opportunity. Maybe something special would appear in the painting, but he didn't know what that opportunity would be, so he had to wait and see. After waiting for a few days, it was finally the day of the wedding of the city lord's son. That morning, Yao Zi arrived at Lin Feng's place early in the morning. When she saw Lin Feng, she couldn't help but snort twice to express her dissatisfaction. In reality, Yao Zi was the one who brought trouble to herself that day, so it wasn't entirely Lin Feng's fault. Lin Feng said, I haven't seen you in a few days, and you've become even more beautiful. Yao Zi couldn't help but glare at Lin Feng, but she realized that when she saw Lin Feng, her mood inexplicably improved. In front of Lin Feng, she couldn't get angry, so she said, let's go now. Lin Feng nodded, and rode the beast carriage with Xia Donghuang and Yao Zi towards the city lord's mansion. When they arrived at the city lord's mansion, there were already many guests there. It was very lively. Lin Feng let Xia Donghuang go and hand in the gifts. Then, they found a place to rest. Around 10 o'clock, the wedding was held. Actually, in the secular world, it was customary to hold weddings at night. Where did the saying of bowing to the heavens and earth, bowing to the parents, bowing to each other, and then sending them to the bridal chamber come about? It was because the wedding was held at night, and after the ceremony, they would be sent to the bridal chamber directly. However, the world of cultivators didn't have the same rules as the secular world. Many of them were held in the morning. Because it was a large families had more rules, so there were more wedding ceremonies. After the wedding, there was a banquet. After the banquet, Lin Feng and the others left. Yao Zi said that they would go to her godmother, Bai Yushuang's place tomorrow. Lin Feng nodded. The next day, Yao Zi sent a beast carriage to pick up Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang. The two of them rode in the beast carriage. When they arrived at Yao Zi's residence, the three of them gathered together and rode the beast carriage to Bai Yushuang's residence. Bai Yushuang was already waiting for Lin Feng and the others. The few of them did not stay. Bai Yushuang took out a flying ship. They took the flying ship and left Jade Devil City. After the flying ship left Jade Devil City, it began to jump through the void and finally entered a primitive ancient forest. The flying ship stopped in front of a mountain range deep in the primitive ancient forest. A group of people flew out of the flying ship. Bai Yushuang kept the flying ship. Follow me, Bai Yushuang said. She took the lead and flew into the depths of the ancient mountain range. Lin Feng and the other two followed behind by Yushuang. They flew into the depths of the mountain range while observing it. There wasn't anything special about this mountain range, but there were some terrifying restrictions. They had to pass through the restrictions to reach the depths of the mountain range. In fact, many mountain ranges had restrictions, but why were they so easy to form in mountain ranges? Putting aside the restrictions set up by humans, many mountain ranges would form all kinds of natural formations. This was because the mountain range itself existed in a three-dimensional dimension. Cultivators would call this dimension space, and any space would form special laws. Over the long years, the laws would constantly change due to various reasons. When the laws changed, it was easy to give birth to many natural killing formations. Therefore, many ancient forests were extremely dangerous. Cultivators had to be extremely careful when entering them, not only because there might be all kinds of terrifying beasts in these ancient forests. A big reason was that there were all kinds of killing formations in these ancient forests. Sometimes, these formations were much more powerful than the beasts. Especially in some death zones, the killing formations in the life-forbidden zones were even more terrifying. With Lin Feng's mastery of formations, there were a few times when he almost died in such places. From this, it could be seen how terrifying some natural killing formations were. However, Lin Feng and the rest were behind by Yushuang, so they weren't attacked by the killing formations here. Moreover, even if Bai Yushuang wasn't here, with Lin Feng's attainments in formations, it was actually quite easy to pass through the killing formations here. It didn't take long for the group to reach the depths of the mountain range. Bai Yushuang stood in the depths of the mountain range, her hands forming a series of hand seals. She sent out dozens of hand seals, which flew towards the surrounding mountains and imprinted themselves on the surface of the mountains. Next, small formations appeared on the surface of the mountains. These small formations shot out beams of light. The beams of light intertwined and formed a teleportation formation in the void. The whole process wasn't complicated, but if one didn't know the specific methods, they wouldn't be able to make this teleportation formation appear smoothly. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. This Dark Devil Queen was really a cautious person. Bai Yushuang took the lead and stepped onto the teleportation formation, followed by Lin Feng, Xia Donghuang, and Yao Ziyi. Whoosh! The teleportation array was activated, and with a flash of light, Lin Feng and the others disappeared without a trace. After they were teleported out, the teleportation array also disappeared, and peace was restored. It was as if nothing had happened. When Lin Feng and the others reappeared, they were already at the foot of a huge mountain. This mountain was 100,000 meters tall and was completely black in color. It emitted a gloomy and cold aura. Presumably, this huge mountain peak was the famous Dark Demon Mountain, the place where the Dark Demon Queen cultivated. The rumors were true. Now, the Dark Demon Mountain had become a magic treasure and was no longer as simple as a mountain peak. It seemed that the Dark Devil Empress had spent a great deal of effort to forge the Dark Devil Mountain into a powerful magic treasure. Lin Feng and the others flew up the mountain and landed on the peak. The peak was heavily guarded. When they saw Lin Feng and the others land, a dozen patrolling cultivators quickly flew over. The leader of the patrolling cultivators bowed to Bai Yushuang. Bai Yushuang told them to dispense with the formalities. As one of the earliest to join the Dark Demon Queen and one of the elders who had contributed greatly to the expansion of the Dark Demon Queen's territory, Bai Yushuang's status was naturally very high. Bring them to the guest hall to rest first, Bai Yushuang said. Yes, the guard commander said. He then arranged for people to bring Lin Feng, Xia Donghuang, and Yao Zi to the guest hall to rest. As for the guard commander, he left with Bai Yushuang. They were probably going to meet the Dark Demon Queen. On the way, Lin Feng heard that the Dark Demon Queen was currently in seclusion. Of course, that didn't mean that she couldn't come out of seclusion. In fact, when she was in seclusion, she was most afraid of being disturbed. As long as she wasn't disturbed, it was fine. Of course, she could also come out of seclusion. After all, there were times when she needed to relax. After waiting for an hour, Bai Yushuang and the others arrived. Bai Yushuang appeared with another woman. She wore a long black dress, which gave her a mysterious aura. She was the voluptuous and charming type of woman. She was obviously the Dark Demon Queen, but she didn't give off an overbearing aura. In fact, many people with great authority didn't give off an overbearing aura. Sometimes, they even looked amiable and approachable. The ones who were truly overbearing were their clansmen, friends, and so on. This must be Lin Gongzi. Even though I'm in seclusion, I've heard of Lin Gongzi's great name. The Dark Demon Queen said with a smile. Lin Feng said. I've heard of the Dark Demon Queen's great name even more. Both sides sat down. Said Lin Feng. I came here to give you something, Demon Queen, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't mention the Dark Demon Queen. This was something he had discussed with Bai Yuxuan on the way here. After all, they still didn't know the identity of the Dark Demon Queen. Handing the item over to her and then waiting to see what would happen next was probably the best choice. Lin Feng said as he took out the crystal ball. The Dark Demon Queen took the crystal ball and looked at it carefully. She then asked, May I know who told you to give this crystal ball to me? Lin Feng said, It's a Dark Demon Queen. The Dark Demon Queen frowned slightly, but she didn't ask anything else. Instead, she held the crystal ball in her hand and carefully sensed it. It was unknown what she had sensed, but her expression instantly turned extremely gloomy. Clearly, she had sensed something that had put her in an extremely bad mood. Lin Feng thought to himself, that Dark Demon Queen is indeed a liar. Although the Dark Demon Queen's expression was ugly, she didn't really go berserk. She was still able to control herself. With a gloomy expression, she asked, Where is the person who told you to give this crystal ball to me? The Undying World, Lin Feng said. The Dark Demon Queen took a deep breath and said, Thank you for making this trip. Lin Feng smiled and said, I traveled a great distance just to deliver this crystal ball to the Dark Demon Queen. Only I know how difficult it was for me to do so. The others muttered in their hearts, You didn't make this trip just for us. You just happened to be passing by, okay. However, they also knew what Lin Feng was trying to say. He obviously wanted some benefits. It was no wonder Lin Feng had insisted on coming here. It was actually because he wanted to obtain some benefits from the Dark Demon Queen. It was a classic example of someone who would do anything for benefits. The Dark Demon Queen said, I know that someone as extraordinary as Lin Gongzi must have a lot of treasures. I don't think Lin Gongzi will be interested in ordinary treasures. I have a God's immortal scripture here, an immortal scripture created by a human expert. It should be of some help to young master's cultivation. The Dark Demon Queen took out a jade tube and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng sensed it and revealed a shocked expression. This immortal scripture was not simple. It was an immortal scripture created by Fuxi clan and several other ancient sage emperors. Among the many immortal scriptures, it was definitely a top-notch immortal scripture. This trip was worth it. Lin Feng smiled and said, Thank you, Dark Demon Queen. We won't disturb the Dark Demon Queen any longer. We'll take our leave now. Okay. The Dark Demon Queen nodded and got up to send them off. Lin Feng and the others left. The Dark Demon Queen returned to the living room and looked at the crystal ball on the table with a gloomy expression. Damn it. The Dark Demon Queen slapped the crystal ball. Bang, the crystal ball exploded. It was unknown what was recorded in the crystal ball that made her so angry. On the way back, Yao Zi said, When I saw the Dark Demon Queen's ugly expression, I thought that she would turn hostile. Who would have thought that she didn't? Xia Donghuang said, That's because the Dark Demon Queen knows my master's ability. Although this is her territory and she has the advantage here, killing my master is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If she's smart, she won't choose to turn hostile with my master. Yao Zi said, That's not necessarily true. The Dark Demon Queen is not an ordinary person. No one can guess what she's thinking. But no matter what, it's best that both sides are on good terms. After returning to Jade Devil City, Lin Feng told Yao Zi about his plans. He planned to leave Jade Devil City the next day and go deep into the mountains to cultivate. Yao Zi didn't stop Lin Feng. Even though she didn't want him to leave, he was a man, especially a man like Lin Feng. He had too many things to do. Yao Zi understood. The next day, Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang left. They came to an ancient forest. Lin Feng found a secluded place to cultivate. The main reason he came here was because if he really broke through to the next realm, he would definitely attract a lightning tribulation. It wasn't a good thing to attract a lightning tribulation near an area where cultivators gathered. It was easy to be disturbed during the tribulation. Transcending a tribulation was an important matter. One wrong step could lead to eternal damnation. Lin Feng naturally had to guard against other people disturbing him. Lin Feng was currently at the 9th heavenly layer of the Sage Immortal Realm. His soul was at the 8th heavenly layer of the Sage Immortal Realm. Sage Immortal, Sage Immortal, Sage Immortal, Sage Master. These were the last 4 realms of the Sage Realm. When a Sage Immortal entered the Sage Realm, it was equivalent to entering the Sage Realm from the Middle Sage Realm. For any cultivator, this was extremely important. It was even more so for Lin Feng. Lin Feng swallowed the 5-colored immortal liquid and began to slowly refine it. As Lin Feng continued to refine the 5-colored immortal liquid, Lin Feng's realm, soul, and physical body began to rise steadily. It was indeed a treasure that could raise one's realm, soul, and physical body at the same time. Bathing in the 5-colored immortal liquid, Lin Feng felt extremely comfortable. He was the first to break through from the 9th heavenly layer of the Sage Immortal Realm to the 10th heavenly layer of the Sage Immortal Realm. After breaking through to the 10th heavenly layer, Lin Feng began to stabilize this realm. He was waiting for his soul to break through. Waiting for his soul to break through. His realm, soul, and physical body would all reach the peak at the same time. Then, he could try to break through to the next realm. Lin Feng's soul also rose quickly. It didn't take long for him to break through from the 8th heavenly layer of the Sage Immortal Realm to the 9th heavenly layer of the Sage Immortal Realm. Then, from the 9th heavenly layer of the Sage Immortal Realm to the 10th heavenly layer of the Sage Immortal Realm. As a result, Lin Feng's realm reached the 10th heavenly layer of the Sage Immortal Realm. His soul reached the 10th heavenly layer of the Sage Immortal Realm, and his physical body reached the peak of the Sage Immortal Realm. He was on the verge of a breakthrough. Lin Feng began to accumulate energy. He burned immortal stones and borrowed the 5-colored immortal liquid's powerful energy to make the final push. 10 days later, Lin Feng finally broke through the shackles of the realm. A tribulation light appeared between Lin Feng's eyebrows. Although he had broken through the shackles of the realm, Lin Feng hadn't really broken through yet. Because he hadn't undergone the tribulation yet. Only after successfully passing the lightning tribulation could he be considered to have broken through. Outside, thunder rumbled. The lightning tribulation had finished brewing. Lin Feng quickly flew out. Xiao Donghuang stood in the distance and watched Lin Feng undergo the tribulation. The momentum of the lightning tribulation was too terrifying. It was even more shocking than the transcendence tribulation of many cultivators. In the following period of time, Lin Feng began to undergo the tribulation. Undergoing the tribulation wasn't too difficult for Lin Feng. Only when breaking through to the transcendence realm would he encounter trouble. The other realms couldn't threaten Lin Feng. For example, the tribulation of breaking through to the Sage Immortal Realm wouldn't pose a threat to Lin Feng. Finally, Lin Feng's realm broke through to the 1st heavenly layer of the Sage Immortal Realm. His soul reached the 1st heavenly layer of the Sage Immortal Realm. As for his physical body, it broke through to the early stage of the Sage Immortal Realm. Lin Feng was very satisfied with his breakthrough this time. Feeling the crazily rising power in his body, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. This breakthrough, to him, it was too important. Next, the Sage Immortal Realm, the Sage Immortal Realm, and the Sage Immortal Realm, these 3 realms, would begin to prepare for the Transcendence Realm. In fact, Lin Feng heard that some cultivators with a lot of accumulation and heaven-defying talent wouldn't break through to the Quasi-Transcendence Realm at all. To put it bluntly, the Quasi-Transcendence Realm was actually a transition. The reason for breaking through to the Quasi-Transcendence Realm was that cultivators didn't have confidence in breaking through to the Transcendence Realm. Therefore, they wanted to transition in this realm. If they were confident enough, they could break through to the Transcendence Realm at the peak of the Sage Immortal Realm. Lin Feng was still a distance away from breaking through to the Transcendence Realm. At that time, whether he would break through to the Quasi-Transcendence Realm first or directly break through to the Transcendence Realm would depend on the situation at that time. Now was the time to worry. It was too early, after the breakthrough, Lin Feng went into seclusion for a month. During this month, he completely stabilized his realm. Then, Lin Feng came out of seclusion. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang continued to fly to the higher level of the heaven realm. Soon, Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang arrived at the 15th level of the heaven realm. After arriving here, they heard that the Phoenix clan was going to have a marriage alliance with the demonic dragon clan. These two clans were extremely ancient clans. When the news of the marriage alliance between the two clans spread, it caused a huge uproar. In fact, Lin Feng still knew some cultivators from the Phoenix clan. For example, Shui Yao and Hu Wu were both descendants of the Phoenix clan. Moreover, their bloodlines were very powerful. Lin Feng had a good relationship with the two girls, especially Hu Wu. When he was young, Lin Feng knew her when he joined the Reincarnation Immortal sect. At that time, Hu Wu was one of the 10 fairies of the Reincarnation Immortal sect and had countless suitors. Lin Feng had a little ambiguous relationship with her, but the time they spent together was too short. They hadn't seen each other for more than 200 years. He didn't know where she was now. Later on, Lin Feng obtained the inheritance of the Fire Phoenix. The obsession of the Fire Phoenix wanted Lin Feng to return the Phoenix Grimoire to the Phoenix clan. Lin Feng also agreed at that time. When he went to the Undying Realm, he originally planned to go to the Phoenix Mountain to give the Phoenix Grimoire to the Phoenix clan of the Undying Realm. However, at that time, the Demon clan of the Undying Realm rejected the Great Ping King, the Peacock King and the others. Lin Feng's relationship with the Great Ping King, the Peacock King and the others was so good. However, the Demon clan of the Undying Realm rejected the Great Ping King, the Peacock King and the others. This matter naturally caused Lin Feng's dissatisfaction. Therefore, Lin Feng did not give the Phoenix Grimoire to the Phoenix clan cultivators of the Phoenix Mountain in the Undying Realm. The Heavenly Realm also had the Phoenix clan. At the beginning, the Phoenix clan only had one bloodline. However, as time passed, it was divided into many branches. However, Lin Feng estimated that the Phoenix clan in the Heavenly Realm was most likely the main bloodline. Just like the Phoenix Mountain in the Undying Realm, it should be a branch. Lin Feng was a man of his word. Since he had promised the Fire Phoenix that he would return the Phoenix Grimoire to the Phoenix clan, then he would definitely do it. Lin Feng felt that maybe he could give the Phoenix Grimoire to the Phoenix clan cultivators in the Heavenly Realm. This way, he could end this karma. The ancestral land of the Phoenix clan in the Heaven Realm was in the Phoenix Lake, but the Phoenix Lake was a mysterious place. The outside world only knew that there was such a place, but no one knew where the Phoenix Lake was. However, many members of the Phoenix clan lived in the Phoenix City. The Phoenix clan was definitely a terrifying clan. Although there weren't many pure-blooded phoenixes left, even if they weren't pure-blooded phoenixes, the experts of the Phoenix clan were still terrifying. When Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang were eating in a restaurant, they heard many cultivators talking. These cultivators were basically talking about the marriage between the Demon Dragon clan and the Phoenix clan. The Demon Dragon clan was not simple either. They were equally ancient and powerful. It was similar to the situation of the Phoenix clan. Up until now, there were very few pure-blooded demon dragons. Most of them were mixed-blooded demon dragons. In the beginning, the relationship between the Demon Dragon clan and the Phoenix clan was very tense. They were even enemies for a long time. However, as time passed, the grudges between the two sides were gradually put down and they began to interact with each other. Although the relationship between the Demon Dragon clan and the Phoenix clan had gradually been repaired, in reality, they weren't close. Who would have thought that the two clans would have a marriage alliance? In the long history of the two clans, there was no such thing as a marriage alliance. The Demon Dragon clan had a relatively bad reputation among the Dragon clan. This was because this clan was promiscuous by nature. The Phoenix clan was arrogant, so they naturally wouldn't have a marriage alliance with this clan. He didn't know what was going on with this marriage. Could it be that some unforeseen event had happened? Many people felt that the marriage alliance between the two clans wasn't that simple. Cultivators gathered together and most of them liked to discuss some hot topics and express their opinions. At this moment, more than 10 cultivators entered the restaurant. "There's a private room upstairs," the shopkeeper said with a smile. "I don't like private rooms. It's boring to sit in private rooms. I like to sit by the window and admire the beautiful fairies coming and going outside, a cultivator laughed loudly and said. This? The shopkeeper was in a difficult position. The window seat was in the hall on the second floor, but it was already full of people. What? Is there a problem? The cultivator's face couldn't help but darken slightly. This was a middle-aged cultivator. He looked rough and fierce. One look and one could tell that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. The shopkeeper braced himself and said. Masters. The seats by the window were already taken, so what if there was someone else? Tell them to scram and make room for Sir System. What are they still standing there for? I'm hungry, hurry up and do it, the fierce-looking cultivator said coldly. The shopkeeper was helpless. These people were extremely overbearing. He could not afford to offend them. He had no choice but to go up and negotiate. There were 3 seats facing the windows in the lobby on the second floor. The shopkeeper negotiated with the other party, but the result was not ideal. Someone sneered and said, hee, we also like this position, we won't change. Gentlemen, how can this seat be more comfortable than the private room? Why don't we move to the private room? This way, we can skip the banquet. When we go to the private room, we'll give you a new banquet. The shopkeeper said with a bitter smile. Immediately, a cultivator slammed the table and said, what are you talking about? Do you think I care about a new table of food? Was Sir someone who lacked money? Cultivators cared a lot about face. If he retreated now, it would be equivalent to being slapped in the face. There was no doubt that the people below had the advantage in numbers. However, the guests at the 3 tables reached a tacit understanding in a short time. Now they are of the same breath. He would never compromise. Otherwise, where would he put his face? In fact, this kind of thing was not very common in the world of cultivators. Those who came out to make a living often cared about face. If you give me face, I'll give you face so that we can meet in the future. There were very few people who would embarrass others, unless there was really a grudge between the 2 sides. If there was really a grudge, it was understandable that they would go overboard. If there was no grudge, most people would choose to make money peacefully. However, there was no guarantee that some people were arrogant and overbearing. In addition, there might be a big force behind them, so they were not afraid of causing trouble at all. Obviously, the dozen or so cultivators below were probably such people. They naturally heard the conversation above. A group of people walked up. Motherf *Cur, the people of this lower world really don't know how to be shameless. The fierce-looking cultivator cursed loudly. His words were like poking a hornet's nest. Not only were the guests at the 3 tables angry. Many diners were glaring at this group of more than a dozen people. Because the words of the fierce-looking cultivator were really too unpleasant. What did he mean by the people of the inferior world? The 15th level of the heaven realm was called an inferior world. These guys were too arrogant. Who are you? How dare you boast so shamelessly here? A cultivator said with a sneer. The fierce-looking cultivator said with a high and mighty attitude. Listen well, I am a cultivator of the Demon Dragon clan on the 22nd level of the heaven realm. I am not an existence that you low-level world cultivators can provoke. Hearing the words Demon Dragon clan, many people's expressions couldn't help but change. Because the Demon Dragon clan was indeed an extremely terrifying clan. This clan's foundation was too strong. Even the heavenly court didn't dare to provoke the Demon Dragon clan easily. Now, the Demon Dragon clan was going to marry the Phoenix clan. This matter spread like wildfire. Many people were talking about this matter. No one expected that the cultivators of the Demon Dragon clan would actually appear here. Is the Demon Dragon clan so great? I think you are just a branch of the Demon Dragon clan, right? You are just a mixed-blood demon dragon. You don't even have a pure-blood demon dragon. What are you showing off for? Moreover, the Demon Dragon clan was only a force on the 22nd level of the heaven realm. It was not much higher than the 15th level of the heaven realm. Above the 22nd level of the heaven realm, there were still 11 levels of the heaven realm. Then, could the great forces that occupied the 11 levels of the heaven realm also call you Demon Dragon clan cultivators as people of the inferior world? A cultivator sneered. This cultivator's words were extremely sharp. It was as if he was slapping the faces of the Demon Dragon Clan cultivators one after another. The faces of the dozen or so Demon Dragon Clan cultivators instantly turned gloomy. They were courting death. The fierce-looking cultivator's figure flashed and arrived in front of the cultivator who spoke. He directly grabbed the neck of the cultivator who spoke. "You dare to do this?" the cultivator's companion shouted angrily. However, it was already impossible to stop the fierce-looking cultivator. Their companion was grabbed by the fierce-looking cultivator. "You." The cultivator's expression changed drastically. However, before he could say anything, the fierce-looking cultivator had already slapped him. Slap, the powerful slap landed fiercely on the cultivator's face. The cultivator's face instantly swelled up. Several of his teeth were knocked out. These people probably didn't expect that these Demon Dragon Clan cultivators would actually dare to make a move when they had angered the crowd. They really didn't put the cultivators of the 15th level of the Heaven Realm in their eyes. Walala. 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 The sound of tables and chairs colliding could be heard. Many people stood up. They glared at the fierce-looking cultivator. This was too much of a bully. Moreover, he was looking down on the cultivators of the 15th level of the Heaven Realm. Many people wanted to teach these Demon Dragon Clan cultivators a lesson. They wanted to let them know that they shouldn't be so self-righteous. Just because they were awesome, it didn't mean that others could be bullied by them. What? Did they want to make a move? The fierce-looking cultivator sneered. A terrifying aura was emitted from his body. Domineering. It was actually domineering. Although it was only the lowest level of transparent domineering aura. It was already scary enough. The restaurant, which had been a little noisy, instantly fell silent. Many people were incomparably fearful of domineering aura. Moreover, domineering aura was an indiscriminate attack. The suppression on these cultivators was simply too powerful. Moreover, the fierce-looking cultivator wasn't alone. He had many companions. This person clearly didn't have the highest status among the group of people. Many people quieted down. The cultivators who had stood up and wanted to make a move sat down one after another. The cultivators at the 3 tables by the window also left silently. The other party's style of doing things was arrogant and domineering. They couldn't stand it anymore. They naturally wanted to teach these Demon Dragon Clan cultivators a lesson. They wanted to let them know that the cultivators of the 15th level of the Heaven Realm were not so easy to bully. However, the other party was too strong. The cultivators of the 15th level of the Heaven Realm were worried that they wouldn't be able to deal with the other party, so they admitted defeat. Trash, the fierce-looking cultivator sneered and threw the cultivator he was carrying to the ground. That cultivator was so humiliated, but he didn't dare to refute the other party. To put it bluntly, the world of cultivators was just that cruel. Do you think that good people will definitely have good karma? Evil people will definitely suffer retribution. This was just a self-deceiving idea. In this world, fists always spoke. If a good person's fists weren't hard enough, the end result might be very miserable. If a bad person's fists were hard enough, even if they did all kinds of bad things, they might still be incomparably carefree in the end. This kind of thing was too common. The shopkeeper hurriedly asked the waiter to clean up the table. The group of more than a dozen Demon Dragon Clan cultivators sat down. All kinds of good wine and dishes were served. Then, these people began to talk loudly about some things. It was nothing more than all kinds of bragging. Of course, these Demon Dragon Clan cultivators were also talking about the marriage with the Phoenix clan. The cultivator of the Demon Dragon Clan's marriage this time was called Xianxia. He was ranked in the top 3 among the younger generation of the Demon Dragon Clan and a direct descendant. Behind this group of cultivators, there was a young master with a very high status. He was surrounded by a group of Demon Dragon Clan cultivators. This person was Gu Tiange's younger brother, Gu Tianming. As for the person of the Phoenix clan's marriage, it seemed that it hadn't been decided yet. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang finished eating, paid the bill, and left the restaurant. They only rested for one night before flying towards the Phoenix ancient city. Lin Feng had no interest in the marriage between the Phoenix clan and the Demon Dragon clan. He also didn't want to participate in it. Lin Feng only wanted to quickly give the Phoenix Grimoire to the Phoenix clan and then end the karma with the Fire Phoenix. End the karma. It would also be helpful for Lin Feng's cultivation. About half a month later, Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang stopped in a small town to rest. They hadn't eaten a good meal for half a month. Lin Feng was a foodie. Now he just wanted to find a place to enjoy the happiness brought by delicious food. What Lin Feng didn't expect was that he saw an acquaintance here. In front of a restaurant, Lin Feng met the other party. This was a woman. She was wearing a fiery red dress. A very beautiful woman. She was definitely the kind of woman who was unforgettable. She was like a holy spirit born in flames. She was so hot and beautiful that it made people crazy. Countless gazes were fixed on her. This woman also saw Lin Feng. Whether it was Lin Feng or this woman, they were both stunned. Lin Feng, Wu both of them couldn't help but exclaim. This female cultivator was none other than Hu Wu. Since they parted more than 200 years ago, Lin Feng had never seen Hu Wu again. He even thought about Hu Wu and speculated about her whereabouts. But how long had it been? Lin Feng was stunned to see Hu Wu here. Hu Wu's companions were also very surprised because this young human male cultivator actually called Hu Wu. This name was too intimate. One had to know that Hu Wu was not the kind of person who was casual. She wouldn't accept other people calling her that if it was too intimate. For example, there was a cultivator who was pursuing Hu Wu. He thought that he was very familiar with Hu Wu and called her Wu. Hu Wu fell out with him on the spot and asked him to call her by her name in the future, causing him to be embarrassed. But today, this human cultivator called Hu Wu, and Hu Wu was very happy. Anyone could tell that the relationship between Hu Wu and Lin Feng was not simple. They did not know much about Hu Wu's past. All they knew was that Hu Wu had come from the 9 provinces world. The cultivators from the 9 provinces world were very special. The cultivators from the 9 provinces world would often possess heaven-defying talents. Their rate of cultivation was extremely fast. Additionally, they also possessed great luck. Therefore, although Hu Wu had only been in the heaven realm for more than 200 years, her cultivation speed was astonishing. She could now be ranked in the top 10 among the younger generation of the Phoenix clan. Her combat strength could even suppress many of the older generation experts. Although Hu Wu was powerful, she kept a low profile. Her interactions with others were as indifferent as water. So many people pursued her. She had never agreed to anyone's pursuit. She didn't even give anyone hope. However, Hu Wu's attitude towards this cultivator was too unusual. Hu Wu's companions suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that this human cultivator in front of them had dated Hu Wu before? Looking at the way they looked at each other, many people felt that it might be as they had guessed. These cultivators were basically all cultivators of the Phoenix clan. Although they weren't direct descendants, they still had an extraordinary status in the Phoenix clan. They knew that in order to form a marriage alliance with the Demon Dragon clan, the Phoenix clan had chosen 3 talented and beautiful female cultivators among the younger generation as potential marriage partners. Hu Wu was one of them. If the human race were to find out that Fire Dance had reunited with her former lover, there would be signs that their relationship would be rekindled. Not only would this not be a good thing for this human cultivator, it could even bring about a calamity to this young human cultivator. Actually, Lin Feng wasn't the only one affected. Hu Wu was probably affected as well. The fact that these Phoenix clan cultivators could go out with Hu Wu showed that their relationship with her was quite good. Therefore, they felt that they should remind Hu Wu that she needed to pay attention to some things. Sometimes, relationships could not be crossed. It was not only for the sake of Lin Feng, but also for her own good. Of course, now was not the right time to talk about this. They also knew Hu Wu's personality. If they talked about this matter now, they would definitely fall out with her on the spot. Even if they really wanted to remind Hu Wu, they should find a suitable opportunity to talk about this matter. Let's go eat together. Lin Feng looked at Hu Wu and said with a smile. He was quite happy to see Hu Wu again. In the past, when he was in the reincarnation immortal sect, Lin Feng still liked Hu Wu. However, he and Hu Wu were only a little ambiguous. If they continued to develop, their relationship might go further. However, sometimes, the heavens did not fulfill one's wishes. Many things were completely different from what one expected. Okay, Huowu said with a smile. Then, the group entered the restaurant. There were more people, so they booked a larger private room and ordered a table of delicacies. Everyone ate and chatted. Lin Feng asked Huowu about her experiences over the years. Huowu told Lin Feng about her leaving the 9 prefectures, arriving at the Heaven Realm, and then coming to the Heaven Realm to cultivate in the Fire Phoenix clan. Huowu's life was quite simple. Most of her time was spent in cultivation and experience. Then, Huowu also asked Lin Feng about some of the things he had experienced over the years. Lin Feng briefly talked about some of his experiences over the years, such as where he went to train. Of course, he picked out some good things to talk about. Lin Feng did not talk about some dangerous things, such as the grudges with the Heavenly Court and so on. It was not that he deliberately hid it from Huowu, but he did not want Huowu to worry about him for no reason. Hearing Lin Feng talk about some interesting things during his training, Huowu could not help but smile. From time to time, she would be amused by Lin Feng. It was obvious that Fire Dance was in a wonderful mood after reuniting with Lin Feng. However, Fire Dance did not associate Lin Feng with the Lin Feng that was widely spread in the outside world. This was because she remembered that Lin Feng did not have a powerful background. He had joined the Reincarnation Immortal sect as an independent cultivator. If the Lin Feng she knew was the Lin Feng who ruled over the imperial clans, then, in that case. If that was the case, there was no need for Lin Feng to join the Reincarnation Immortal sect. How could the Reincarnation Immortal sect compare to the Sovereign Emperor tribe? Seeing Lin Feng and Fire Dance chatting so congenially, Fire Dance's friends became increasingly worried that Lin Feng and Fire Dance's old flame had rekindled. At that time, both of them would likely encounter trouble. Huowu had the protection of the Phoenix clan, so she was fine. However, Lin Feng was a cultivator from the lower plane. He probably did not have much of a background. At that time, he would probably die a miserable death. Originally, they wanted to find an opportunity when Lin Feng was not present to mention this matter to Fire Dance, but now, some people changed their minds. Of course, they would not directly involve Lin Feng. That would not look good for everyone. They only needed to remind Fire Dance that she was one of the candidates for the marriage alliance. Thus, a female cultivator said while Lin Feng and Fire Dance were talking, "I heard that some people from the Monster Dragon clan have already arrived in our Phoenix ancient city. I've seen that Gutianga before. He is indeed an outstanding person. However, in my opinion, he is not qualified to be with our Fire Dance. I feel that Fire Dance and this Lin Gongzi are simply a golden couple." This female cultivator clearly knew how to speak. While reminding Fire Dance, she did not forget to praise Lin Feng. However, the underlying meaning of her words was very straightforward. Fire Dance was very likely to become Gutianga's marriage partner. Therefore, you must not do anything out of line. Otherwise, you will cause a huge mess. How could Lin Feng not understand the hidden meaning in the female cultivator's words? He could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Lin Feng had heard of the marriage alliance between the Monster Dragon clan and the Phoenix clan more than once. Countless cultivators were talking about this matter. However, he had never imagined that Fire Dance would be involved in it. As for Fire Dance, perhaps she did not understand the deeper meaning in the female cultivator's words, or perhaps she did not intend to follow the clan's orders. When I return to the clan, I will tell the elders that I will not participate in this marriage alliance. Hearing Huowu's blunt words, the cultivators from the Phoenix clan revealed wry smiles. Fire Dance, even if you refuse to participate in this matter, you can't say this to the higher-ups. You can ignore it, but you have to think about uncle, auntie, and your little brother. These Phoenix clan cultivators probably thought that Fire Dance had made such a statement because of Lin Feng's appearance. They were basically certain that Lin Feng and Fire Dance had definitely been together in the past. Now that the two of them had met, Fire Dance probably wanted to continue her relationship with Lin Feng. Moreover, Lin Feng seemed to have such intentions as well. As Fire Dance's friend, they naturally hoped that she could be happy. However, sometimes, reality was cruel. If they made the wrong choice, it would not be a matter of whether they would be happy or not. They might even die. Was such a thing rare in large clans? There were simply too many of him. The larger the clan, the easier it was for some unimaginable and despicable things to happen. For the sake of the clan's interests, large clans could sacrifice anyone. They were all members of large clans, but they were different from Fire Dance. In the past, Fire Dance had led a wandering life and cultivated in a sect. On the other hand, they had grown up in large clans and had been influenced by many things. Their cultivation might not be comparable to Fire Dance's, but in terms of knowledge, Fire Dance could not compare to them. Fire Dance's personality was more or less simple, but her clansmen and friends were not simple. After all, they had seen so many things. How could they be simple? The Phoenix clan cultivators did not say anything else. After the meal, everyone went to find a place to stay. After finding a place to stay, Fire Dance went to Lin Feng's room. Lin Feng had gone to the Phoenix clan to give the Phoenix scripture to them. Now that he had met Fire Dance, giving the scripture to her was the best choice. If Fire Dance obtained the scripture, it would definitely be of great help to her cultivation. You don't have to worry about the marriage. Lin Feng looked at Fire Dance and said with a smile. Lin Feng had the confidence to say such words. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that if he wanted to solve this matter, he could not be so violent. This was because Fire Dance also had a family, so he had to take care of them. Lin Feng naturally hoped that this matter could be solved satisfactorily. Lin Feng did not care about the demonic dragon clan's attitude at all. No matter how strong this clan was, could they be stronger than the heavenly court? Obviously, this was completely impossible. So, if that was the case, what was there to be afraid of? The key was the Phoenix clan's attitude. When solving this matter, it was best not to hurt Fire Dance's family. For now, this matter could only be taken one step at a time. In fact, Fire Dance was still worried about this matter. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Fire Dance said, "We can definitely solve this matter properly." Of course, I have always believed in this. Lin Feng said with a smile. Following which, Lin Feng took out the Phoenix scripture. What is this? Fire Dance asked curiously. This is the Phoenix scripture that the Phoenix clan has lost for a long time. Lin Feng said. Fire Dance immediately revealed a shocked expression. Are you giving me the Phoenix scripture? Fire Dance's eyes sparkled. Lin Feng said with a smile. Of course. Hee, then I won't be polite. Fire Dance smiled happily. Lin Feng reached out and patted Fire Dance's head. After doing this, Lin Feng realized that it was a little abrupt. However, when he saw that Fire Dance did not appear unhappy, Lin Feng was secretly delighted. In truth, Lin Feng still liked Fire Dance deep in his heart. Fire Dance was different from other women. In the early days of Lin Feng's cultivation, as a senior sister of the same sect, Fire Dance had left a deep impression on Lin Feng. Fire Dance was the kind of woman that Lin Feng would never forget even if he never saw her again. If he really did not meet her, he would even feel extremely regretful. Now that he had met her, he should make good use of this opportunity. Lin Feng withdrew his hand and said, "Don't be in a hurry to give the Phoenix scripture to the Phoenix clan. This item is too valuable. If you really want to return it to the Phoenix clan in the future, you should do your best to exchange it for something you need." Fire Dance nodded. I understand. Lin Feng said, I plan to visit uncle and auntie. What do you think? Fire Dance's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and she could not help but blush. Of course. Fire Dance did not stay at Lin Feng's place for too long. She quickly returned to her room. After Huwu returned, several female cultivators from the Phoenix clan came to Huwu's room. That Lin Feng is quite handsome, and he seems to have a good personality. Don't tell me he's Lin Baitin's son? The female cultivator's words reminded the others of the situation. Although Lin Feng's reputation was not as resounding on the 15th level of the celestial realm as it was on the lower levels, many people had still heard of various versions of his name. Of course, rumors were just rumors. It was not certain whether one could remember them or not. For example, one would hear about many things every day. One day, one might hear the name of a certain tycoon's son, but one might forget it after 5 minutes. This was very normal. After all, everyone would choose to forget things that had nothing to do with them. For example, the other female Phoenix clan cultivators might have heard of Lin Feng's name, but they probably did not remember it. After all, with so many things happening every day, it was normal for them to forget a name that was occasionally mentioned. However, if one added the words Lin Baitian's son, then regardless of whether one remembered the name or not, the weight of the words Lin Baitian's son was shocking. If Lin Feng was really Lin Baitian's son, then the result might be different. Fire Dance said, "You're overthinking it. He's not Lin Baitian's son." "I knew it. Lin Baitian's son is said to be able to fight against surpassing realm experts. Such a powerful person must be a high and mighty existence. This Lin Feng is so amiable, so how could he be such a powerful person? However, there are too many people with the same name. It's easy to let one's imagination run wild," the female cultivator said. Fire Dance nodded. Another female cultivator looked at Fire Dance and said, "We know what you're thinking. We're all your friends, so of course we want to see you happy. However, there are some dark matters in the clan that you've never heard of. Around 3,000 years ago, the clan wanted to form a marriage alliance with the Sacred Immortal clan. The elder sister who was supposed to marry the Sacred Immortal clan already had a lover, and she told the clan that she did not want to marry the Sacred Immortal clan. What happened in the end? The elder sister's lover died tragically in the end. Nobody knows how he died, but many people can guess who killed him. In the end, the elder sister suffered a huge blow and became insane. The clan threw her into the cliff of reflection. She hasn't been released for 3,000 years. Her family was also implicated because of that. They lost all their privileges in the clan, and now, they've become low-class members of the Phoenix clan. This kind of thing has happened more than once in the long history of the clan. If you count it carefully, it's really too many." Hearing the female cultivator's words, Huwu couldn't help but frown slightly. If all this is true, then, the matter of her refusing to marry the Sacred Immortal clan wouldn't be resolved so easily. Fire Dance couldn't help but become extremely worried about this matter. Lin Feng, Xiaodong Huang, Fire Dance, and the others walked together. Lin Feng clearly noticed that Fire Dance's mood seemed to have become somewhat depressed. With Lin Feng's experience, he naturally knew that Fire Dance's companions would definitely find an opportunity to say something to her. For example, how to deal with the relationship between him and her, how to face the pressure of her family, and so on. In the beginning, Fire Dance thought of things more simply. However, after these friends reminded her, she realized how cruel a big family was. Lin Feng felt that this was a place where everyone needed to grow. In Fire Dance's previous life, she had always focused on cultivation and increasing her strength. She didn't pay attention to these things, but obviously, it wasn't good to be too naive. It was time to recognize the nature of a big family. It was time to grow. Lin Feng naturally knew what Fire Dance was worried about. Lin Feng didn't say too much. Because, many times, it didn't rely on words, but on actions. If you say you're awesome, then are you really awesome? That might not be the case. And Lin Feng believed. With him around, there was nothing that couldn't be solved. Lin Feng was that confident. And this kind of confidence was built on the foundation of strength. 10 days later, Lin Feng and the others arrived at Phoenix Ancient City. Phoenix Ancient City was the number 1 ancient city in the 15th level of the Heaven Realm. The city walls of Phoenix Ancient City were about 1,000 meters tall and were made of a type of fiery red rock. On those fiery red rocks, there were dense phoenix runes. Phoenix Ancient City was an ancient city with a long history. Whether it was defense or attack, it was extremely terrifying. Every day, a large number of cultivator army patrolled the city walls. Moreover, on the city towers around Phoenix Ancient City, there were complete sky mirrors set up to observe the sky. It was said that there were a total of 36 complete sky mirrors. Not only could they envelop Phoenix Ancient City, but they could even radiate out to a range of 100 miles. No matter what happened, these complete sky mirrors would be able to detect it. Of course, if they couldn't detect it, wouldn't there be those powerful cultivator army? Therefore, Phoenix Ancient City was definitely an iron bucket. Phoenix Ancient City had always been lively. This was because there was the largest trading market in the 15th floor of the Heaven Realm. This trading market was very special. There were legitimate businesses, but there were also dishonest businesses. The place where dishonest businesses were conducted was also called the Dark Street. Many people liked to come to Phoenix Ancient City to sell some of the more troublesome treasures, such as treasures obtained from killing others. These kinds of things might not be easy to sell in other places, but in Phoenix Ancient City, they were very easy to sell. Many people also liked to come to Phoenix Ancient City to search for treasures. Maybe they could find some good things. This kind of situation was actually happening every day. In the trading market, whether it was street stalls or shops, there were actually good treasures. Of course, there were even more fakes. Whether or not he could find a good treasure depended on his eyesight. 60% of the Phoenix Clan's clansmen lived in the ancient Phoenix City. 30% of the clansmen were scattered in various offices or outside to train. The remaining 10% lived in the ancestral land. After arriving at ancient Phoenix City, Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang planned to find an inn to stay in. However, Fire Dance did not let Lin Feng and the others search for an inn. This was because the Phoenix race had several courtyards in ancient Phoenix City that were used to entertain guests. Fire Dance arranged for Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang to stay in one of the courtyards. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang did not refuse. When they arrived at the courtyard, Lin Feng and the others saw a group of monster dragon clan cultivators that they had seen before. The one leading them was the young master called Gu Tianming. They had also come to Phoenix City and were going to stay in this villa. Lin Feng did not have a good impression of this group of people. He pretended not to see them. Isn't that Fire Dance of the Phoenix race? She's one of Third Young Master's marriage partners. The fierce-looking monster dragon clan cultivator could not help but say. This guy was a ruthless person. Moreover, he cultivated qi, so he was very strong. The other dragon beasts also saw Lin Feng, Hua Wu, and the others. They couldn't help but grimace. Gu Tianming, in particular, had an even uglier expression. One of his elder brother's marriage partners was actually walking together with another man in such a grand manner. Furthermore, they appeared to be rather intimate. Naturally, he was rather furious about this matter. Who is that brat? Gu Tianming asked with a gloomy expression. The monster dragon clan had always been high and mighty. Now that the marriage had caused an uproar, Gu Tianming did not believe that Lin Feng did not know about the marriage. Despite knowing about it, he still dared to walk so close to Fire Dance. In his opinion, Lin Feng was challenging the bottom line of their clan. This was something that Gu Tianming could not tolerate. The others shook their heads. They did not recognize Lin Feng. Suddenly, a cultivator said, "Isn't that brat the guy we saw when we were eating in that restaurant?" "Is that so? Why don't I remember him?" Many people were surprised. They really did not remember him that day. After all, there were too many people. At this time, the cultivator said, "It's normal that you can't remember him. The reason why I remember him is because those cultivators wanted to join forces to deal with us. Only this kid and his companion did not stand up. They are clearly cowards. Damn, such a coward dares to provoke Fire Dance? Did he eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall?" Gu Tianming could not help but curse. The cultivator with the fierce-looking face was called Gu Wuquang. A sinister expression appeared on his face as he said, "Should we find an opportunity to teach this brat a lesson? A human cultivator with a lowly bloodline must be tired of living." I'll leave this matter to you," Gu Tianming said. "Yes," Gu Wuquang hurriedly replied. Then, the group of people quickly left. Lin Feng naturally did not know that he was being targeted by a group of monster dragon clan cultivators. Fire Dance accompanied Lin Feng to his residence. Lin Feng said, "Then I'll visit uncle and auntie tomorrow morning." "Okay," Fire Dance said with a slightly red face. She did not stay at Lin Feng's place for too long and left with her companions. "Master, I'm afraid this trip will cause some waves," Xia Donghuang said. "Master," Lin Feng said with a smile. "It's just a small matter." Seeing his master's calm expression, Xia Donghuang was filled with admiration. No matter what happened, his master always had the attitude of having everything under control. When would he be able to be so calm and carefree? The next day, early in the morning, a servant came to pick Lin Feng up on a carriage. Lin Feng had already prepared a gift. They boarded the beast carriage. Xia Donghuang sat on the right side of the carriage, while the servant sat on the left. The beast carriage started moving in the direction of the ancient Phoenix clan. The streets were quite lively. The beast carriage had the symbol of the Phoenix clan, so many people took the initiative to make way for it when they saw it. Moreover, their eyes were filled with reverence. To many people, the Phoenix clan was a colossal existence. Even foreign cultivators would feel a sense of reverence towards the Phoenix clan after coming to the ancient Phoenix city, let alone the local cultivators. At this time, 3 cultivators walked to the center of the street and blocked the carriage. These 3 cultivators were none other than the 3 from the Monster Dragon clan. The cultivator in the middle was Gu Wuquang. As for the other 2 cultivators, one was Gu Wuhai, and the other was Gu Wuyang. Although they were not as strong as Gu Wuquang, they were not to be underestimated. They were all first-class experts. Stop! Gu Wuquang shouted coldly at the ferocious beast pulling the carriage. The raging flame beast was so scared that it started to tremble. It did not dare to take even half a step forward. Who are you? How dare you block the beast carriage of the ancient Phoenix clan? The carriage driver shouted angrily. Gu Wuquang sneered. I'm a cultivator of the Monster Dragon clan. So what if I block your beast carriage? When the coachman heard the words Demonic Dragon clan, he was so scared that his whole body trembled. As a coachman of the Phoenix clan, he could indeed use his connections to intimidate others. However, that depended on who he was using his connections to intimidate others. He could not afford to offend the Monster Dragon clan. Everyone knew that the Monster Dragon clan and the Phoenix clan were about to have a marriage alliance. When the time came, the Monster Dragon clan would be the son-in-law of the Phoenix clan, and their status would be incomparably respected. At that time, they would be able to do whatever they wanted in ancient Phoenix City. Of course, even now, the Monster Dragon clan could do whatever they wanted in ancient Phoenix City. 2 groups of people from the Monster Dragon clan came. The first group was the group that came to discuss the marriage alliance. The second group was Gu Tianming and the others. In fact, many people in the first group came out to play. Although these Monster Dragon clan cultivators had not been in ancient Phoenix City for long, because they thought highly of themselves, 2.5 of their sentences were filled with contempt for cultivators from the 15th layer of the Heaven Realm, causing many conflicts. But who asked the Monster Dragon clan to be so powerful? Many people had suffered greatly at the hands of the Monster Dragon clan cultivators. However, they did not even have a place to complain. The master of ancient Phoenix City was the Phoenix clan. Would the Phoenix clan punish their in-laws for these outsiders? Of course not. Many people chose to take a detour when they saw the Monster Dragon clan cultivators. They could not afford to offend them, but they could still hide, right? Who is that person in the beast carriage? It can't be a cultivator from the Phoenix clan, right? It seems like the people from the Demonic Dragon tribe are here with ill intentions. The Demonic Dragon tribe and the Phoenix tribe are about to have a marriage alliance. The Demonic Dragon tribe's cultivators are blocking the Phoenix tribe's cultivators on the street. They look like they want to teach the other party a lesson. Someone said in confusion. At this time, someone said, "Brother, you must be a foreign cultivator." Although the beast carriage has the symbol of the Phoenix clan, there are many beast carriages of the Phoenix clan. The beast carriages used by the clan members are different from the beast carriages used to pick up guests. These large clans are very strict with this kind of detail. For example, this beast carriage in front of us is actually used to pick up guests. The person sitting inside is not a cultivator from the Phoenix clan. He should be a guest of a cultivator from the Phoenix clan. So that's how it is. The cultivator from before nodded. Everyone knew that there was going to be a show to watch. These people from the Monster Dragon clan were very arrogant and despotic. Anyone who offended them would really suffer and suffer. They didn't know who the unlucky person sitting in the beast carriage was. When the driver heard that the 3 people blocking the road were Monster Dragon clan cultivators, he was scared witless and ran to the side of the road to watch the show. He was afraid that he would be implicated. "Kid, come out. I have something to say to you," Gu Wuquang said sinisterly. His ferocious appearance made people shudder. Very few people could remain calm in the face of a terrifying existence like Gu Wuquang. Clean up this trash. Lin Feng's voice came from the beast carriage. His voice sounds very young. He should be a young prince. He actually used trash to describe the 3 cultivators from the Yao Dragon clan? Holy shit. Isn't he a little too gutsy? Does he know what he's saying? He's going to thoroughly offend the Monster Dragon clan this time, right? The most incomprehensible thing is that he actually asked the kid sitting in the carriage to deal with the 3 Monster Dragon clan cultivators. If I'm not wrong, that kid's lifespan is just over 60 years old. He's not even 100 years old. How strong can he be? Will he be slapped to death by the Monster Dragon clan cultivators? The crowd was in an uproar. Many people felt that the young prince in the beast carriage was going to suffer greatly today. Yes. Xia Donghuang acknowledged the order and jumped down from the shaft of the carriage. At that moment, Gu Wuquang and the other 2's expressions were unsightly. As far as they were concerned, Lin Feng was just a lowly human cultivator. Now that this lowly human cultivator dared to look down on them, how could they swallow their anger? I'll deal with this kid. Gu Wuhai's expression was sinister. He stepped forward and walked towards Xia Donghuang. Then, he sent a palm strike towards Xia Donghuang. When he attacked, a terrifying aura was emitted from his body. When the spectating cultivators sensed the aura emanating from his body, many of them turned pale with fright. This was because the aura of the Monster Dragon clan cultivator was too terrifying. This person's cultivation had actually reached the Sage Realm. Moreover, he should be a Sage Realm cultivator. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to emanate such a powerful aura. That kid won't be killed by his palm strike, right? Many people said in horror. They felt that this was really possible. How could a young cultivator who had just passed 60 years of life resist such a terrifying attack? It was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. This time, he was dead for sure. However, just as everyone thought that Xia Donghuang was definitely done for, an unbelievable scene occurred. Xia Donghuang walked towards Gu Wuhai step by step. Xia Donghuang didn't use any powerful techniques, but Gu Wuhai seemed to have been struck by lightning. With a thump, he knelt on the ground. What was going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. There was no powerful aura, no divine ability, and then Gu Wuhai knelt on the ground. Could it be that Gu Wuhai had some special hobbies? Before he attacked, he had a habit of kowtowing 3 times to his opponent. If that was really the case, then this guy's hobbies were really strange. However, everyone soon realized that this wasn't the case. Gu Wuhai struggled to get up, but it was as if there was a mountain on his body. He couldn't move at all. This kid is strange. Many people came back to their senses. At this moment, they finally realized how extraordinary Xia Donghuang was. Was this a young hero? It was really unbelievable that he had such abilities at such a young age. He probably knows some demonic techniques. A cultivator said. I think so too. Then, someone else agreed. At this moment, Gu Wuyang attacked. Gu Wuyang took out a battle spear. With the battle spear in his hand, he charged towards Xia Donghuang. The spear stabbed towards Xia Donghuang. When he stabbed with the spear, there was actually a dragon's roar. After hearing the dragon's roar, many people's faces were filled with shock. They felt a terrifying dragon's might permeating the air. That kind of pressure made them feel as small as ants. Their opponent was really too terrifying. It's the demonic dragon spear technique passed down by the demonic dragon clan. One spear strike can break heaven and earth. One spear strike can shatter the sky. The demonic dragon spear technique is definitely an extremely heaven-defying spear technique. With such a powerful spear technique, can he still neutralize his opponent's attack? Another person said with a trembling voice. The demonic dragon spear technique was indeed powerful. Most importantly, his opponent's spear aura had already formed. Therefore, many people felt that even if Xia Donghuang really knew some demonic techniques, now that he was suppressed by his opponent's spear aura, he probably wouldn't be able to use them. Even Gu Wuyang had a smug expression on his face. Clearly, Gu Wuyang was very satisfied with his methods. However, at this moment, something happened that shocked everyone again. Xia Donghuang was still walking forward steadily. When Gu Wuyang charged towards him with the battle spear in his hand, Gu Wuyang seemed to be under some kind of terrifying pressure. Thump. Thump, Gu Wuyang couldn't take it anymore and knelt on the ground. His face turned as white as a sheet. How is this possible? Many people exclaimed. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. This young cultivator, was he really that powerful? Good boy. What kind of demonic technique did you cultivate? Gu Wuyang couldn't help but shout coldly. Previously, he didn't take Xia Donghuang seriously, but now he realized how wrong he was. However, Gu Wuyang had mastered the Qi aura, so in his opinion, even if Xia Donghuang had really mastered some powerful demonic technique, he wouldn't be afraid. Ignorant. Xia Donghuang looked at Gu Wuyang with a mocking gaze. Gu Wuyang had a violent personality. How could he tolerate Xia Donghuang's ridicule? He said with a sinister smile, "Boy, you think you're invincible just because you have some ability. How ridiculous. Now, I'll let you know how powerful I am." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Wuyang immediately released his Qi aura. The transparent Qi aura was invisible and intangible. However, cultivators could sense the existence of this Qi aura. When Gu Wuyang released his Qi aura, many people's faces turned pale. Qi aura. It's Qi aura. This person actually mastered Qi aura. How terrifying. He actually mastered Qi aura. Hurry up and retreat. If the Qi aura continues to envelop us, we won't be able to withstand it. Many cultivators cried out in horror. Everyone had a natural sense of fear and awe towards Qi aura. The main reason was that Qi aura was too mysterious. In the world of cultivators, there were endless cultivators. However, how many people had Qi aura? Why was it so difficult to have Qi aura? There were a few main reasons. First, even if one mastered the cultivation method of Qi aura, without the help of Qi aura, it was too difficult to cultivate Qi aura. Of course, it wasn't impossible to cultivate it, but the probability was extremely low. And Qi aura was too rare. Not only was Qi aura rare, but the cultivation method of Qi aura was also rare. There were so many harsh conditions. One could imagine. How difficult was it to cultivate Qi aura? Of course, this was the cultivation method of acquired Qi aura. In fact, there were some people who were blessed by the heavens and were born with Qi aura. In the future, if they had the opportunity, they might be able to awaken their Qi aura. This was the innate Qi aura possessor. This type of person. It was also extremely rare. It was already not bad for one or two people to appear among hundreds of millions of cultivators. Therefore, whether it was the innate Qi aura possessor or the acquired Qi aura cultivator, it was extremely rare. Because it was rare, Qi aura was very mysterious. In addition, Qi aura was extremely terrifying. Therefore, cultivators had a natural fear of Qi aura. Now that Gu Wuyang displayed Qi aura, everyone was shocked. You kneel down too. Gu Wuyang looked at Xia Donghuang with a sinister smile. Just like how Xia Donghuang made Gu Wuhai and Gu Wuyang kneel on the ground, he also wanted Xia Donghuang to kneel on the ground. He wanted to trample Xia Donghuang under his feet and make Xia Donghuang beg him for mercy like a dog. After Gu Wuyang's voice fell, the terrifying Qi aura emitted from Gu Wuyang's body directly suppressed Xia Donghuang. The domineering aura is really terrifying. That kid is finished. That's right, he's definitely going to be defeated this time. After seeing the domineering aura released by Gu Wuquang suppress Xia Donghuang, many people could not help but exclaim. In their opinion, the domineering aura was the most terrifying method. Divine abilities and evil techniques were nothing in front of the domineering aura. Now that Gu Wuquang had released such a terrifying domineering aura, Xia Donghuang definitely could not withstand the attack. Boom! In the next moment, the terrifying domineering aura ruthlessly bombarded Xia Donghuang's body. However, what shocked everyone was, when the domineering aura bombarded Xia Donghuang's body, all the domineering aura disappeared like a clay ox entering the sea. It could not cause any waves. Countless people's eyes almost popped out. They could not believe all this. It was really too shocking. That was domineering aura. Even if it was the lowest level of domineering aura, it was still domineering aura. Such a terrifying attack could not cause any harm to Xia Donghuang. Then, what level was Xia Donghuang at? Was he really just a cultivator with less than 100 years of life? It was truly a little inconceivable. Impossible, this is impossible. Gu Wukuang could not believe it. Xia Donghuang swayed gently and arrived in front of Gu Wukuang. He shouted coldly, "Kneel." Gu Wukuang felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His body could not bear it. There was a thump. He knelt on the ground. Gu Wukuang finally knew why Gu Wuhai and Gu Wuyang were kneeling on the ground. It was because there was an invisible pressure in Xia Donghuang's body. This pressure was not the pressure released by divine abilities or domineering aura. It was the natural pressure of a peerless powerhouse towards a weak cultivator. The stronger the cultivator, the more they knew how terrifying this pressure was. It was even more difficult to bear this pressure. Trash like you dare to come out and show off like this? The demon dragon race is really a laughable race. Xia Donghuang said coldly. He did not deliberately release any powerful aura, but at this moment, everyone felt that the current Xia Donghuang was like a god or a demon that they needed to look up to and worship. It's Gu Wukuang and the others. Oh my god, what happened? Why are they kneeling on the ground? I've seen this group of Yao Dragon Clan cultivators before. Back then, we were having a meal in a restaurant. Their words were filled with disdain towards the cultivators from the 15th level of the celestial planes, infuriating everyone there. However, they were too powerful. In the end, everyone had no choice but to endure. Unexpectedly, these fellows are now kneeling on the ground. Many of the cultivators who had just arrived didn't know what had happened. But when they saw Gu Wukuang and the others kneeling on the ground, they were extremely excited and expressed their opinions. Seeing the pitiful appearance of Gu Wukuang and the others kneeling on the ground, many people felt very satisfied. Let's go. A voice came from the beast carriage. Everyone's spirits were suddenly lifted. At this time everyone regained their senses. Although this young cultivator's battle prowess was heaven-defying, he was still a cultivator. But it was very obvious. The mysterious young master in the beast carriage had an even higher status. Whoosh, countless gazes looked towards the beast carriage. At this very moment, how they wished they had a pair of eyes that could see through things. Just like that. They would be able to see who the young master in the beast carriage was. Now, he couldn't see it. Yes. Xia Donghuang responded and jumped onto the shaft of the carriage. When the coachman saw how awesome Xia Donghuang was, he quickly ran back and adjusted the shaft of the carriage, driving the beast carriage forward. Gu Wukuang and the others wanted to get up. However, Xia Donghuang's voice drifted over from afar. Kneel for 6 hours before you can get up. Wow. He actually wants them to kneel for 6 hours. That little brother is so handsome. Who exactly is he? I wonder if he has anyone he likes? Even a love-struck girl was subdued by Xia Donghuang. Her eyes were shining with stars. If Xia Donghuang curled his finger now, he would definitely be able to capture a large number of beautiful girls. The world of cultivators was like this. Young, handsome, and most importantly, so awesome. How could he not be popular? At this time, a female cultivator said, I'm more interested in the young master in the beast carriage. Didn't you see that handsome young man who attacked also listened to the young master's orders? I wonder what their relationship is? Could he be a servant of the young master in the beast carriage? Or a follower? Or a disciple? There's always one possibility, but no matter which one it is, it means that the young master in the beast carriage is even more extraordinary. Another female cultivator said with a love-struck expression, the voice of the young master in the beast carriage is very magnetic. Just by listening to it, I can tell that he's a handsome, elegant, gentle, and considerate young master. Sigh, it's a pity that I'm destined to never meet such a male god. Of course. The male cultivators and female cultivators focused on different things. Many male cultivators were discussing what level of cultivator Xia Donghuang was. How did he cultivate at such a young age? They were also discussing what level of existence the young master in the beast carriage was at. An hour later. The beast carriage arrived outside the residence of the Phoenix clan. Phoenix Ancient City's city lord had always been a Phoenix clan cultivator. However, the residence of the city lord and the residence of the Phoenix clan cultivators were separated. The city lord's residence was in the southwest region. The residence of the Phoenix clan cultivators was in the east region. This garden covered an area of 3,000 to 4,000 mu. It was very luxurious. After the beast carriage entered the residence of the Phoenix clan, it followed the path on the left and went all the way until it finally stopped at a courtyard. The driver said, "Young master, we've arrived. This is where Miss Huowu lives." "All right." Lin Feng responded and walked out of the beast carriage. Xia Donghuang rewarded the driver with dozens of high-grade immortal stones. The driver immediately thanked him profusely and drove the beast carriage away. Lin Feng looked at the courtyard. It was called Qingfeng Garden. The name was quite elegant. When Lin Feng's beast carriage arrived, a servant had already come to inform Huowu in advance. At this moment, Lin Feng saw Huowu walking out quickly. Apart from Huowu, there was also a young man. He should be Huowu's younger brother. Soon, Huowu and the young man walked out. "Lin Feng, this is my younger brother, Hua Yiqing," Huowu introduced to Lin Feng. "This is your big brother Lin Feng." Huowu then introduced Lin Feng. "Hello, big brother Feng," Hua Yiqing said shyly. Lin Feng was a little surprised. Huowu's personality was extroverted, but her younger brother was very introverted. In the world of cultivators, if one was introverted, it was very easy to be bullied. This was especially true in large clans. They had to fight for everything. If one did not fight for anything, one would not fight for it. Others would fight for it. Although large clans were rich in resources, only a dozen or so people could be nurtured as core disciples. The resources these people received were not something other disciples could compare with. Therefore, the competition in large clans was very cruel. That was why there was a saying in the world of cultivators that large clans were filthy. This sentence actually made a lot of sense. With Hua Yiqing's personality, he was destined to be a stepping stone for others in large clans. "You are indeed a talent." Lin Feng patted Hua Yiqing's shoulder and said. Hua Yiqing immediately scratched his head in embarrassment. "Let's go in," Huowu said. Lin Feng nodded. The few of them entered the courtyard together. After Lin Feng arrived, there was actually more than one pair of eyes paying attention to the situation here. After all, yesterday, the news that Huowu arranged Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang to stay in the Phoenix clan's courtyard quickly spread to the upper echelons of the Phoenix clan. Moreover, Huowu and Lin Feng looked very close. They did not seem to be ordinary friends. Since they were not ordinary friends and the two of them were so close, it was obvious what their relationship was. Huowu was one of the marriage partners between the clan and the Monster Dragon clan. Now, she was actually so close to another man. What was the meaning of this? Was it a silent resistance? Did they want to reject the marriage? The upper echelons of the clan were naturally extremely angry. Phoenix clan, Qianyue Courtyard. The owner of Qianyue Courtyard was called Hua Qianyue. She was also one of the 3 candidates for marriage. At this moment, Hua Qianyue was drinking tea with another female cultivator. Hua Qianyue was tall and had a delicate face. There was always a charming smile on her face. She had countless suitors. However, those who understood Hua Qianyue knew that no matter who she faced, she would always have such an expression. This woman was very scheming. The other female cultivator was also a peerless beauty. However, she had an ice-cold appearance, as if she did not want anyone to get close to her. This female cultivator was called Hua Mushi. She was also one of the 3 candidates for marriage. In truth, neither Hua Qianyue nor Hua Mushi were willing to become the tool of the clan's marriage. However, did they have the right to refuse? No, they tried to explain this matter, but the upper echelons of the clan simply ignored them. The attitude of the upper echelons was very clear. They told them bluntly. They were nurtured by the clan. The clan had spent a lot of effort on them. It was time to repay the clan. Therefore, he had to agree to the clan's orders even if he didn't want to. Hua Qianyue sneered. This Huowu really knows how to play. Now, many people know that she seems to be close to a man. No matter what, the clan will not allow her to participate in the marriage, right? After all, the clan still needs its reputation. She's playing with fire, Hua Mushi said coldly. Hua Qianyue said, that's not necessarily the case. Don't forget that she's a cultivator from 9 provinces. She's different from others. She's very talented, and her strength has been increasing rapidly. Even if the clan punishes her, it won't be as severe as the previous ones. At most, they'll lock her up for a while before releasing her. However, that man is probably out of luck. Huamushi sneered. I never thought that there would be such a foolish man who would be willing to become someone else's chess piece. Our clan doesn't even need to do anything. Those self-righteous dragons will definitely not let him off. Xianxia said, in the past, many people said that Huawu was a simple woman. Judging from the way she handled this matter, how can ordinary people compare to her? In front of this simple Huawu, we have no choice but to concede defeat, right? That's right. Huamushi shook her head and said, how can there be such a simple person in the world of cultivators? Her so-called simple is just a facade she put on for the Phoenix clan to attract many supporters and attention. After this matter, I wonder if those clan members who previously thought her to be simple will still think so. Xianxia said, if Huawu is really removed from the list, then only the two of us will be left. One of us will definitely become the marriage partner. Do you have a way to resolve the crisis we're facing? Huamushi smiled bitterly. What can I do? The two of them sighed, hating the fact that Huawu had stolen the lead. They had been thinking of using a similar method to resolve their crisis, but they were worried that they would be severely punished by the clan, so they had been hesitant. Now, Huawu had used the same method. They could no longer use it. Otherwise, the clan would definitely not let them off easily. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang were led to the living room by Huiqing and Huiqing. There was a man and a woman sitting in the living room. The man looked to be in his 40s, and the woman looked to be in her 30s. They should be Huawu's parents. Their clan belonged to the side branch of the Phoenix clan. Moreover, it was the kind of side branch that had been unable to contact the main branch for many years. Their bloodline had declined greatly. For example, Huawu's father's bloodline was not particularly strong. When he came to the main branch of the Heaven Realm, his cultivation had not even broken through to the Divine Realm. However, over the years, he had obtained a lot of resources from the main branch of the Heaven Realm. His cultivation had already reached the Celestial Immortal Realm. Although the Celestial Immortal Realm was not considered a particularly powerful cultivator in the Heaven Realm, in reality, his strength was considered quite good. Originally, there were not many people in their branch, only a dozen or so clansmen. Because of the decline of their bloodline, they had no chance to return to the main branch. The main branch of these large factions did not raise idle people. The reason why they could return to the main branch was that when an expert from the main branch of the Heaven Realm passed by the 9 provinces Great World, he saw Huawu and discovered that her talent was astonishing. Originally, he only wanted to bring Huawu back to the Heaven Realm. However, Huawu refused no matter what. She could either bring her clansmen to the Heaven Realm or leave everyone, including herself, in the 9 provinces. This expert from the Heaven Realm Phoenix clan had no choice but to bring Huawu's clansmen to the Heaven Realm. After coming to the Heaven Realm, their lives had naturally undergone earth-shaking changes. Because of Fire Dance, their status in the clan was still quite good. In fact, they had vaguely heard about the matter between Huawu and Lin Feng. The servants below told them the news immediately. They knew that if something really happened between Huawu and Lin Feng, they might even lose their current superior environment. However, they were parents after all. They loved their children and knew what a marriage alliance meant. Especially when the marriage alliance was with the Demon Dragon clan, which had an extremely bad reputation. If their daughter could be happy, they would be satisfied. So what if they lost their superior living environment? In any case, most of their lives were actually very ordinary. It was not that they could not live the life of an ordinary person. Lin Feng took out the gift he had prepared in advance and handed it to Huiqing. Lin Feng then looked at Fire Dance's parents and said, "Uncle, Auntie." "Hello. I am Lin Feng. When I was at the Reincarnation Celestial Sect in the 9 prefectures, Huawu was my senior sister. Now that I've met Huawu, I wanted to pay a visit to Uncle and Auntie. I hope my arrival isn't too abrupt." Fire Dance's mother, Tangshi, was like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. The more she looked at him, the more she liked him. After all, Lin Feng was indeed a man of striking appearance. Moreover, he was polite when he spoke. His sunny and handsome image and good style of conversation easily gave people a good impression. A few years ago, when we were in the 9 states, I heard Wu talk about you. Later on, we left in a hurry. For the first few years, Wu wasn't very happy. Now that I think about it, it was probably because of you, right? Mother. Hearing her mother's words, Fire Dance's pretty face immediately flushed red. Although she had an extroverted personality, when it came to matters of the heart, she couldn't quite let it go. This was human nature. Xianxia smiled and said, "What's there to be embarrassed about?" Huowu's father, Huo Weiqing, said, "Girls are thin-skinned. You shouldn't say such things here." Xianxia smiled elegantly. In front of guests, she still gave her husband face. Huo Weiqing smiled and said, "Everyone, don't just stand there. Quickly, take a seat." Lin Feng nodded. Everyone took a seat, and a maidservant served them spirit tea. Huo Weiqing asked, "Who else is in the Lin clan?" Lin Feng replied, "My parents and a few elders." "It seems that your clan isn't particularly prosperous?" Huo Weiqing asked. "Yes, our clan isn't that prosperous," Lin Feng said. In fact, it wasn't just the sovereign clan that didn't have a prosperous clan. Even the Lin clan didn't have a prosperous clan. After all, the Lin clan only had a few hundred people. Lin Feng guessed that the Lin clan should be in the undying clan of the chaotic Xianhuang world. He didn't know how they were doing. Big clans have their advantages, small clans also have their advantages. Sometimes, being in a big clan isn't even as good as being in a small clan. Huo Weiqing couldn't help but sigh. It was probably because of the marriage alliance that he felt mentally exhausted. "You're right, uncle," said Lin Feng. "Who is this young man beside you?" Xianxia asked curiously. Lin Feng said, "This is my disciple, Xia Donghuang." Xia Donghuang stood up and bowed to the two of them. "Haha, there's no need to be so polite," Huo Weiqing said. "It's my duty," Xia Donghuang said with a smile. Huo Weiqing asked Xia Donghuang to sit down and talk. Only then did Xia Donghuang sit down. In fact, Huo Weiqing, Xianxia, and even Huo Wu and Huo Yiqing were all a little strange. This was because Lin Feng was very young, and even if his cultivation was not bad, because he was relatively young, he shouldn't have the ability to guide others in their cultivation, right? So, did Xia Donghuang acknowledge Lin Feng as his master, or did he acknowledge the wrong master? The words misleading students floated through their minds. Of course, they naturally wouldn't say such words out loud. Fortunately, Xia Donghuang didn't know what they were thinking. If he knew what their family was thinking, Xia Donghuang would definitely argue with them. What was wrong with misleading people? I, Xia Donghuang, am the luckiest person in my life to meet my master and become his disciple. The only pity was that he wasn't his master's first disciple. Author, Lin Feng accepted Chu Tianba as his disciple in the world of exile, so Chu Tianba was Lin Feng's first disciple. Now, Chu Tianba helps Lin Feng manage the world of exile. Lin Feng, Huo Weiqing, and Xianxia talked about many things. The two of them were actually very curious about Lin Feng. For example, they asked about Lin Feng's experiences over the years and so on. Everyone chatted happily. Huo Weiqing and Xianxia also vaguely revealed their thoughts during the conversation. Although they didn't say it directly, Lin Feng knew what they were trying to express. Lin Feng understood, and so did the others. If they had to choose between their daughter and their superior life, they wouldn't hesitate to choose their daughter. Huo Wu was moved to tears. Lin Feng felt that Huo Weiqing and Xianxia had done a good job as parents. In the world of cultivation, there were too many people who would sacrifice anyone for themselves. Lin Feng had seen this kind of thing too many times. It was even a little troublesome. Fortunately, Huo Wu's parents weren't such people. However, Lin Feng heard the worries of Huo Wu's parents from the conversation. After all, the marriage between the Phoenix clan and the Monster Dragon clan was too important. Although Huo Wu was only one of the candidates for the marriage, it was related to the face of the Phoenix clan. Now that the outside world was saying that Lin Feng and Huo Wu had an unusual relationship, they were naturally worried that the Phoenix clan and the Monster Dragon clan would target Lin Feng and Huo Wu. After all, Huo Wu was a cultivator of the Phoenix clan. No matter how angry the Phoenix clan was, they couldn't kill Huo Wu. However, Lin Feng was different. If the Monster Dragon clan and the Phoenix clan really wanted to get rid of Lin Feng, when the time came, would Lin Feng have the ability to resist? Hu Wu had been thinking about this matter for the past 2 days, so she was also very worried about Lin Feng's safety. Lin Feng told them that they didn't have to worry about his safety. He had his own way of protecting himself. Hu Wu and the others thought that Lin Feng was able to rely on himself to cross the endless star field from the secular world to the heaven realm to cultivate. This was enough to show how extraordinary Lin Feng was. He definitely had many powerful methods. Therefore, they were a little relieved. However, Huawei City also knew that the Monster Dragon clan and the Phoenix clan had many experts. There were even many top experts. If these top experts were to make a move, then a young cultivator like Lin Feng, no matter how powerful his methods were, would probably encounter a huge problem when the time came. Therefore, said Huawei Qing, if you really encounter the strong cultivators of the Evil Dragon clan or the Phoenix clan, try not to have any conflicts with them. I know that young people like you are easily angered. Once you get angry, you won't be able to control yourself. But you have to take a step back. I hope you can understand that. Lin Feng knew that Huawei City was doing this for his own good, so he nodded his head to ease his heart. After having lunch here, Lin Feng bid farewell to Huawei City and the Tang family. Hu Wu and Hui Yiqing personally sent Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang out. When they arrived outside the courtyard, Lin Feng said, "Let Yiqing send us out." "You don't have to send us out. Go back and chat with Uncle and Auntie. I think Uncle and Auntie must have a lot to say to you." "Alright, I'll look for you later," Hu Wu said. Lin Feng's arrival this time had basically broken the window paper between them. Moreover, Hu Wu's parents were very satisfied with Lin Feng, so Hu Wu's attitude towards Lin Feng had changed greatly. "Alright." Lin Feng nodded. After bidding farewell to Hu Wu, Hui Yiqing led Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang outside. However, they had only walked halfway when more than a dozen cultivators came over and blocked Lin Feng and the others' path. These cultivators who blocked Lin Feng and the others were all cultivators of the Phoenix clan. Lin Feng had already expected this situation. After the matter between him and Hu Wu spread out, the Phoenix clan would definitely hate him. Perhaps the higher-ups of the Phoenix clan would consider letting the Monster Dragon clan deal with him. However, these higher-ups' thoughts couldn't be completely the same. There was no guarantee that some of the higher-ups would want the Phoenix clan to deal with him. Thus, they would instruct some of their subordinates to cause trouble for him, or even kill him. However, this was the territory of the Phoenix clan. Even if the Phoenix clan wanted to kill someone, they wouldn't do it in their own clan. So these people came over, most likely to ruthlessly humiliate him, right? "You're the kid who's pestering Fire Dance?" The man in the lead looked at Lin Feng coldly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. They were indeed instructed by a higher-up in the clan to deal with Lin Feng. Even if the higher-ups in the clan didn't instruct them, they felt that they would come over and teach Lin Feng a lesson. Why? Because they were jealous. When Fire Dance came to the Heaven Realm, many people immediately had ideas about Fire Dance. She had a beautiful face, a perfect figure, and astonishing talent. No matter how one looked at it, Fire Dance was a goddess-like existence. So, many people began to approach Fire Dance, wanting to take her down. But in the end, all of them had their noses full of dust. And now, a human kid, a low-level bloodline possessor in their eyes. He actually got together with Fire Dance. If Fire Dance married the direct descendant of the Demon Dragon clan, Gu Tiange, they wouldn't say anything. After all, Gu Tiange's cultivation, background, talent, and so on were all there. They couldn't match up to him. But Fire Dance got together with a human kid. Naturally, they couldn't accept it. They believed that they could beat the human brat in every aspect. Why would Fire Dance make such a puzzling choice? Could it be that in Fire Dance's eyes, they were inferior to this human kid? What kind of vision was this? Of course, there were also people who thought that Fire Dance might just want to use this matter to form public opinion and then smoothly withdraw herself from the marriage. But only a few people had such thoughts. The vast majority of people didn't think so. This was because many people thought that they understood Fire Dance's character quite well. Therefore, they thought that Fire Dance wouldn't do such a thing. Since that wasn't the reason, then there was only one reason that could explain it. That was, Fire Dance really got together with this human cultivator. Today, this human cultivator came to the Phoenix clan to meet Fire Dance's parents. Didn't this confirm this matter even more? What did a human cultivator with a lowly bloodline think he was? He actually dared to covet the proud daughter of the Phoenix clan. How ridiculous. The fire of jealousy was burning fiercely in everyone's heart. Lin Feng said, Fire Dance's matter isn't something that juniors like you can get involved in. Since you are the disciples of the Phoenix clan, I don't want to make things difficult for you. You may leave now. The cultivators from the Phoenix clan, including Huiqing, were all stunned. Some were even dumbfounded. He probably didn't expect Lin Feng to say something like that. After all, this was the Phoenix clan. If he were to say that he didn't want to make things difficult for the Phoenix clan's experts in the Phoenix clan, he would be looking down on the Phoenix clan's experts. The faces of the Phoenix tribe cultivators twitched slightly. Their expressions were extremely ugly. They were actually ignored by Lin Feng. What right did a lowly human tribe cultivator have to ignore them? Moreover, where did this guy get the courage to ignore them like this? This was something that no one could understand. It was also something they were incomparably furious about. Huiqing cursed in his heart. He felt that his future brother-in-law had gotten himself into big trouble. These people from the Phoenix clan were not to be trifled with. Now that he had offended them, he would definitely not have a good ending. Huiqing said, Xianxia, Big Brother Lin is our guest today. Don't you think it's a little too much for you to block us here? If outsiders were to know about this, they would think that the Phoenix clan doesn't know how to treat guests. If this tarnishes the reputation of the Phoenix clan, can you bear the responsibility? The cultivator leading the group was the Xianxia that Huiqing was talking about. This person was also a direct descendant. However, he wasn't a direct descendant of the clan leader. Instead, he was a direct descendant of the Grand Elder. His talent was quite extraordinary. There was a period of time when he chased after Fire Dance crazily. However, Fire Dance didn't even bother with him. This made Xianxia very angry. After hearing Huiqing's words, Xianxia and the others were stunned for a moment. Then, they burst out laughing. One of the cultivators said mockingly, Huiqing, did you eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall today? How dare you act so impudently in front of us? I advise you to go back to being a coward. That way, you can still have a foothold in the clan. Otherwise, I'm sure that there will be people coming to find trouble with you every day. When that time comes, the clan will no longer be a place to protect you. It will be hell for you. You, faced with the naked threat of the cultivator from the Phoenix clan, Huiqing was so angry that his face turned green. It was true that outsiders like them didn't have a high status in the Phoenix clan. They were the kind of people who were stepped on by others. Of course, Huiqing's branch wasn't doing so badly because of Fire Dance. However, if the younger generation really wanted to mess with him, the older generation wouldn't care about the conflicts of the younger generation. After all, they had a lot of things to do. How could they care about so many things? Moreover, it was almost foreseeable that his sister, Fire Dance, would be punished by the clan. When that happened, their branch's status might plummet. It wouldn't be unthinkable for them to be bullied and humiliated by others. These people had expected this to happen, which was why they were so unscrupulous. Although Huiqing's cultivation and talent weren't very good, and he was honest, he wasn't stupid. He knew all the dirty things in the big clans. Shameless to the extreme. Huiqing finally said something after holding it in for a long time. However, after hearing Huiqing's words, the group of people laughed out loud. The cultivator from the Phoenix clan who threatened Huiqing earlier continued, Kid, we're more willing to show some shameless means to your sister than to you. However, let's treat this as a rehearsal. After hearing the cultivator's words, Lin Feng's face turned gloomy. Teach him a lesson. Lin Feng said coldly. Yes. Master. Xia Donghuang replied after receiving the order. Swoosh. Almost instantaneously, Xia Donghuang appeared in front of the cultivator. His speed was so fast that it was unbelievable. He grabbed the cultivator's neck and lifted him into the air. Then, Xia Donghuang disappeared again. When he reappeared, he had already retreated with the cultivator. How is this possible? Hua Yiqing, who was at the side, was in disbelief. He knew who the cultivator who was lifted into the air by his neck was. This person had broken through to the Saint Realm some time ago. He was definitely a top genius among the cultivators under 1,000,000 years of life in the Phoenix clan. However, he didn't even have the power to fight back in front of Xia Donghuang. Xia Donghuang was his brother-in-law's disciple, and he was so young. His family thought that Xia Donghuang wasn't a person with much ability. Moreover, his talent wasn't too good. This was because they thought that if Xia Donghuang's talent was really that amazing, there would naturally be all kinds of powerful people for him to choose from if he wanted to be apprenticed. Instead of choosing Lin Feng, who only had 300 years of life, as his master. However, everything that happened now completely overturned Hua Yiqing's imagination. He was too strong. He was really too strong. Hua Yiqing didn't even know what level Xia Donghuang was at. At the very least, he was in the Saint Realm. He might even be an expert in the middle level of the Saint Realm. He had less than 100 years of life. How could he be so terrifying? This was too heaven-defying. There was no such heaven-defying existence in the Phoenix clan. However, the key was, such a heaven-defying figure could find any master. Why did he want to be his brother-in-law's disciple? Slap, slap, slap. Xia Donghuang slapped the Phoenix clan cultivator's face again and again. After a few slaps, the cultivator's face was completely smashed. He struggled, but he couldn't break free at all. He wanted to say something, but he didn't even have the chance to speak. When had he ever been humiliated like this? He was furious. However, there was nothing he could do but be angry. He looked at Xia Donghuang with hatred and resentment. However, Xia Donghuang didn't seem to see his gaze and continued to slap him fiercely. After a dozen slaps, the cultivator was almost beaten to death. There was only fear and pleading left in her originally vicious gaze. It was only then that the Phoenix clan cultivators regained their senses. This is the Phoenix clan. How dare you commit murder in the Phoenix clan's territory? How dare you? Hurry up and let him go. Do you want to kill him? No one in this world can save you. The Phoenix clan cultivators roared angrily. Lin Feng saw that the Phoenix clan cultivator was about to be beaten to death by Xia Donghuang. He said indifferently, "Return him to these people." Xia Donghuang nodded and threw the cultivator over. Someone quickly supported the cultivator's body. However, the cultivator was already at his last breath. Xia Donghuang was really ruthless. You're courting death. Do you think there's no one in the Phoenix clan who can fight you? Let's attack together and cripple them. The Phoenix clan cultivators shouted angrily. At this moment, many people heard the commotion and rushed over. They stood in the distance and watched. Even the other two marriage partners, Hua Qianyue and Hua Mushi, were there. The two of them also looked over. As goddesses, they naturally attracted many people's attention. From time to time, people would sneak glances at the two women with burning gazes. That person. Is he the man who's with Fire Dance? He's quite handsome. Fire Dance, that scheming woman, really knows how to pick people. Hua Qianyue couldn't help but mock. Who's the one who attacked him? He's not simple. I wonder how he's related to that person? Hua Mushi asked doubtfully. Hua Qianyue said, according to the information I received, the one who attacked him is that person's disciple. What? Disciple? Hua Mushi was astonished. At this moment, a dozen cultivators of the Phoenix clan surrounded Lin Feng and the others. Humph. Xia Donghuang couldn't help but snort coldly. His snort seemed to contain a terrifying demonic power. His snort directly sent everyone flying. Wah! The Phoenix clan cultivators spat out mouthfuls of blood as they were sent flying. Their faces were as pale as paper. Heavens, isn't he too strong? He's probably at least a 7th heavenly level sage, right? Everyone was shocked. In truth, many Phoenix clan cultivators could reach the 7th heavenly level sage realm. More importantly, how old was Xia Donghuang? Less than 100 years of lifespan. He was too young. Even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, he wouldn't be able to reach this level. More importantly, Xia Donghuang was really at this level. This was what shocked everyone and made them feel incredulous. Sometimes, comparisons were odious. It was too much of a blow to one's confidence. Thump, thump, the Phoenix clan cultivators all fell to the ground, unable to move. Lin Feng walked forward. Xia Donghuang followed closely behind and walked outside. Huiqing was stunned, but he quickly chased after them. Xia Donghuang led Lin Feng outside. In truth, Huiqing's mind was blank. He had been repeating the same sentence. This Xia Donghuang was too strong. Why would such a strong person acknowledge his future brother-in-law as his master? This sentence kept echoing in Huiqing's mind. Huiqing was a little confused. He couldn't wrap his head around it. You want to leave after injuring so many people? All of you, stay here. At that moment, an angry voice was heard. Everyone looked over and saw an old man flying over. This old man was none other than the great elder of the Phoenix clan. His strength was unimaginably terrifying. Moreover, he was the one who wanted to punish Wu severely. He also wanted the Phoenix clan to kill Lin Feng. Hu Qiansong and the others had received orders from him to humiliate Lin Feng and the others. The great elder is going to take action personally. Many people couldn't help but gasp. They had forgotten the last time the great elder had taken action personally. The great elder's battle strength was heaven-defying. Although Xia Donghuang was very strong, in many people's eyes, he was still far from being able to compete with the great elder. Therefore, when they saw the great elder take action, many people knew that Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang wouldn't be able to survive for long. The great elder quickly chased after them. He directly tried to grab Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang. A giant energy handprint condensed in the void. That gigantic hand moved towards Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang. Surprisingly, it wanted to grab them. Xia Donghuang turned around and didn't say anything. He threw a punch at the great elder. Everyone saw that after Xia Donghuang threw a punch, a boundless sea of blood appeared behind him. Countless corpses fell from the sky and into the boundless sea of blood. The world of Bloody Sea was like a purgatory world. It was so terrifying. It made people feel suffocated and hopeless. It made people's hair stand on end. It made people turn pale with fright. The great elder's attack was instantly destroyed by the great elder. Then, the great elder's chest was violently attacked by the great elder. Crack, crack. His sternum was broken. His chest caved in. Barf, the great elder spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was sent flying and fell to the ground with a thud. The entire Phoenix clan fell silent in an instant. Although the great elder wasn't the strongest cultivator in the Phoenix clan, he was definitely ranked in the top 30. Now, Xia Donghuang did not even manage to take a single blow from him. Instead, he was severely injured. It was too unbelievable. I'm going to meddle in Huwu's affairs. I didn't touch the Phoenix clan because I'm giving Huwu face. I won't take today's matter to heart. If the Phoenix clan provokes me again, I'll destroy the 3 clans of the Phoenix clan. Lin Feng didn't even turn around. He just said that coldly and continued to walk outside. His words were too arrogant. He actually dared to threaten to destroy the 3 clans of the Phoenix clan in front of so many Phoenix clan experts. Who would dare to say such words? Even some experts who had surpassed their realm wouldn't dare to say such words. However, Lin Feng just had to say such words. Many Phoenix clan cultivators felt extremely aggrieved. They were furious and clenched their fists. They had even forgotten when the last time the Phoenix clan was so aggrieved. However, no one dared to make a move. Although most people didn't know the relationship between Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang, it was obvious that Xia Donghuang was full of respect for Lin Feng. It was a kind of respect that came from the bottom of his heart. One had to know. People like Xia Donghuang who had a heaven-defying cultivation at such a young age were usually extremely arrogant. Lin Feng wasn't much older than Xia Donghuang. Logically speaking, Xia Donghuang would definitely be arrogant to people of the same age. However, he was so respectful to Lin Feng. What did this mean? Everyone was very clear. Therefore, no matter how aggrieved they were, they had to endure it. He. Who is he? Hu Qianyue looked at Lin Feng's departing figure in a daze. Who would dare to threaten the Phoenix clan in such a manner? However, Lin Feng dared to do so. Moreover, he shocked the Phoenix clan so much that no one dared to stop him from leaving. Was this arrogance? Or perhaps, it would be more appropriate to describe him as domineering? Huamushi looked at Lin Feng's departing figure and couldn't help but bite her lips. No one knew what she was thinking. This Xiaodong Huang was too powerful. Why would such a powerful existence acknowledge his future brother-in-law as his master? Qingfeng Garden was quite far away from here. Therefore, Huawu and the others didn't know what was going on here at first. Later, someone informed them that something had happened here. Huawu and her parents hurried over. However, by the time they arrived, Lin Feng had already left. Many people looked at Huawu with complicated expressions. Huawu didn't know how Lin Feng was and was very worried about Lin Feng. She wanted to find someone to ask about him. At that moment, she saw Huiqing return. She hurriedly ran over to him. She wanted to ask about what had happened and Lin Feng's safety. She was extremely worried about Lin Feng. She was afraid that Lin Feng would be captured and imprisoned by the clan's experts. If that really happened, Huawu was determined to save Lin Feng even if she had to risk her life. Spiritual tea was boiling on the table. The fragrance of the tea was refreshing. Xiaodong Huang poured a cup of tea for Lin Feng and then poured a cup for himself. Then, he said, "Master, I'm afraid that the ancient Phoenix city will be in chaos again. Many people will pay attention to you, but the Phoenix clan and the demonic dragon clan won't let this matter rest. I've heard that the two clans have extremely ancient experts. Even if they haven't broken through to the Transcendence Realm, they must have Transcendence Realm fighting strength. Now that the world has changed, it wouldn't be strange if some of their clans broke through to the Transcendence Realm." Many shocking news had spread recently. For example, previously, only 3 of the lords of the 33 heavens had broken through to the Transcendence Realm, but recently, 5 more people had broken through to the Transcendence Realm. Now, there were 8 lords of the 33 heavens who had broken through to the Transcendence Realm, but that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that as time passed, more and more lords of the 33 heavens would break through to the Transcendence Realm. Apart from the lords of the 33 heavens, other top experts from other forces would also break through to the Transcendence Realm. This kind of situation was extremely rare in the history of an era. In other eras, it was already amazing if a few people could break through to the Transcendence Realm. However, at the end of this era, after the world had changed, people kept breaking through to the Transcendence Realm. This made countless cultivators see the hope of breaking through to the Transcendence Realm. Lin Feng felt that the reason for this change was because this era was a cycle of reincarnation. 3,000 eras in a cycle, this era was the 3,000th era. Therefore, on the eve of the 3,000 eras, the world had changed greatly. Now that the environment had changed, the difficulty of breaking through to the Transcendence Realm should be greatly reduced. In addition, all kinds of heaven-defying opportunities had appeared. That was why so many Transcendence Realm experts had appeared. Wasn't there a saying that if you want to kill someone, you have to make them go crazy first? In fact, this was probably the case. Now, this was the final madness of the 3,000 eras. There were still more than 100 years before the end of the 3,000 eras. What would happen after the end of the 3,000 eras? Would a new epoch be born? Everything was unknown, therefore, if the Phoenix clan and the demonic dragon clan really had Transcendence Realm experts, if the two clans were to join forces, it would be troublesome for Lin Feng. After all, no matter how strong Lin Feng was now, he could only deal with one powerhouse that surpassed his realm. He couldn't deal with 2 or more powerhouses that surpassed his realm. Now that Xia Donghuang mentioned that there might be a powerhouse who had surpassed his realm, he was also reminding Lin Feng that he might encounter some troublesome situations later. Phoenixes can rise from the ashes, dragons can swallow the sky. These two races have always been extremely strong. The other races took advantage of the opportunity to break through to a higher cultivation level in the past 3,000 epochs. There's no reason why these two races can't take advantage of this opportunity, said Lin Feng. Therefore, I'm guessing that there's a 90% chance that someone from those two clans has already broken through to the next cultivation level. Logically speaking, the evil dragon clan's reputation isn't particularly good, so the Phoenix clan shouldn't have a marriage alliance with the evil dragon clan. But they chose to have a marriage alliance with the evil dragon clan. There must be another reason. I think that maybe they need the evil dragon clan's strength to do something, so they chose to have a marriage alliance with the evil dragon clan. Their marriage alliance is based on benefits. If they join forces to deal with me, the evil dragon clan will probably be very willing to do that, but the Phoenix clan won't necessarily be willing to do that. Anyway, the Phoenix clan wants to find someone to do something. Finding the evil dragon clan is the same as finding someone else. For example, I can replace the position of the evil dragon clan. Besides, if they cooperate with me, it's obviously more beneficial for them than cooperating with the evil dragon clan. Lin Feng analyzed the situation. Xia Donghuang pondered for a while. His eyes became brighter and brighter. Xia Donghuang said, "Master, if that's really the case, doesn't that mean that the Phoenix clan is going to do something very important? Maybe we'll be able to obtain a lot of benefits from it." Lin Feng smiled and said, "That's right. If we really do that, of course we have to discuss some conditions with them. But for now, the higher-ups of the Phoenix clan won't take the initiative to contact us to discuss this matter. They need to observe whether we have a way to deal with the evil dragon clan's pressure." Xia Donghuang said, "As long as the Phoenix clan doesn't join forces with the evil dragon clan, so what if the evil dragon clan's surpassing level cultivators participate? When the time comes, they'll still be suppressed by Master." Lin Feng was very confident that he could do what Xia Donghuang said. Although the evil dragon clan was powerful, they couldn't do anything to him. Lin Feng said, "If the evil dragon clan knows what's good for them, I won't bother with them. If they don't know what's good for them." At this point, Lin Feng's voice couldn't help but reveal a cold killing intent. Xia Donghuang's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. He had been by Lin Feng's side for several years, and he rarely saw Lin Feng reveal such killing intent. "Lin Feng, are you inside?" At that moment, Huowu's voice came from outside. "Yes." Lin Feng replied. Xia Donghuang went to open the door for Huowu. When he opened the door, he saw that Huiqing was there as well. The two of them went to the living room. Lin Feng poured a cup of spirit tea for Huiqing and Huowu. When Fire Dance learned of what had happened from Huiqing, she was deeply shocked. Huowu wasn't familiar with Xia Donghuang. She only knew that he was Lin Feng's disciple, but she never thought that he was a powerful figure. However, even a powerful figure like the Great Elder had been beaten to the point of vomiting blood with a single punch from Xia Donghuang. One could imagine how powerful Xia Donghuang was. As for Xia Donghuang, he was only Lin Feng's disciple. If Xia Donghuang was so powerful, then what about Lin Feng? How powerful was he? Huowu didn't believe that someone as powerful as Xia Donghuang would have a master inferior to her. Huowu had too many questions to ask Lin Feng. However, when these questions reached the tip of her tongue, she didn't know where to start asking Lin Feng. Said Lin Feng. "Everybody is talking about me, I'm the one who did it. It's not as simple as having the same name." After hearing Lin Feng's explanation, Huowu sucked in a breath of cold air. Heavens, the Lin Feng who was rumored to be able to fight against experts surpassing his cultivation level, the Lin Feng who had the backing of a sovereign emperor clan, was actually the Lin Feng she knew? No wonder, even Xia Donghuang was so powerful. However, when Huowu thought about it, something didn't make sense. If Lin Feng had such a powerful background, why did he join the Reincarnation Immortal sect back then? The Reincarnation Immortal sect was considered a powerful force in the 9 prefectures. However, it was nothing compared to the famous Sovereign Emperor clan. It was just a mediocre sect that wasn't even worth mentioning. Huowu asked curiously, "Then why did you join the Reincarnation Immortal sect back then?" Lin Feng smiled. "To get to know you. If I didn't join the Reincarnation Immortal sect, how could I have gotten to know you?" Hearing Lin Feng teasing her so straightforwardly, Huowu couldn't help but blush slightly. She then glared at Lin Feng. She snorted and said, "I'm talking about serious matters. Don't joke around." Lin Feng said. "Actually, something happened to my family back then. I was all alone and had to rely on myself. After some consideration, I realized that the Reincarnation Immortal sect was a suitable sect for me. That's why I joined the Reincarnation Immortal sect." In fact, Lin Feng's decision to join the Reincarnation Immortal sect was a wise decision. Lin Feng had flirted with a few girls in the Reincarnation Immortal sect. After joining the Reincarnation Immortal sect, Lin Feng's cultivation base improved by leaps and bounds. Moreover, during that time, Lin Feng met his master, Lord Tortoise, who had a huge impact on his life. However, ever since Lord Tortoise was captured by a mysterious expert, Lin Feng hadn't heard anything about him for a long time. Lin Feng suspected that the person who captured Lord Tortoise was an expert from the mastermind's world. However, Lin Feng wasn't sure if that was the case. So that's how it is. Fire Dance nodded. Lin Feng said, "That's why I told you that I could resolve this matter perfectly. Do you believe me now?" Fire Dance nodded, then snorted. "You're so bad. You're so powerful, but you didn't tell me. You made me worry for a long time." Lin Feng said, "It's not that I didn't want to tell you. It's just that I didn't find the right opportunity to tell you. Then, so many unexpected things happened." Humph. Fire Dance continued to snort with her nose. She seemed to still be dissatisfied with Lin Feng. Xia Donghuang and Huiqing hurriedly left. If they continued to be third wheels, they would be too insensible. At this moment, two things quickly spread throughout the ancient Phoenix City. Both of them were related to Lin Feng. The first thing was that the beast carriage that Fire Dance had sent to pick up Lin Feng was stopped by Gu Wuquang and the others from the demonic dragon clan. Gu Wuquang and the others were as weak as ants in front of the cultivator who had less than 100 years of life. One by one, they were forced to kneel on the ground by the invisible aura emitted by the young cultivator. Moreover, they knelt for a full 6 hours. They had really lost all face for the demonic dragon clan. This matter was found out by the demonic dragon clan's elder, and it was said that the elder of the demonic dragon clan was furious. The second thing was that the cultivator who had been invited by Fire Dance was stopped by the Phoenix clan's cultivators because he had a close relationship with Fire Dance. They wanted to teach him a lesson. It was still that young cultivator who had less than 100 years of life. He displayed his invincible might, and the group of Phoenix clan's cultivators were finally taught a lesson. They also lost all face. Even the Grand Elder of the Phoenix clan was sent flying by a single punch from the young cultivator. He was then beaten to the point of vomiting blood. Shock, disbelief, inconceivable, unbelievable, in the entire ancient Phoenix City, countless people, whether they were natives or foreign cultivators, were talking about these two things. Countless people were guessing who that young cultivator was. How could he be so terrifying, soon? And even more explosive news spread. It turned out that the unbelievably powerful young cultivator was actually the disciple of the mysterious young master who was rumored to be in a scandal with Fire Dance. This news was like a clap of thunder on the ground. This was because everyone knew that the young master was not very old. He was only about 300 years old. At this age? Even among the top families, he probably had not made a name for himself yet. However, that young master was different. Just imagine. Even his disciple was so awesome. As his master. Could it be that he could not compare to his disciple? How was that possible? Who would acknowledge someone who was inferior to them as their master? Then, countless people began to discuss Lin Feng's identity. They discussed how strong Lin Feng was. However, in reality, very few people had seen Lin Feng. After all, when they were heading to the Phoenix clan, Lin Feng was in the beast carriage and did not appear at all. Although there were many people watching the show, they did not see Lin Feng appear. As for what happened to Lin Feng in the Phoenix clan, only the Phoenix clan's cultivators were present. Outsiders were not allowed to enter the Phoenix clan's territory. Now, all kinds of news were basically things that were heard later. Lin Feng felt that there might be even more intense conflicts in the future, so Lin Feng told Hua Wu to try her best not to come out after returning to the Phoenix clan. The Phoenix clan was very safe. That night, Lin Feng had originally planned to rest, but he frowned slightly and said, "You're really capable. Since you're here, come out and meet me." Just as Lin Feng finished speaking, a delicate laughter came from the room. Following that, a cluster of flames appeared in the room. That cluster of flames grew bigger and hotter. Not much later, the ball of flame turned into a cultivator. It was a female cultivator, a very, very beautiful female cultivator. She was tall and had a beautiful face. What left the deepest impression on people was her smile. It was a very sweet smile that seemed to sweeten people's hearts. Lin Feng did not know this woman. However, Lin Feng could sense her Phoenix bloodline. She was a cultivator from the Phoenix clan. Moreover, she was not an ordinary cultivator. At that moment, the female cultivator said, "My Tao of Void fusion is very special. When I fuse with the void, almost no one can detect my existence. However, I did not expect that you would discover me as soon as I arrived here. Lin Gongzi's methods are really terrifying. No wonder the Heavenly Court can't do anything to you. You've been secretly investigating me?" Lin Feng looked at the woman. In truth, with the Phoenix clan's ability, it was not strange for them to investigate his identity in such a short time. Lin Feng did not find it strange. The Phoenix clan indeed had this ability. The woman smiled and said, "I was just a little curious about Lin Gongzi, so I investigated Lin Gongzi's identity. Lin Gongzi won't be angry with me because of this, right?" Lin Feng sneered inwardly. This woman's words had a hint of frivolity. It was as if she was deliberately telling Lin Feng that she was someone who could be flirted with. Moreover, she had come in the middle of the night and her whereabouts were suspicious. Lin Feng did not know who this woman was. However, he dared to conclude that this woman had come with an unspeakable secret. Lin Feng looked at the woman and said, "Why don't I guess who you are?" The woman said, "If you guess correctly, you will be rewarded. If you don't, you will be punished. Only then will things be interesting. What do you think of my suggestion, sir?" Lin Feng said, "That's a good suggestion. Let's do as you say and increase the stakes. Have you heard of me, sir? If you've heard of me, wouldn't this game be a sure win?" The woman said with a smile. Lin Feng shook his head and said, "I've never heard of you. In fact, after coming to ancient Phoenix City, my life has been very simple. When I'm with Fire Dance, I don't talk about the Phoenix clan." The woman asked, "Is it because Sir doesn't want to talk about it? Or is Fire Dance unwilling to talk about it?" Lin Feng said, "Neither of us wants to talk about it. When we're together, we have many more meaningful things to do. Therefore, there's no need for us to talk about things that we don't think are important." The woman said, "Then can you tell me what meaningful things you've done when you're with Fire Dance?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "For example, drinking tea, chatting, talking about life goals, and so on." The woman chuckled. She clearly didn't believe Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng knew that she didn't believe him. However, Lin Feng was telling the truth. Lin Feng continued, "The person who came looking for me at this time is a cultivator from the Phoenix clan. Moreover, she's an extremely beautiful female cultivator. Therefore, I think that you're one of the 3 candidates for the marriage alliance." "Correct. I'm one of the 3 candidates for the marriage alliance. Let's get to know each other. I'm Xianxia. I'm sure you've heard of me, right?" The woman said. "No." Lin Feng shook his head. "Really?" Xianxia had an astonished expression on her face. She couldn't believe Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng had never heard of her name before? Was this a joke? However, looking at Lin Feng's expression, it didn't seem like he was lying. If that was the case, then did Lin Feng really not hear of her? Lin Feng nodded and gave Xianxia a positive answer. He knew about the 3 candidates, but as for the other 2, Lin Feng didn't know their names. Moreover, when Lin Feng and Fire Dance were together, they did not discuss the specific situation of the other 2 marriage partners. Xianxia smiled and said, "Since you've guessed my identity, then tell me what reward you want. I'll consider any request of yours." Hee, Lin Feng sneered in his heart. A person like Xianxia was clearly a scheming woman. As for the so-called reward, Lin Feng simply didn't care about it. Of course, no matter what he did to Xianxia in his heart, he would never be able to defeat her. However, he didn't show it on his face. If Lin Feng didn't even have this bit of shrewdness, then wouldn't he have spent all these years in vain? Lin Feng smiled and said, "I was just joking with you earlier, so you don't have to take it seriously. Why don't you tell me why you've come looking for me?" Xianxia said, "If I say that I've come here because I'm completely convinced by your heroic bearing, will you believe me?" Lin Feng naturally didn't believe her words. He didn't even believe a single word she said. He smiled but didn't say anything. Xianxia didn't feel awkward and continued, thinking back, when you were in the territory of the Phoenix clan, you actually said such domineering words in front of so many phoenixes. At that time, I was thinking how great it would be if the person you're protecting was me. I'll definitely die happily. Continue lying. Lin Feng sneered in his heart. However, he still didn't say anything. Xianxia continued, I know that I've let Wu down by coming here to express my feelings, but I can't control myself. Don't worry, young master, I'll never do anything to let Wu down. I'll only give you my blessings in secret. Xianxia revealed a sorrowful expression as she spoke. She was originally a beautiful woman, so when she revealed such a sorrowful expression, it was easy for others to pity her. Lin Feng said, so, tomorrow, the entire city will be talking about how you came here tonight? Am I right? Xianxia's face revealed a trace of panic. She probably hadn't expected Lin Feng to be so accurate. She felt that if a man knew that a peerless beauty was secretly in love with him, he would definitely be overjoyed. But what about Lin Feng? He was still as calm as ever. Therefore, he'd seen through her intentions, but this wasn't the result she wanted to see. She felt that things were getting troublesome. She had even lost control of herself. Xianxia wanted to explain, but she didn't know how to do so now. After all, she'd been exposed by Lin Feng on the spot, and she wanted to explain. It was useless. Xianxia was now worried about her safety. If Lin Feng got angry because she'd schemed against him and captured her or even imprisoned her, who would know about it? Thinking of this, Xianxia couldn't help but tremble. You can leave, Lin Feng said at that moment. Xianxia couldn't believe her ears when she heard Lin Feng telling her to leave. It can't be, right? This guy wants to let me go, he'd clearly seen through my scheme. Why is he letting me go? Xianxia couldn't understand what Lin Feng was thinking. Moreover, she wasn't sure if Lin Feng really wanted to let her go or if he was just toying with her. Therefore, she continued to look at Lin Feng with vigilance. Lin Feng said, actually, you're also a victim of the marriage alliance. I can understand what you're thinking. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Xianxia was so moved that she almost cried. She had many relatives, such as her parents, siblings, and other relatives. When these relatives found out that she'd been chosen by her family to be a candidate for the marriage alliance, they'd all advised her to follow the family's orders. No one had asked her if she was willing or not. No one had truly cared about her. Those closest to her, all they cared about was whether they could maintain their superior living conditions and not be affected. What was she to them? This was also the reason why Xianxia almost cried when she heard Lin Feng's words. Although Xianxia was very scheming, in reality, as long as he hit the soft spot in her heart, it would naturally cause many strange feelings to arise in her heart. Xianxia bit her lips and quickly left Lin Feng's place. When she came out of the courtyard, Xianxia's mood was extremely irritable. Although there were some mistakes, she'd successfully come out of Lin Feng's place. Moreover, there seemed to be people looking in her direction. The news of her coming to Lin Feng's place in the middle of the night could be confirmed. The final result was actually quite good. But why was she still so irritable? What was the reason? It was because of fire dance. Soon, Xianxia found the reason. Perhaps it was because Lin Feng's words had touched her heart. In addition, Lin Feng was really too outstanding. It was simply the dream of 900 million girls. Therefore, Lin Feng's image in Xianxia's mind became clearer and clearer. It was even clearer than ever. It was as if it had been branded in the depths of her soul. And he and Lin Feng were just strangers, that's all. What about fire dance? It was the woman Lin Feng wanted to protect. I'll take care of fire dance's matter. I didn't touch the Phoenix tribe because I gave fire dance face. I won't take today's matter to heart. If the Phoenix tribe provokes me again, I'll destroy all 3 tribes. The words that Lin Feng had said to protect fire dance and the Phoenix tribe appeared in Xianxia's mind once again. How domineering, a real man. Unfortunately, it was to protect fire dance and not her. In this story, fire dance was the female lead, and she was just a passerby. How am I inferior to fire dance? Xianxia gritted her teeth. Then, she said coldly, since I've decided to do this, I'll do it more thoroughly. The news tomorrow must be explosive. Thinking of this, Hu Qianyue's mouth revealed a trace of a crazy smile. The next day, early in the morning, all kinds of news continued to spread. Countless people were still discussing this news with great interest. For example, the monster dragon tribe's cultivators wanted to avenge Gu Wuquang and the other two. Today, they wanted to discuss this matter with the Phoenix tribe before taking action. Another example was that the Phoenix tribe seemed to want to deal with Lin Feng. If the monster dragon tribe and the Phoenix tribe attacked together, how shocking would it be? Many people were waiting for this huge conflict to erupt. Everyone wanted to see if the mysterious young master had the strength to resist the monster dragon tribe and the Phoenix tribe. Among the many pieces of news today, an extremely explosive piece of news was exposed. This piece of news was related to Lin Feng and Hu Qianyue. Of course, everyone knew who Hu Qianyue was. She was one of the three great marriage partners. Moreover, she was the goddess in the hearts of countless people in ancient Phoenix City. According to the informant, they saw Hu Qianyue arrive at Lin Feng's place last night when the sky had just turned dark. Late at night, Hu Qianyue left. She stayed at Lin Feng's place for about 6 to 8 hours. This was a huge piece of news. Many people didn't believe this news at first. After all, Lin Feng and Fire Dance were a couple. What was going on with Hu Qianyue, until a cultivator took out a crystal ball. The crystal ball was imprinted with some images from last night. The image showed, last night, Hu Qianyue walked out of Lin Feng's residence. At this time everyone finally believed the news. This matter caused a huge sensation because two of the three candidates for the Phoenix tribe's marriage alliance were actually very close to Lin Feng. How did the Phoenix tribe choose their people? Moreover, after becoming a candidate for the marriage alliance, they still didn't cut off their relationship with Lin Feng. How could the monster dragon tribe swallow such an insult? The monster dragon tribe was an incomparably arrogant race. Even if they hadn't decided on a candidate for the marriage alliance, they definitely couldn't allow the candidate to be so close to another man. Wasn't this slapping the monster dragon tribe's face? All of a sudden, the atmosphere in ancient Phoenix City became extremely oppressive. Everyone knew, a storm was coming. Phoenix Clan. Hu Qianyue's residence. Young miss, this is bad. The people from the law enforcement hall are here. They want to bring you to the law enforcement hall for questioning. Hu Qianyue's maidservant ran into her residence in a panic. Anyone who went to the law enforcement hall would not have a good ending. Now that the people from the law enforcement hall were here in such a threatening manner, it was likely that they did not come with good intentions. Hu Qianyue already knew that they would come. She smiled and said, "Go out and tell them to wait." "Yes." The maidservant replied. She couldn't help but admire the young miss in her heart. The people of the law enforcement hall were about to come, but the young miss was still very calm. This calm temperament was already admirable. As expected of one of the most outstanding young cultivators in the clan. Her mental fortitude was not something that ordinary cultivators could compare to. After tidying up, Hu Qianyue went to the living room in the front yard. Aside from the law enforcement hall members, many of Hu Qianyue's direct family members were also present. For example, her parents, siblings, and so on. When they saw Hu Qianyue come out, their expressions turned ugly. This was because they had already learned about what had happened from the people of the law enforcement hall. The law enforcement hall members were here because Hu Qianyue was entangled with that mysterious man. This infuriated Hu Qianyue's direct family members. Now that the law enforcement hall members were here, the clan would probably punish Hu Qianyue severely. At that time, they would all be implicated. When they thought about their superior lives, they realized that they might not be able to return. Hu Qianyue's clansmen were so angry that their faces turned ashen. "Qianyue, what have you done? You have disappointed us. How can you face us?" The clansmen criticized Hu Qianyue. This was not the first time Hu Qianyue had encountered such a situation. Perhaps she was not just jealous of the relationship between Hu Wu and Lin Feng. She was also jealous of Hu Wu's family. The reason for that was because she knew that Fire Dance's family were all on Fire Dance's side. But what about her family members? They only cared about themselves. No one had ever considered anything for her. This was too hurtful. She listened to her family's criticism. Hu Qianyue's heart turned cold. In the past, She would not refute them. She would just stand there and listen. But today, she didn't want to endure it any longer. She had endured for far too long. He couldn't take it anymore. She wanted to say what she wanted to say the most and express the most emotions in her heart. Say it all out and express it. Therefore, she glared angrily at her loved ones. I want to live for myself. You should understand what I'm saying, right? Her voice sounded hysterical. In everyone's impression, Xianxia was beautiful, loved to smile, and had a cheerful personality. She had never fallen out with anyone before. But today. However, Xianxia turned hostile. This was the first time he had seen Xianxia in such a cold and crazy manner. Everyone was a little afraid. Those who criticized Xianxia's family did not dare to say anything. Everything they had was because of Xianxia. If Xianxia were to do something extreme in a fit of anger, she could even cause them to lose everything. Previously, they were criticizing Xianxia as a family member. Because they were family. Hence, Xianxia had been enduring all this time. But if Xianxia didn't want to endure it, then, they were very afraid of Xianxia. Xianxia took a deep breath and looked at the people from the law enforcement hall. Let's go. The law enforcement hall had long heard that Xianxia's family members were a bunch of selfish parasites. Today, they finally saw the faces of these people. Therefore, when the law enforcement hall's people looked at Xianxia, they felt some sympathy for her. It was truly unfortunate to have such a family. The law enforcement hall's people nodded. Then, they left with Xianxia. After arriving at the law enforcement hall, many of the Phoenix clan's upper echelons were waiting for Xianxia's arrival. Even a few elders who rarely showed themselves were present. The first elder said furiously, "Disgraceful thing. You've thrown away the face of the Phoenix clan." Xianxia did not say anything in the face of the first elder's scolding. You should cripple her cultivation and send her to the reflection cliff, never to come out again. The upper echelons frowned as they pondered over the first elder's words. Xianxia said, "I'm Lin Feng's woman now. You can do whatever you want, but if Lin Feng finds out, hee," said Lin Feng. Disgraceful. Truly disgraceful. The first elder slammed the table. You still have the nerve to say such a thing? Where's your dignity as a member of the Phoenix clan? If you had even a little bit of awareness as a Phoenix clan cultivator, you wouldn't have thrown yourself at him. Xianxia said, "Why are you talking about dignity at a time like this? Isn't it natural for the weak to rely on the strong? You should know about Lin Feng's true identity, right? Since you know, then you should know that the Phoenix clan is nothing in front of his family. The noble bloodline you all think of might have been a spiritual bird reared in a certain era." The first elder roared, "Impudent! Impudent! You're crazy! How dare you belittle your clan? You're beyond redemption." Xianxia said, "I'm not belittling my clan. I'm just speaking the truth. You know some things better than I do." The first elder sneered. So what if that clan was glorious? Hasn't it declined now? How many people are left in the clan? Xianxia asked. First elder, are you trying to deceive yourself? The first elder's expression turned gloomy. He wanted to reprimand her again, but Xianxia beat him to it. No wonder Great Elder is so angry. I remember now. Great Elder was almost beaten to death by that person's disciple. It's normal for you to hate them now. However, Great Elder is ignoring the benefits of your clan because of your hatred. Great Elder, do you think you're still fit to hold your current position? The Great Elder was clearly not Xianxia's opponent in terms of words. He was beaten black and blue by Xianxia. Xianxia was famous for her eloquence, so it wasn't easy to suppress her with words. The first elder's face twitched when he heard Xianxia's words. At that moment, one of the elders said, "The people from the monstrous dragon clan are waiting for us in the guest hall. They've asked us to punish you and Wu, as well as kill Lin Feng together. What do you think we should do?" Xianxia smiled. What should we do? Elders, don't you all already have an idea? Why are you still trying to scare me? I'm a coward. The elders exchanged glances and smiled bitterly. Xianxia was too cunning. Would she be afraid? Of course, she wasn't afraid. Lin Feng was her talisman. As long as Lin Feng was still alive, she knew that nothing would happen to her. Qing Feng Garden. Hua Yiqing arrived at the garden. Hua Wu was in the pavilion admiring the fish swimming in the pond. Occasionally, she would throw some food into the water to feed the fish. Hua Yiqing said, "Big sister, there's a rumor going around that Hua Qianyue went to Big Brother Lin's place yesterday and stayed there for a long time. Do you think something happened between them?" Naturally, Hua Wu knew about this as well. Hua Qianyue is a scheming person. How could Big Brother Lin not see that she's trying to use him? The rumor is most likely spread by Hua Qianyue. Since Big Brother Lin didn't stop her, he must have his own plans. Hua Yiqing nodded. As for Hua Wu, she continued to look at the fish in the pond. Her eyes narrowed slightly as a trace of coldness appeared in them. Although she believed in Lin Feng's character, she didn't have a good impression of Hua Qianyue, who wanted to use Lin Feng. The monster dragon cultivators left the Phoenix clan in a huff. No one knew what the Phoenix clan had said to the monster dragon cultivators to make them so angry. The monster dragon cultivators' villa wasn't far from Lin Feng's villa. It was only a few thousand meters away. When the cultivators who went to negotiate with the Phoenix clan returned, the leader of the monster dragon cultivators asked, "What's the situation?" One of the cultivators in charge of the negotiations said, "The Phoenix clan members said that a few days ago, their clan's old ancestor summoned the person in charge of the city back to their ancestral land because of the engagement between the Phoenix clan and our monster dragon cultivators. They probably have something to tell us. That's why the person in charge of their clan isn't in Phoenix Ancient City. They need to wait for a few days until the person in charge of their clan returns. Only then can we attack together and kill Lin Feng." What a Phoenix clan. They actually used a reason that even a 3-year-old child wouldn't believe to fool us. How hateful. The expression of the monster dragon elder was extremely ugly. This elder wasn't simple. His name was Gu Pengzu. He was tall and sturdy. Although he was old, his face was still ferocious. One could tell at a glance that when he was young, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. That was indeed the case. When he was young, he was known for his ferocity. Back then, because of a single sentence, he slaughtered an entire clan of more than 70,000 people. The old, the weak, the women, and the children were all cruelly killed. From this, one could see how ferocious this person was. Now, he was old. But he still didn't change his nature. In fact, there was a good saying that it was hard to change one's nature. Most of the time, a person's character wouldn't change much with age. At this time, Gu Tiange said, "The Phoenix clan's goal is very clear. They want to see us fight with that brat. They want to see who can suppress who. The winner will probably become his ally." Gu Pengzu said, "This cooperation with the Phoenix clan is very important to our clan. We can't afford to lose. Now that the Phoenix clan is scheming against us, after we kill Lin Feng, we'll definitely negotiate with the Phoenix clan. At that time, the benefits of the Phoenix clan and our clan will be redistributed." That's right. We can't let the Phoenix clan take advantage of us. We'll definitely make the Phoenix clan vomit blood. The others also agreed one after another. Boom, a terrifying aura surged out from the place where the demonic dragon clan lived. There were more than 100 demonic dragon clan cultivators in total. One after another, they soared into the sky and flew toward Lin Feng's residence. In ancient Phoenix City, countless people were paying attention to the situation here. Now that they saw the demonic dragon clan cultivators taking the initiative to attack, they were all excited. It was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The demonic dragon clan is going to attack. There's going to be a good show to watch now. Countless people quickly followed behind the demonic dragon clan cultivators, flying toward Lin Feng's residence. Not long after, the demonic dragon clan cultivators arrived above Lin Feng's courtyard. "Junior, you dare to make our clan's disciples kneel on the ground? No one in this world can humiliate our clan's disciples like this. Quickly come out and accept your death." One of the elders shouted coldly. Xia Donghuang walked out of the room and said, "Gu Wuquang and the others dared to challenge my master's dignity. It wouldn't be too much even if they died 1,000 times or 10,000 times. My master is already giving you face by not giving the order to kill the three of them. Therefore, the demonic dragon clan should know what's good for you. Quickly leave ancient Phoenix City. My master can't be bothered to argue with your demonic dragon clan. You're courting death. You're courting death. The demonic dragon clan cultivators were all about to explode from anger. From Xiao Dongwang's words, they could tell that Lin Feng seemed to be disdainful of the demonic dragon clan. The demonic dragon clan was a race that thought highly of themselves. Therefore, when many ordinary demonic dragon clan cultivators came to the 15th level of the heaven realm, they all looked down on, ridiculed, and looked down on the cultivators of the 15th level of the heaven realm. Now, they had become the targets of disdain, ridicule, and disdain. How could the people of the monstrous dragon tribe accept such a disparity? In reality, they didn't know Lin Feng's identity. After all, this wasn't the territory of the demonic dragon clan. The reason why the Phoenix clan was able to investigate Lin Feng's identity was because this was the territory of the Phoenix clan. The power they could mobilize was astonishing. As for the demonic dragon clan, this clan's territory was in the 22nd level of the heaven realm. They didn't have the ability to quickly investigate Lin Feng's identity in the 15th level of the heaven realm. As for the Phoenix clan, although they knew Lin Feng's identity, they didn't have the obligation to tell the demonic dragon clan. The demonic dragon clan didn't ask them either. Even if they did, the Phoenix clan wouldn't say anything. Therefore, the demonic dragon clan didn't even know Lin Feng's true identity. This was because Lin Feng hadn't made a move from the beginning to the end. It was hard to say how strong Lin Feng was. They could only deduce Lin Feng's strength from Lin Feng's disciple, Xiao Donghuang. Xiao Donghuang was able to easily defeat the great elder of the Phoenix clan previously. From this, it could be seen how profound his cultivation was. Xiao Donghuang was very likely to have strength that was infinitely close to surpassing the realm. However, it was hard to say whether he had refined the law of transcendence. But so what if he had refined the law of transcendence? In the eyes of the demonic dragon clan cultivators, even if Xiao Donghuang had refined the law of transcendence, he would at most have refined one law of transcendence. If he had refined 2 laws of transcendence, his combat strength would be more than that. However, Gu Pengzhu had refined a total of 7 laws of transcendence. One had to know. A Dao integration realm cultivator only had 10 transcendence laws of transcendence. Now, Gu Pengzhu's strength was close to that of a Dao integration realm cultivator. That was the 2nd level of transcendence and was no small matter. As for Xiao Donghuang's master, Lin Feng, in the eyes of the demonic dragon clan cultivators, he was probably also relying on transcendence laws of transcendence. Otherwise, how could he be so powerful at such a young age? The people of the demonic dragon clan were naturally fearless. Gu Pengzhu sneered and said, "Junior, I'd like to see what you're capable of." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Pengzhu blasted a palm towards Xiao Donghuang. In the void, a giant energy handprint condensed and enveloped Xiao Donghuang. Gu Pengzhu's strength was indeed terrifying. When he attacked, the void collapsed as if the end of the world was coming. Xiao Donghuang leaped up like a fish leaping through the 9 heavens. Everyone saw that behind Xiao Donghuang, a giant rock vaguely appeared. In an instant, Xiao Donghuang turned into a ball of scorching golden light and collided with the giant energy handprint condensed by Gu Pengzhu. In an instant, Gu Pengzhu's giant energy handprint was shattered. Then, he quickly rushed toward Gu Pengzhu and arrived in front of him. Xiao Donghuang attacked Gu Pengzhu with the demonic chaos art. So you also have demonic blood flowing in your veins. How dare you degrade yourself to become a disciple of a human cultivator? You're a disgrace to the demonic dragon clan. Gu Pengzhu's voice was cold. The 7 transcendence laws in his body were completely mobilized and blasted towards Xiao Donghuang. At this time, Xiao Donghuang's expression couldn't help but change slightly. Although Gu Pengzhu's combat strength was very strong, it wasn't heaven-defying. Now, it seemed that Gu Pengzhu deliberately showed weakness to lure Xiao Donghuang over while he secretly prepared an attack. At such a close distance, Xiao Donghuang couldn't dodge even if he wanted to. What terrifying power! This person's strength is far beyond Yang Spirit Realm cultivators. He's close to Dao Fusing Realm cultivators. Many people exclaimed. Generally speaking, refining even one transcendental law strand was a great opportunity. Gu Pengzhu had actually refined so many transcendental law strands. This was indeed a very shocking matter. That kid got tricked. Yes, he got tricked. Gu Pengzhu didn't show much power the first time he attacked. He probably just wanted to lure him into attacking first. By the time he got close to Gu Pengzhu's power would have been ready. He can only face Gu Pengzhu's attack head-on. This young cultivator's foundation is far inferior to Gu Pengzhu's. He'll be at a disadvantage if he faces Gu Pengzhu head-on. He won't be killed by Gu Pengzhu in one move, right? Who knows? But it's possible. While the surrounding cultivators were discussing, Xia Donghuang hurriedly used the dominance of the heavens. Boom, the dominance of the heavens emitted a terrifying wave and collided with Gu Pengzhu's attack. Gu Pengzhu's attack was instantly destroyed by the dominance of the heavens. The dominance of the heavens then slammed into Gu Pengzhu's body and sent him flying. So what if you've refined many transcendence laws? You're still no match for my dominance. Xia Donghuang stepped forward like a demon. He was too fast and instantly appeared in front of Gu Pengzhu. He used the dominance of the heavens to attack Gu Pengzhu with full force. Bang! Gu Pengzhu took a second hit from the dominance of the heavens. Wah! This time, Gu Pengzhu couldn't withstand such a terrifying attack and spat out a mouthful of blood. Heavens, even Gu Pengzhu lost. That's too cruel. Countless people shouted in disbelief. Gu Pengzhu was such a terrifying existence, yet he couldn't defeat a young cultivator. It was unbelievable. Even the cultivators of the demonic dragon clan could not believe it. Gu Pengzhu, how could he lose? Die. Xia Donghuang's voice was cold. He quickly charged at Gu Pengzhu, wanting to kill him. Ancestor, please send down your clone. At that moment, Gu Tiange took out a jade talisman and roared. Then, he crushed the jade talisman. When the jade talisman was crushed, a mysterious existence shrouded in endless dragon chi appeared. That existence stepped on the sky and had the universe above his head, as if he was the lord of the universe. It was a clone of a powerhouse that surpassed his realm, many people gasped. There was a big difference between having power that surpassed one's realm and being a powerhouse that surpassed one's realm. That was because powerhouses that surpassed one's realm had many incredible abilities that other cultivators couldn't compare to. Therefore, it was actually very difficult to defeat a powerhouse that surpassed one's realm simply by having power that surpassed one's realm. Unless that person also had some extremely heaven-defying means, which obviously weren't easy to obtain. The branded doppelganger of an expert who had surpassed their cultivation level could not last for a long time. However, some of the more powerful branded doppelgangers could even unleash 70% of their combat strength during this period of time. This was an extremely terrifying point. After the clone appeared, an invisible force blasted towards Xia Donghuang. Xia Donghuang, who originally wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of Gu Pengzhu, suddenly changed his expression. He quickly retreated while using the dominance of the heavens to resist the opponent's power. However, the dominance of the heavens was dispersed, and Xia Donghuang was also sent flying. Xia Donghuang's face was a little pale. He stood in the void, his chest heaving up and down violently as he panted. Between heaven and earth, there was silence. Everyone was shocked that the clone of a powerhouse that surpassed one's realm was so terrifying. It was too shocking. This powerhouse from the demonic dragon clan is probably not an ordinary cultivator that surpassed one's realm. A cultivator said. This cultivator's words received the approval of many people. If the clone of a powerhouse was so powerful, the original body must be even more terrifying. Die, you ant. The clone's voice was cold. Endless dragon chi spread out and shrouded Xia Donghuang. Wherever the dragon chi passed, the void collapsed. Everyone was shocked. The opponent's attack was too terrifying. It was so terrifying that it made people despair. He probably can't resist it, right? He's so young and already so heaven-defying. His future is limitless. But today, a peerless genius is going to fall? Many people exclaimed. Humph. But at this moment, a cold snort came from the courtyard below. Then, everyone saw. A golden ray of light flew out from the courtyard. It was the golden ray of light. It streaked across the sky. Poof, then, the golden light directly tore the mark of the demonic dragon clan's powerhouse into two halves. Shock. Moved. Disbelief. At this moment, countless people felt that they couldn't breathe. In one move, he killed the clone of a powerhouse that surpassed one's realm. This clone had about 70% of the original body's combat power, but it was still killed in one move. Everyone knew. It was that mysterious young master. It was Xia Dongwang's master who made a move. This was the first time everyone saw him make a move. Until this moment, everyone just found out. Just how terrifyingly strong was that young master? P.S. A book fan asked how to read the previous chapters. Click on Old Steamed Buns G, Z, H. There is a small character logo in the upper right corner. Click on the page that pops up and you will see the previous chapters. For those brothers who did not follow Old Mantu, please follow Old Mantu's V, X, G, Z, H. Search for Wang's Eye Old Mantu. After following him, you will be able to read the extra chapters. Currently, he is writing an extra chapter about Jizishu. It is written as a short story and is quite interesting. Trembling. Terrified. Horrified, although there were a lot of people in the Monster Dragon clan, they were all trembling in fear. Anyone who encountered such a terrifying existence like Lin Feng would probably be scared half to death. Lin Feng was really too terrifying. Moreover, what shocked everyone even more was that Lin Feng didn't even appear when he made his move. Obviously, he didn't use his full strength. No matter what, that was still the imprint of a transcendent realm powerhouse. Without using his full strength, he destroyed the imprint of a transcendent realm powerhouse. Everyone wanted to use an adjective to describe Lin Feng's monstrous level. But they discovered. They didn't even know how to describe Lin Feng. What proud son of heaven, what peerless powerhouse, what background powerhouse, in front of Lin Feng, they were all weak. Those people from the Monster Dragon clan didn't escape. Because they knew. Even if they chose to escape now, they couldn't escape at all. Lin Feng's strength had completely exceeded their imagination. The only thing they could do now was to beg for Lin Feng's forgiveness. We were wrong, we will leave now, we will definitely not dare to be enemies with young master in the future, please forgive us this time. Gu Pengzhu said with a trembling voice. In his eyes, it was full of pleading. He was indeed afraid now because he had refined 7 transcendence laws. He was worried that Lin Feng would kill him and take the transcendence laws by force. But in reality, these laws were very special. After being refined by the secret technique of the Monster Dragon clan, only the cultivators of the Monster Dragon clan could refine them. It was useless for others to obtain them. However, if Lin Feng really wanted to kill him, what was the use of explaining this? Would Lin Feng listen? Of course not. So, the current Gu Pengzhu. He was very, very, very afraid. Everyone held their breaths in concentration. They didn't know what Lin Feng would do. Release the tiger back to the mountain, or kill Gu Pengzhu and the others? Remember your words. Lin Feng's voice came out. Yes, 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 I will definitely remember it in my heart. Gu Pengzhu said as if he had been granted amnesty. You can leave now. Lin Feng said. Gu Pengzhu and the others didn't dare to hesitate. They left one after another. He actually let these people go. I don't know what this young master is thinking. If I were him, I wouldn't have let them go. I would have killed them all. Many people were talking about it. Xia Donghuang returned to his residence. He couldn't help but ask, Master, why did you let those people go? Especially that Gu Pengzhu, he should have more than one law of transcendence on him. If we kill him, Master will obtain his law of transcendence, and his cultivation will definitely improve greatly. Lin Feng said, just now, I sensed that this person's transcendence law was fused with a special power. I think that if a cultivator of another race refined this transcendence law, it would most likely self-destruct. At that time, the cultivators who have refined and surpassed the laws will die without a burial place. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Xia Donghuang's heart trembled. He said, the people of the Monster Dragon race are really scheming. Lin Feng nodded and said, the Monster Dragon race has a transcendence law level expert overseeing it. It's not an easy race to deal with, and it's definitely not simple. There's another reason why I didn't kill them. I wanted them to be my informants. Informants for Master? Did Master do something to them? Xia Donghuang's eyes couldn't help but light up. Lin Feng nodded and said, yes, I did do something to them. I used a secret technique and silently placed restrictions on their bodies. Through these restrictions, I was able to find out many things about the monster dragon race. For example, some of the higher-ups of the monster dragon race's plans. If the monster dragon race is honest, I won't bother with them. If they don't, or if they collude with the mastermind or the heavenly court in the future, I will immediately activate the restrictions and control their bodies. There are more than 100 of them, and they're very strong. If they suddenly betray us, it will be a huge blow to the monster dragon race. Most importantly, Gu Pengzu is very strong. After controlling him, he will suddenly launch a sneak attack on the monster dragon race's transcendence law level expert. The opponent will be caught off guard and will most likely be killed by Gu Pengzu. That way, we can easily get rid of a big problem. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Xia Donghuang couldn't help but sigh. His master was indeed his master. He had thought so far ahead. No wonder his master was so amazing. He was too meticulous. If the higher-ups of the monster dragon race didn't do anything stupid, then it would be fine. If they did, then the monster dragon race would be doomed. Very soon, the news of this battle quickly spread throughout the ancient Phoenix city. When the upper echelons of the Phoenix clan heard this, they were all extremely shocked. Even if Lin Feng was from the sovereign race, even if he was Lin Baitian's son, wasn't he too strong? It was too unreal. But, they knew. Everything was real. Lin Feng was really that strong. He was so strong that it made them pale with fright. Now that the monster dragon race had been driven away by Lin Feng, the next step was to meet with Lin Feng and discuss the matter of cooperation. However, they also knew that with their status, they weren't qualified to negotiate with Lin Feng. They needed to ask the ancestor to personally negotiate with Lin Feng. At this moment, Xianxia was imprisoned in a courtyard. An elder came with a dozen people from the enforcement hall and opened the door. Haha, little girl Xianxia, we've wronged you. This is our fault. You're free now. Didn't you want to comprehend our race's phoenix reincarnation technique? The elders discussed it and agreed that you can go and comprehend the phoenix reincarnation technique whenever you want. The elder said with a smile. Xianxia knew that Lin Feng must have won in the battle against the monster dragon race. That was why the elder's attitude changed so much. It should have been a happy occasion, but Xianxia couldn't bring herself to be happy. She knew that man was destined to never belong to her. He was Huowu's lover. The fire of jealousy burned fiercely in Xianxia's heart. Why did Huowu have a family that loved her so much? Why did such an outstanding man love her? In fact, when Huowu first came to the Phoenix race, she had a good relationship with Huowu. They even often cultivated together. However, they slowly drifted apart. Huowu once asked her what had happened. She didn't say anything. She didn't know why either. She slowly began to hate Huowu. Now that she thought about it, it was probably because she saw how much Huowu's family cared about Huowu that made her feel jealous. Was that why she gradually drifted apart from Huowu, and now, because of Lin Feng, this jealousy was growing stronger? Huowu, the greatest joy in life is, you never know what will happen in the future. The person who laughs first may not necessarily be the one who laughs in the end. Xianxia couldn't help but sneer in her heart. A plan to deal with Lin Feng. In her heart, a rough outline of the plan gradually formed. If this plan succeeded, then, she and Huowu's positions would be swapped. When the time came, Huowu would be the one envious and jealous of her. Qingfeng Garden. Fire Dance had also learned of the battle outside. Now, she could finally relax. Sister, are we going to see Brother Lin now? Huiqing asked. Of course. Huowu smiled and nodded. 5 days later. A skinny old man arrived outside Lin Feng's residence. Lin Feng's voice came from the courtyard. Esteemed guests, please excuse me for not going out to welcome you. The door opened and Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang walked out. The old man smiled and said, I am Huiyanchen. I have been friends with Brother Lin for a long time. Obviously, this old man should be the transcendent expert from the Phoenix clan. This person's aura was restrained. Therefore, one couldn't sense his exact cultivation level. However, the more he was like this, the more terrifying he was. Moreover, this Phoenix clan cultivator was proficient in the Phoenix Nirvana technique. The Phoenix Nirvana technique was the innate ability of the Phoenix clan. The success rate of the Phoenix clan cultivator using the Phoenix Nirvana technique was definitely much higher than Lin Feng's. Therefore, in Lin Feng's opinion, the Phoenix clan should be one of the most terrifying and feared races. They were much more threatening than the demonic dragon clan. The demonic dragon clan's attacks were indeed powerful, but if they continued fighting, their consumption would increase. Therefore, it wasn't impossible for them to kill a Transcendent Realm expert. However, it was different when facing a Transcendent Realm expert from the Phoenix clan. If the Phoenix Nirvana technique succeeded and revived, their battle prowess would be at 100%. Damn, how were they supposed to fight? Lin Feng said. I have also been friends with Brother Lin for a long time. The outside isn't a good place to talk. Why don't we go inside and talk? Of course. Xianxia replied with a smile. The three of them entered the guest hall. After Lin Feng and Xianxia sat down, Xia Donghuang served Lin Feng and Xianxia a cup of spirit tea. Xianxia had no intention of mentioning the demonic dragon clan to Lin Feng. In fact, someone like Xianxia was extremely intelligent. He understood the principles of how to conduct himself, so he knew exactly what to say and when. He wouldn't say anything sensitive in front of Lin Feng. I came to visit fellow Taoist Lin because I want to explore a secret place with you, said Lin Feng. Xianxia said. This secret place should be quite extraordinary, right? Lin Feng asked. Xianxia nodded. It is indeed extraordinary. This secret place is very special. Back then, an evil dragon died there. That evil dragon's soul was originally destroyed. Later on, for some reason, it condensed a remnant soul. After countless years, that remnant soul fused with the evil dragon's corpse, turning into an incomparably terrifying existence. I can't deal with that existence alone. I need to find experts of the same level as me to join forces. Only then will we have a chance of defeating that evil dragon. Lin Feng asked doubtfully. What's so good about the place that evil dragon clan is guarding? Why is Brother Lin so keen on exploring that place? Xianxia said. I've heard that that place used to be the residence of a certain mysterious race. Back then, that mysterious race obtained an astonishing item from a ruin that transcended epochs. In the end, that mysterious race was destroyed, and the item they obtained has remained there ever since. Oh? There's such a thing? Lin Feng was flabbergasted. Xianxia nodded and said, from what I've heard, there are indeed many astonishing items there. There are even many that transcend the laws. When he heard the words, transcend the laws, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. What Lin Feng was most passionate about right now was collecting transcendence laws to increase his own strength. The more transcendence laws he collected before breaking through to the transcendence realm, the more powerful his reserves would be, and the more terrifying his battle prowess would be. Once he broke through to the transcendence realm, his battle prowess would be even more astonishing, and his potential would be even more astonishing. If Lin Feng could refine dozens or even hundreds of transcendence laws before breaking through to the transcendence realm, then Lin Feng might be able to contend with a Tao integration realm cultivator when he broke through to the transcendence realm. It had to be known that although the difference between the Sun God realm and the Tao integration realm was only one realm, a Tao integration realm cultivator could fight against 100 Sun Gods. From this, one could see how big the difference between a Sun God realm cultivator and a Tao integration realm cultivator was. It was too difficult to challenge someone of a higher realm. Even if many heaven-defying geniuses had accumulated extremely powerful reserves, they would still be unable to fight against a Tao integration realm cultivator after breaking through to the Sun God realm. Lin Feng had previously seen a record in a Taoist scripture. It said that in the previous era, a certain expert could fight against a Sun God realm cultivator when his cultivation level was equivalent to the 10,000 saints realm of this era. This situation was similar to Lin Feng's current situation. An 10,000 saints realm cultivator could fight against a Sun God realm cultivator, but after that expert broke through to the transcendence realm and reached the Sun God realm, he fought against a Tao integration realm expert and was killed. He had such heaven-defying talent, it wouldn't be difficult for him to defeat an opponent who was several realms above him. However, after breaking through to the Sun God realm, he didn't even have the ability to defeat a Dao integration realm cultivator. It wasn't because this person wasn't strong, but because the gap between the Sun God realm and the Dao integration realm was too big. Even these heaven-defying geniuses would find it difficult to cross this gap and complete the challenge. Lin Feng didn't believe this. He believed that as long as his accumulation was strong enough, when he broke through to the Sun God realm, he would definitely be able to defeat a Dao integration realm expert. Therefore, transcendence laws were very important to Lin Feng now. In addition to transcendence laws, immortal scriptures were also very important to Lin Feng. Lin Feng wanted to collect as many transcendence laws and immortal scriptures as possible. These were the foundation, which was equivalent to laying a foundation. The stronger the foundation, the higher the house could be built. The more transcendence laws Lin Feng refined and cultivated, the more immortal scriptures he would be able to improve his combat strength after breaking through to the transcendence realm. If he didn't refine many transcendence laws, Lin Feng's goal was to refine more than 100 transcendence laws. He wouldn't refine many immortal scriptures. Lin Feng felt that he had to cultivate at least 200 types of immortal scriptures. It was simply a pipe dream to want to immediately have the combat strength to defeat a Dao integration realm expert when breaking through to the transcendence realm. End of chapter 6385. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.